Heaven Officials Blessing Chapter 60 to Chapter 77. Xiaolian pinched his earlobe and said, "One of the earrings is missing." The people of Xianlu believed the ultimate perfection of Taoist cultivation was yin and yang harmony, male and female body. Gods were ever-changing and naturally weren't restricted by gender. They could be male or female. Thus, this concept was also reflected in the design of the pleasing god clothing. Throughout history, every generation of pleasing god martial artists, clothing and attire had the form and details of both men's and women's clothing, like earrings, and so on. When Xiaolian played the role of a pleasing god martial artist, he pierced his ears and wore a pair of earrings. It was a pair of extremely magnificent deep red coral beads, bright and lustrous, extremely rare. However, just now, when Xiaolian was combing his hair, he discovered that the pair of red coral beads only had one left. As soon as he said it was lost, Mu Qing's originally relaxed expression suddenly stiffened. The other two people didn't notice at all. Xianxia first searched inside and outside the room before coming in empty-handed. "You're always this forgetful. You can't even find the things you wear on your ears." "I didn't see the Xianlu Palace piece, so I'll go out and look for it. I can't lose it during the heaven sacrifice." Xiaolian also felt it was strange. However, he didn't care and said, "It's possible. If we can't find it like that, then it's fine if it's lost." Mu Qing took the broom he usually used to sweep the floor and quietly said, "That bead is very precious. If we can find it, then we should look for it. See if it fell under the bed or under the cabinet." As he said this, he started sweeping. Xiaolian said, "How about we call a few more people to come in and help look?" Xianxia casually said, "There are too many people. If we can't find it, someone might steal it and hide it." Mu Qing was originally silently checking under the bed. When he heard this, his face suddenly turned deathly pale. He abruptly stood up, the broom in his hand snapping in two. Xiaolian was immediately startled. After coming out of the Divine Martial Palace, Xianxia had been quite critical of Mu Qing, but he didn't flare up. Now that he saw Mu Qing flare up, he angrily said, "Why did you suddenly snap something? Who provoked you?" Mu Qing coldly said, "If you want to say something, just say it. What are you hinting for? It's none of my business that the pearl is missing." Xianxia had always been straightforward with his words, and this was the first time someone had accused him of making insinuations. He was so angry that he laughed and said, "Why don't you say that to yourself?" "What did I say? I didn't say that you stole it. Do you have a guilty conscience?" Xiaolian snapped out of his daze and cursed in his heart. He sat up on the bed and said, "Xianxia, don't say any more." 3 or 4 veins popped out on Mu Qing's forehead. Xianxia, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Xiaolian didn't know how to explain it to him, so he could only first say to Mu Qing, "Don't misunderstand." Xianxia said it casually, "It wasn't directed at you." Mu Qing clenched and unclenched his fists, but in the end, he did not continue to act up. Only, the rims of his eyes gradually reddened as he turned towards Xiaolian. Staring at him, he said word by word, "You, go back on your word." Xiaolian replied, "No, I didn't." Mu Qing shut his mouth and took a few deep breaths. He glared resentfully at Xiaolian, and without another word, rushed out the door. Xiaolian jumped off the bed, wanting to chase after him. However, after a few steps, he was pulled back. Xianxia said, "Your Highness, you're not even wearing shoes. What would you look like if you went out with your hair disheveled?" Xiaolian said, "Help me stop him." Xianxia said, "Put on your clothes and shoes first, then tie up your hair. Why bother with him? Normally, this person is full of yin energy. Who knows which of his strings were touched, causing him to act up inexplicably?" Mu Qing had long since disappeared without a trace. Seeing that he wouldn't be able to chase after him, Xiaolian could only grab a hair tie and hastily tie up his hair. As he did so, he sighed and said, "He didn't act up, it was just that you accidentally said the wrong thing." Xianxia took out the white robe that Xiaolian usually wore from his wardrobe and threw it at him. He asked, "What did I say wrong?" As Xiaolian put on his boots, he said, "I can't tell you. In short, come with me to find him. Tell him clearly that it was all a misunderstanding and that I wasn't targeting him. Feng Xian frowned and said, "What can't you tell me?" Xiaolian shut his mouth and didn't say anything. Feng Xian became more and more suspicious. Thinking about Mu Qing's resentful expression, he suddenly said, "Did he really steal something from you?" Xiaolian hurriedly made a keep quiet gesture and said, "No. No." Seeing him like this, Feng Xian became even more certain. He said, "So that's how it is." No wonder his expression suddenly changed so much. So it was because his heart was stabbed. When did he do this kind of thing? Xiaolian said, "Don't be so loud." Feng Xian then lowered his voice and said, "You actually didn't tell me about this kind of thing. Quickly say it." Seeing that he was already suspicious, even if he continued to hide it, he would be found out sooner or later. Xiaolian helplessly said, "It can't be considered stealing, but, let me start from the beginning. Do you still remember that 2 years ago, not long after I entered Huangji Temple, I once lost a piece of gold leaf?" Hearing this, Feng Xian's eyes widened. He slapped his thigh and said, "That time? 3 years ago, Xiaolian finally begged his parents to allow him to enter Huangji Temple to cultivate before he turned 20. After a year, after Xianlu Palace was built, he finally came up the mountain in high spirits. When Xiaolian came up the mountain, he didn't bring much luggage. 2 carts of books and 200 famous swords. However, Empress Min loved her son dearly. She was afraid that he would live a lonely and poor life on the mountain. Later, she ordered people to send 20 servants up Mount Taizong, as well as 4 carts of toys that the crown prince usually loved. They majestically brought them up Mount Taizong. Among them was a set of 108 pieces of gold leaf palace. Making a palace with gold leaf was a popular game among the nobles of Xianlu. At that time, when this wave of luxurious goods came up the mountain, it caused a small discussion. The people in Huangji Temple were all Taoists who cultivated properly. They weren't familiar with His Highness the Crown Prince's temperament. Although they didn't dare say much on the surface, they were muttering behind their backs. Did His Highness the Crown Prince come here to cultivate or to fool around? Why did the son of the royal family come here to join in the fun? What kind of plaything could he cultivate? When Feng Xian heard these discussions, he wanted to refute them. However, Xiaolian told him not to bother about it. He smiled and said, "This is human nature. In the future, they will naturally know if I am just fooling around and who is the #1 disciple in this generation of Huangji Temple." However, not long after, something happened. Xiaolian sent the servants and the 4 carts that the empress arranged for him back. When he was checking his luggage, he realized that one of the 108 pieces of gold leaf was missing. Ever since that piece of gold leaf was brought up Mount Taizong, it had never left Xianlu Palace. It was either lost on the road or stolen. Since he couldn't find it on the road, Xiaolian casually mentioned it to the imperial advisor. When the imperial advisor thought that it might have been stolen, and that someone in Huangji Temple might have made a mistake due to the temptation of the gold leaf, he was furious. He was determined to find out where the gold leaf was even if he had to dig 3 feet into the ground. If he found it in someone's place, he would be severely punished. Hence, the entire 3,000 people in Huangji Temple did not do anything else. They were caught unprepared and were suddenly chased out. They formed a team and checked the rooms one by one. After much fanfare and tiring himself to death, who would have thought that when they were halfway through the search, Xiaolian would suddenly change his words and say that he was sorry for causing trouble for his fellow disciples. He suddenly remembered that he seemed to have lost a piece of this set of gold leaf palaces when he was in the imperial palace. In other words, there were originally only 107 pieces of gold leaf. In order to find out where the missing piece of gold leaf was, Huangji Temple could be said to have gone through a lot of trouble that night. In the end, when they were sweating profusely, His Highness the Crown Prince suddenly said that all their previous efforts had gone to waste. Inevitably, many of the fellow disciples started to complain. Hence, they secretly said that he was the Crown Prince and that whatever he said was true. They only hoped that their memory would be better next time and they would be able to remember such an important matter before the search. Feng Xian was very angry as he squatted and listened. However, Xiaolian told him not to worry about it and to calmly wait for the future. In the future, Xiaolian indeed crushed all 3,000 disciples and became the fully deserving #1 disciple of Huangji Temple. Because he was indeed rather amiable and didn't rely on his power to manipulate others, gradually, his reputation among his fellow disciples improved. Feng Xian didn't remember things, so he had forgotten about this part. Who knew that when it was brought up again today, he would suddenly realize. He was both shocked and angry. That piece of gold leaf was taken by Mu Qing? Xiaolian said, "Shoo." After confirming that there was no one around, he then said, that piece of gold leaf was accidentally knocked off on the mountain road. When Mu Qing passed by while carrying water, he picked it up from the underbrush. He kept it under his bed and didn't know what to do with it. In the end, at night, the state preceptor suddenly attacked and chased everyone out to search the rooms. At that time, I didn't know him. I only saw an odd job worker with a bad expression. Later, when I was sitting outside, he privately admitted it to me in a low voice when he served me tea. Only then did I know what happened. Feng Xian said, taking it and not reporting it, isn't that stealing? So in order to help him hide this matter, you told others that the gold leaf was lost in the imperial palace? While they were talking, Xiaolian finished preparing his clothes and walked out. He said, that's it. Feng Xian was so angry that he almost died. He followed behind Xiaolian and said, Your Highness, do you know how many people were gossiping behind your back when you just arrived at Huangji Temple? Xiaolian said, lower your voice. At that time, his complexion was really bad. It was deathly pale. The other people in Huangji Temple didn't like him in the first place. If I told others, wouldn't his life be over? My identity is different from his, so my situation in this matter is also different. The consequences can't be compared at all. At this time, a few small Taoists walked over and respectfully saluted him. However, their faces were full of smiles as they greeted, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian also smiled as he returned the greeting. The two groups of people brushed past each other. Then, he said to Feng Xian, You see, I said I would wait for the future. Right now, aren't I getting along well with everyone from the same sect? Who else dares to talk behind my back? The two of them went to Mu Qing's Taoist room. However, they didn't see him, so they came out to look for him. Feng Xian said, At that time, I thought it was strange. Why didn't I know that you lost a piece in the palace? You actually didn't tell me about this for 2 years. You even told me that you met him when he was sweeping the floor. Xiaolian said, later on, he begged me not to tell anyone else. Since I agreed, of course I couldn't tell anyone, not even you. Now that you know, it can be considered that I broke my promise. However, you definitely can't tell anyone else. Feng Xian said, How is this breaking my promise? It's not like you told me. He was the one who had a guilty conscience and let the cat out of the bag, so I caught him. Xiaolian threatened, No way, no way. Hurry up and swear that you won't tell anyone about this. Otherwise, I will sever all ties with you. Furthermore, you won't be able to find a wife. Feng Xian snorted and said, You sever all ties with me. The next day, everyone in Xianlu will know one thing, His Highness the Crown Prince fainted from his own garter while putting on his clothes, fine. I won't tell anyone. Who the F***ck is interested in gossiping? Pausing for a moment, he then continued, He probably thinks that I'm always targeting him because I know he took that piece of gold leaf. In fact, I just don't like people like him. A grown man who thinks about this and that all day long, he definitely suspected that you told me. The concubines in the palace don't have as many twists and turns as he does. Just looking at them makes me annoyed. Xiaolian said, It's not as bad as you say. Huang Jiguan has never heard of anyone losing something before, which means that this is his first time. In the end, it's still because of his mother. In any case, he repeatedly promised me that he would never do this kind of thing again. Giving him a chance isn't too much. He also did it. Moreover, today, if Mu Qing didn't cooperate with me when that little friend fell, the ending of the Heaven Worship Tour wouldn't have been so good. Feng Xian sneered, In any case, you've already finished the 3 rounds and your name will go down in history. He naturally doesn't need to continue giving you trouble. Your Highness, let me tell you, I don't believe a single word he said at the Divine Martial Palace today. In the entire Huangji Guan, who doesn't know that when the state preceptor plays cards, he doesn't even recognize his own family? Yet, at that time, he just had to go and say it, yet he refused to clearly state whose orders he was under. It was as if he would do whatever he couldn't do. Xiaolian, however, slightly shook his head and solemnly said, "Actually, speaking of this matter, I probably didn't think it through thoroughly. I knew that Mu Qing wasn't well received, so I originally wanted him to help me out more. Now that people knew he was my attendant, they would naturally be more polite to him. However, I didn't think that other people would already be this impolite to him. Not only did I not complete the task well, I even made the people under him suffer. If you look at him from another side, you'll find that his strange temper is understandable." Feng Xian disagreed and said, "That's his strange temper. Why are you taking it upon yourself? You're the crown prince. Who do you want to promote? Do you want to owe someone? Your Highness, I really don't understand why you value him so much." Xiaolian smiled and said, "Feng Xian, you should know that in my eyes, there are many people in this world who are stubborn rocks." Feng Xian didn't understand. Xiaolian walked with his hands behind his back and said, "Stubborn rocks are easy to obtain, but fine jade is hard to find. In all these years, on the path of martial arts, I've only seen two people who could be considered fine jade. One is you. The other is him." He suddenly stopped walking and turned around. His eyes were extremely bright as he said, "I truly feel that Mu Qing is an extremely talented person. For such a fine jade, could it be that because of his background and temperament, the unpolished jade needs to be covered in dust, unable to fully display its beauty?" Xiaolian resolutely said, "No. I believe that this isn't right. You ask me why I value him so much. It's the same reason why I value you. When it's time to shine, I must make him shine. Moreover, I don't believe that good intentions will be exchanged for bad results." Feng Xian also stopped walking. After listening, he scratched his head and said, "In any case, it's fine as long as you know what you want. How you want to do it is your business." Xiaolian said, "N. So, where did Mu Qing run off to?" At this time a few people walked over from the opposite direction. They held baskets in their hands and played around the whole way. When they saw Xiaolian, they were all overjoyed and called out in unison, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Xiaolian also smiled in response. Those people came over and presented the baskets in front of him. They cheerfully said, "Does your Highness want to eat cherries? They've already been washed in the mountain spring water, so they're very clean and very sweet." The baskets were filled with bright red cherries, looking extremely cute. Xiaolian and Feng Xian picked a few and ate them. They were incomparably sweet. That Taoist asked, "Just now when we were walking over, I faintly heard your Highness ask Mu Qing. Were you looking for him? When we came over from the cherry forest, it seemed like we saw him there." Xiaolian said, "Is that so? Many thanks for telling me." Curious, Xiaolian asked, "What can't I drink?" The Empress pinched the small jade cup. He poured out a little and pressed it on the handkerchief. Wiping his face a few times, he said, "A few days ago, Mount Taizong presented a batch of fresh fruits. I don't like to eat cherries, but there was a recipe that said it could be mashed into pulp to apply to my face, so I squeezed some for fun. It was useless." Just as he was about to order someone to fall down, "How can it be drunk by humans?" Xiaolian smiled when he heard this, but he suddenly remembered what happened yesterday. Mu Qing's mother only ate cherries a few times a year. Even when Mu Qing was picking cherries on Mount Taizong, he still had to be poked and pointed at. He could not help but feel a little emotional, afraid that Mu Qing would not feel good after hearing it. He smiled and changed the topic. "Is there anything you can give me to eat?" The Empress laughed and said, "What you said, if outsiders heard it, they would think that I starved you. Actually, you've been a picky eater since you were young, so I couldn't feed you well." He had been on the mountain for so long that he had become so skinny. "Today, just eat whatever mother tells you to eat. Don't be picky." The mother and son talked for a while. The Empress asked about the accident on the heaven-worshipping swim. He was rather worried. "From what the imperial tutor has said, this matter seems to be quite serious. What should we do?" Will you be punished? Before Xiaolian could answer, Qi Rong interrupted, Humph, this matter isn't cousin Crown Prince's fault. The one who fell from the city walls wasn't him. Even if someone has to be punished, it should be that little bastard. Xiaolian thought to himself, what is a little undead? Before he could correct Qi Rong, the Empress had already laughed. Coincidentally, she noticed the two people outside the hall and asked, who's that kid beside Feng Xian? This is the first time I've seen another person by your side. Thus, Xiaolian cheerfully said, this is Mu Qing. Yesterday, he was the one who acted as the demon on stage. Qi Rong raised his eyebrows slightly. The Empress said, eh? Let him come up and take a look. Feng Xian, come in as well. Thus, Feng Xian and Mu Qing entered the palace and half-knelt in front of the Empress. The Empress scrutinized Mu Qing for a while before saying to Xiaolian, yesterday, I saw him fight pretty well. He's actually a respectable child. Looking at his face, he looks just like a refined prime minister. I didn't expect that when he used a knife, his momentum would be so fierce. Xiaolian smiled. Right? I also think he's not bad. At this time, Qi Rong said coldly, oh? Was he the demon from yesterday? As soon as Xiaolian heard this, he knew the situation was far from good. Sure enough, in the next moment, Qi Rong suddenly exploded. Snatching the jade cup from the small table, he splashed it on Mu Qing's head and said, this is your reward. Xiaolian's eyes were sharp and his hands quick as he slapped away Qi Rong's hand, preventing the water from splashing onto Mu Qing's face. Xiaolian picked him up and said, Qi Rong, what are you doing? Qi Rong was lifted up by him and was still making threatening gestures. He said, cousin, I'm helping you teach this restless servant a lesson. Yesterday, when you weren't here, he was having a great time acting all by himself, and trying to make a name for himself. What the hell was this? Did he think he was the main character of the heaven sacrifice? You want to overturn the heavens? The Empress was dumbfounded. Rong, what are you doing? Mu Qing didn't get splashed on his head, but his clothes. But because the Empress didn't call him up, he still knelt on the ground, his face pale and dark. Xiaolian handed Qi Rong over to Feng Xian and said, don't let him hit people. Feng Xian single-handedly restrained Qi Rong, but Qi Rong continued to kick and hit him. He spat, who the hell are you? You have so much dog guts that you dare to use your hands to touch me. Xia. Lian felt a headache coming on. He said, Qi Rong, you've been making more and more trouble lately. He then said to the Empress, Imperial Mother, I forgot to tell you something. You should take back his golden carriage. Qi Rong was startled and shouted, no. Why? That was a birthday gift my aunt gave me. Xiaolian said, you have to take it back no matter what. Just now, you almost caused an accident on the street. Before you can drive properly, it's best if you don't touch it. The Empress let out an awe and said, almost caused an accident? What accident? Xiaolian then told her about Qi Rong's crazy driving behavior. Qi Rong was so angry that his eyes turned red. He said, Cousin Crown Prince is wrongly accusing me. I clearly didn't hit a single person. Xiaolian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, that's because someone was holding you back. Qi Rong suddenly broke free from Xiaolian's hand and angrily ran out of Phoenix Perching Palace. The Empress shouted for him a few times, but he didn't come back. She could only helplessly say, I'll go talk to him about taking back the carriage tomorrow. AI, this child has wanted a carriage for a long time. A few days ago, it was his birthday. I saw that he really wanted one, so I gave it to him. Who knew it would turn out like this? If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have given it to him. Xiaolian asked, why does he insist on a carriage? The Empress replied, he said that this way, he can go to Mount Taitsong at any time and bring you back to the palace. Xiaolian was silent as he thought about how the Empress had good intentions towards him. After a moment, he said, you should find a teacher for him and properly teach him to control his temper. If he continues like this, he absolutely cannot continue. The Empress sighed and said, what kind of teacher would be able to teach him? He has always listened to you. Don't tell me you want him to go up the mountain with you to cultivate his character? The state preceptor wouldn't accept him as a disciple no matter what. Xiaolian thought about it and felt it was both funny and scary. He shook his head and said, with Qi Rong's temper, if he entered the Huangji temple, I'm afraid the entire Mount Taizong would be in chaos. Both mother and son had a headache over this problem. They couldn't think of a solution, so they temporarily put it aside. In the evening, Xiaolian met with his parents. After a short chat, he was about to leave the imperial palace. Everyone knew that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was obsessed with cultivation. Ever since he entered Mount Taizong and entered the Huangji temple, he spent more time away from his parents. Regarding this, the king didn't say much, but the empress was always reluctant to leave. After leaving the imperial palace, Xiaolian casually walked around the imperial city. In passing, according to what he said yesterday, he accompanied Mu Qing back to his home. There was often only a small alley between a wealthy family and a slum inhabited by the poor. Mu Qing's original home was in a dark alley in the most prosperous part of the imperial city. Just as the three of them arrived at the entrance of the alley, 5 or 6 shabbily dressed children surrounded them and said, Gidge. Gidge is back. At first, Xiaolian felt it was strange. Why did they call him Gidge whenever they saw a stranger? However, he soon discovered that the Gidge these children were calling wasn't him, but Mu Qing. The children sweetly called out to him, but Mu Qing ignored them and said, not this time. Don't randomly call me. Although his face was wooden, his tone wasn't really cold. After he finished speaking, he turned to Xiaolian and said, Your Highness, please don't mind them. They are children from nearby. However, that group of children were obviously familiar with him. They were used to playing around and not afraid of him at all. They surrounded them with smiles and giggles, stretching out their dirty little hands to beg for food from Mu Qing. In the end, Mu Qing still took out a bunch of ruby-like cherries from the bag and gave them to them. Seeing this, Xianxia was quite surprised. He seemed to think that Mu Qing doing this kind of thing was very strange. After all, Mu Qing had a pretty face that looked extremely cold. Even if passers-by were to starve to death in front of him, they would still hold on to their rations tightly. Xiaolian, on the other hand, wasn't surprised. Originally, he also wanted to find something to give to this group of children. However, he didn't carry candy on him all year round. If he told Xianxia to directly give him some money, it would seem like he was dismissing a beggar. In the end, he felt that it was inappropriate. Unexpectedly, right at this moment, they suddenly heard a loud da-da sound. A long string of horse neighs could be heard, followed by a scream coming from the main street. Everyone's expressions turned cold. Xiaolian rushed out of the alley. Both sides of the main street were swaying left and right as people and horses were thrown into a complete mess. Pedestrians fled one after another, and red apples and yellow pears rolled all over the ground. Before they could clearly see what was going on, they heard a youngster laugh wildly and say, Get out of the way, get out of the way, all of you get out of the way. Whoever doesn't have eyes to look, I won't care even if you trample them to death. Xianxia cursed and said, It's Qi Rong again. Sure enough, Qi Rong was standing on his gorgeous golden carriage. His face was filled with anger as he raised his horsewhip and randomly lashed it, causing the white horse to neigh. Xiaolian said, Stop him. That golden carriage whistled past in front of him. Xianxia said, Yes, and rushed forward. Xiaolian was just about to check on the pedestrians and stalls that had been knocked over by Qi Rong's carriage. He wanted to check if anyone was injured, but he suddenly felt that something wasn't right. He abruptly turned his head to look and saw that behind that tall golden carriage, there was a long and thick hemp rope being dragged. At the end of the rope, there was a sack tied to it. There seemed to be something inside that sack that was still struggling endlessly. It seemed like there was a person inside. In a split second, Xiaolian felt his blood run cold. In the next moment, he rushed forward. That white horse was madly galloping after being whipped by Qi Rong, and even the carriage's wheels were spinning. Xianxia went to the front to stop the horse, but he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to do so for a while. Xiaolian caught up to the carriage in 3 steps. Unsheathing his longsword, he swung it down. That hemp rope was cut off, and that sack also fell to the ground. After rolling a few times, it stopped moving. Xiaolian bent down to examine it. He didn't know how long the sack had been dragged on the ground, but it had been badly worn out. It was extremely dirty and bloodstained, as if it was a corpse bag. With another swing of his sword, he cut off the rope that was tied to the sack's mouth. Opening it, he took a look inside. Sure enough, there was a person inside. Moreover, it was a young child. Xiaolian tore open the entire sack. That young child was curled up into a ball inside, tightly hugging his head. His dirty clothes were covered with footprints that were too big for him, and his hair was also bloody and tangled. It was a complete mess. It was obvious that he had been beaten up by someone, to the point that he couldn't even be recognized as human. Looking at his figure, he was only 7 or 8 years old, an extremely small child. He was shaking so violently that it was as if a layer of his skin had been peeled off. It was hard to imagine how he was able to survive after being beaten up and dragged on the ground. Xiaolian immediately used his hand to check the child's neck. Feeling that the pulse wasn't weak, he let out a sigh of relief and immediately picked up the little body. Turning his head, he angrily shouted, "Feng Xian! Stop Qi Rong for me!" He had never imagined that such a thing could happen in Xianlu country. In broad daylight, on the streets, a nobleman carried a living person in a sack and dragged it behind a carriage. If he hadn't seen and stopped him, wouldn't this little child have been dragged to death today? In the distance ahead, the sound of neighing and Qi Rong's angry roars could be heard. In a flash, Feng Xian loudly shouted, "I've stopped him." Xiaolian took a few steps forward, just in time to hear Qi Rong's blood-curdling screech. Angrily, Xiaolian said, "You daring servant, you actually dared to injure me. Who gave you the courage?" It turned out that Feng Xian couldn't stop him, so he went to grab the reins of the horse. Of course, Qi Rong wouldn't give it to him. After snatching it back and forth, he was accidentally pushed off the carriage by Feng Xian. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times, scraping his knee. Seeing that there were onlookers all around him, he only felt angry and embarrassed. However, Xiaolian said, "I gave it to him." Qi Rong opened his mouth and said, "Cousin Crown Prince." Xiaolian angrily said, "Look at what you've done." Qi Rong, I really... At this moment, he suddenly felt the child in his arms shrink back a bit. It seemed that the child had slowly let go of his head and was peeking at him through his elbows. Xiaolian immediately restrained his anger. Lowering his head, he softly asked, "How do you feel? Does it hurt particularly?" Xiaolian coaxed, "Don't be afraid. It's fine. I just want to see your injury." That young child covered it more and more tightly, revealing only a large pitch-black eye that revealed a terrified expression. However, this fear didn't seem to be fear of being hit by him, but rather fear of being discovered by him. Looking at this small half of the face and one eye, Xiaolian suddenly felt that he had seen this child somewhere before. He slightly narrowed his eyes. Seeing his extremely unsightly expression, Qi Rong said, "Cousin Crown Prince. This little bastard ruined your ceremony yesterday. I'll help you vent your anger. Don't worry. I'll act appropriately. He won't die." Sure enough, the child he was holding in his arms was the one on the way to the Upper Yuan Heaven ceremony yesterday. The young child who fell from the city tower. No wonder Xiaolian found him familiar the more he looked. This child hadn't even changed his clothes. He was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, but because he had been punched, kicked, and dragged along the ground, he was even dirtier than yesterday. It was impossible to tell that they were the same clothes. It was even more impossible to tell that they were the same person. Xiaolian couldn't bear it anymore and said, "Who told you that I wanted to vent my anger? What does it have to do with this child? It's not like it's his fault." Qi Rong, on the other hand, spoke with justice. "Of course it's his fault. If it weren't for him, how could you have been scolded by the state preceptor?" This wave of commotion caused more and more pedestrians to gather around to watch. Whispering. Coincidentally, at this time, Mu Qing also walked over. Qi Rong raised his whip and pointed it at him. His expression contained a trace of hostility as he said, "There's also you, this servant. With one look, you can tell that this person isn't content with his lot. If you don't properly treat him now, sooner or later, he'll overturn the heavens and step on your head. I helped you teach him a lesson, but you actually protected him and complained about me. Now, my aunt and uncle caught me and scolded me. They even confiscated my golden carriage. cousin, that's my birthday gift. I've been looking forward to it for more than 2 years. Mu Qing glanced at Qi Rong with a neutral expression. Xiao Lian was so angry that he laughed. I don't need you to do this for me. In the end, are you venting anger for me or for yourself? Qi Rong said, cousin, why are you saying this to me? What did I do wrong by being on your side? Xiao Lian couldn't get through to him, so he said, Qi Rong, listen carefully. From now on, you are not allowed to touch this child. Not even one finger, do you hear me? At this moment, Xiao Lian's neck suddenly tightened. He was in a fit of anger and was slightly startled. He looked down and saw that the young child had buried his face in his chest and his 2 hands were tightly wrapped around his neck. Xiao Lian felt him tremble violently and thought that he was in pain somewhere. He hurriedly asked, what's wrong? The young child's body was mixed with mud, dust, and fresh blood, and it was extremely dirty. All of it stained Xiao Lian's white clothes, but Xiao Lian didn't care in the slightest. He lightly patted the young child's back to comfort him and said in a low voice, it's fine. I'll take you to see a doctor now. The child didn't reply, but hugged him even tighter. He refused to let go, as if he was holding on to a life-saving straw. Qi Rong saw that Xiao Lian didn't appreciate his kindness at all and wholeheartedly cared for an outsider. He also saw that the young child had rubbed his bloody and muddy thing on Xiao Lian's body. His heart burned with rage, and he raised his horsewhip, about to strike the back of the young child's head. Xianxia had been standing to the side the whole time. At this moment, a leg suddenly flew out and kicked Qi Rong's arm. With a cautious sound, Qi Rong cried out loudly and the horsewhip fell to the ground. His right arm was bent at an unnatural angle and hung limply. His face was still full of disbelief. After a long time, he slowly raised his head and stared at Xianxia. He said word by word, you, actually, dared to break my arm. This sentence was cold to the bone. Xianxia only realized what he had done after he finished kicking, and his expression changed slightly. Mu Qing's face became much more fierce than his. Normally, no matter how much they hated Qi Rong, that was one thing. But as an imperial bodyguard, for a moment of carelessness and breaking the arm of a member of the imperial family, that was a completely different matter. Although both of Xiao Lian's hands were holding the young child and behind him were the onlookers, making it difficult for him to dodge, if he wanted to dodge, it would have been an easy matter. It was just that Qi Rong had come in a threatening manner and often suddenly attacked. Xianxia's actions were too fast and he didn't have enough time to think carefully. Now that the situation was even more chaotic, he didn't have time to stop Qi Rong. Thus, he couldn't care too much. The clothes in front of his chest were already soaked in blood. He was afraid that if he delayed any longer, this child would die. Xiao Lian made a prompt decision and took a deep breath. In a clear voice, he said, everyone, if anyone present today is involved and suffers any losses, I will take note of it for now. Afterwards, I will take responsibility for everything. I will absolutely not shirk responsibility. Immediately after, he said to Xianxia and Mu Qing, save the child first. Take Qi Rong away, don't let him continue to cause trouble outside. After he finished speaking, he carried the young child and turned around, rushing in the direction of the imperial palace. Xianxia received the order and his expression returned to normal. Picking up the furious Qi Rong, he followed behind him and rushed towards the imperial palace. When the soldiers in front of the imperial palace saw that His Highness the Crown Prince had only left for 2 hours, yet he was rushing back like wind and fire, they naturally didn't dare to stop him. Thus, Xiao Lian rushed all the way to the imperial physician's office. He had Xianxia and Mu Qing guard Qi Rong outside while he himself entered. It was rare for His Highness the Crown Prince to return to the imperial palace, and it was rare for him to issue an order. Naturally, the imperial physicians had to rush over at top speed. Xiao Lian placed the young child on a chair and said, I'll have to trouble everyone. Just now, this child was beaten up by quite a few adults. Then, he was stuffed into a sack and dragged on the ground. I'll have to trouble you to first help me see if his head is injured. This is the most important thing. Although the imperial physicians had never seen that noble of the imperial family rush in while carrying a filthy wild child for them to treat, they knew that whatever they were told to do, they would do as they were told. One of them said, little friend, put your hand down first. However, that young child had been carried in by Xiaolian and had been very obedient the entire way. At this moment, however, he stubbornly held on to the right side of his face, refusing to let go no matter what was said. No matter how capable this imperial physician was, if the patient didn't cooperate, they still wouldn't be able to treat him. All the imperial physicians looked at Xiaolian. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this." Xiaolian slightly raised his hand and said, "Maybe he's afraid of strangers." "It's fine, I'll do it." That young child sat on the chair. Xiaolian was unable to look at him at eye level, so he slightly leaned over and bent his waist. Tilting his head, he asked, "What's your name?" That child's large eyes stared straight at him. Within those pitch-black pupils, a snow-white reflection was reflected. This kind of gaze, if one had to describe it, was truly as Xianxia had said, as if he was possessed by a demon or a ghost. It shouldn't appear on a child's face. After a long time, he finally lowered his head and said, "Red." His voice was low and small, a little vague. It was as if he didn't want to say it, but also as if he was a little embarrassed. Xiaolian could only vaguely hear the word red. He then asked, "How old are you?" That child replied, 10 years old. Xiaolian had only casually asked in order to dispel his vigilance. When he heard the child shyly answer 10 years old, he was startled. He thought to himself, "I thought he was only 7 or 8 years old, but he's actually 10 years old? Then this child really is very thin and weak." Pausing for a moment, Xiaolian faintly smiled and said, "Right now, all the doctors are helping you look at your injuries. Don't be afraid. Can you put down your hand?" When that child heard this, he hesitantly shook his head. Xiaolian asked, "Why not?" After remaining silent for a long time, he finally said, "Ugly." He only answered with this one word. No matter how they coaxed him, he still wouldn't cooperate. Xiaolian swore that he wasn't ugly, so he wouldn't look. Even if he turned around, it wouldn't work. At such a young age, he was extremely stubborn. Helpless, the imperial doctors could only ask him a few questions and let him identify a few numbers. After confirming that he wasn't dizzy, nor did he have a headache, and that he could see and think clearly, they first treated the injuries on his body. As they treated him, the imperial doctors all seemed to be extremely puzzled, clicking their tongues in wonder. Xiaolian had been standing by the side the entire time. When he heard this, he asked, "Everyone, how is it?" One of the imperial doctors couldn't help but ask, "Your Royal Highness the Crown Prince, did this little child really get beaten up, then stuffed into a sack and dragged all the way here?" Xiaolian was speechless for a moment. Then, he said, "How could it be fake?" The imperial doctor said, "Then it's very amazing. I have never seen such a tenacious person. 5 broken ribs, 1 leg, and all kinds of injuries, all added up together, yet he was still able to remain clear-headed as usual, sitting upright and talking to others. Even an adult would find it hard to do this, let alone a 10-year-old child." Seeing this, Xiaolian inexplicably felt that he was funny and pitiful. Can this child recover from his injuries? An imperial physician wrapped layers of bandages around the young child's head and said, "He will definitely be fine." Only then did Xiaolian relax. He nodded and said, "Thank you." At this moment, a palace servant came to report. His Majesty and the Empress had arrived. All the imperial physicians stood up in unison. He went out to greet them. Xiaolian carried the child to the bed. He said, "Lie down and rest first." The child was afraid of strangers. If there were too many people around, it might scare him, so she put down the bedside curtain. Only then did he get up. A group of attendants and palace maids escorted the monarch and the empress into the hall. The empress turned pale. He said, "Why did my son leave the palace and return in a hurry? Did you get injured outside?" Xiaolian said, "Mother, please be at ease. I'm not injured. It was someone else who got hurt." At this time, Qi Rong shouted from the corner, "Aunt, save me." Only then did the empress realize. Qi Rong was actually being held tightly by Xianxia, and was being held at one side. He couldn't help but be taken aback. She was worried about the safety of her son. He didn't pay attention to anything else. When he saw her, he asked, "Rong-er, what's going on?" The monarch furrowed his brows and said, Feng Xian. Why are you holding little mirror king like a criminal? With the arrival of His Majesty, Feng Xian should have immediately saluted like Mu Qing and the others, but because he was holding on to Qi Rong, he was unable to free himself and was in an awkward situation. Xiaolian replied, I told him to take it. Qi Rong held his right hand and said, Aunt, my arm is broken. Before the Empress could feel her heart ache, Xiaolian sternly said, You may have lost an arm, but what about the child inside? The king asked, What child? Xiaolian replied, A 10-year-old child. He did not even have the strength to truss a chicken. His physique was weak to begin with, so Qi Rong sent his men to beat him up. If it weren't for that child's luck, he would have been beaten to death on the spot. As if he had heard a joke, Qi Rong opened his eyes and said, A 10-year-old child who doesn't even have the strength to truss a chicken? Weak physique? Cousin, you don't know how fierce, how savage, and how powerful this little bastard is. He's just pretending to be pitiful in front of you. I called 5 or 6 people, but we couldn't catch the little rascal. He punched and kicked us, bit us, and made us bleed. If he didn't piss me off, why would I drag him behind the carriage? Hearing this, the king and the queen's expressions changed. Xiaolian took a deep breath and said, Shut up. Are you proud of what you've done? It wasn't as if Qi Rong didn't like to show his face in public. How could the common people in the imperial city not see his arrogant behavior? After seeing it, how could he not use it as a topic of idle conversation? The monarch glanced at the empress and said with a pale face, Take little mirror prince away. Imperial physician, treat his arm. Take back the golden chariot and be grounded to reflect on your mistakes. You are not to be released for a month. The attendants behind him immediately acknowledged and went forward to lead him away. Only then did Feng Xian let go. Qi Rong didn't care anymore. He snorted and said, Take it then. I knew that today would be my last run. Hearing that he didn't have any remorse, the empress sighed. Xiaolian said, It seems that he will only be grounded for a month. I'm afraid he will do it again. He needs to be strictly disciplined. Qi Rong was startled. He angrily said, Crown Prince cousin, you. Then he rolled his eyes and said, Fine. Then I will admit that I was in the wrong in this matter. No matter what your majesty punishes me, Qi Rong will not refuse. In the next sentence, he changed the topic and said, However, shouldn't Crown Prince cousin's subordinates be punished as well? Uncle, aunt, my arm was broken by this Feng Xian. Hearing this, the monarch immediately looked at Feng Xian. His face showed shock and anger. Feng Xian slightly lowered his head while Mu Qing unnoticeably moved 2 steps to the side. The monarch coldly said, Feng Xian, you are His Highness the Crown Prince's personal attendant. The Crown Prince has indeed treated you well. Did you forget your identity and become arrogant because of this? Your duty is to serve His Highness. Is this how you serve him? You even dared to attack His Highness cousin, little mirror prince. Hearing this, Feng Xian prepared to kneel. However, Xiaolian said, No need to kneel. Feng Xian's first priority was to listen to Xiaolian. Even if His Majesty spoke, he would only listen to His Highness's orders. Thus, he immediately stopped his kneeling posture. Seeing this, the monarch's expression became even more unhappy. Xiaolian said, It's true that Feng Xian broke Qi Rong's arm, but the reason was to protect his master. Moreover, Qi Rong committed the crime first. He didn't do anything wrong, so why should he kneel? The monarch said, No matter what he did it for, he still offended the little mirror prince. There is a difference between master and servant, and there is a difference in seniority. Don't say that I want him to kneel. Even if I beat him 100 times right now, it wouldn't be inappropriate. Although the monarch wasn't as close to Qi Rong as the empress, Qi Rong was still a member of the royal family. Qi Rong was very clear on this point. He cast a sidelong glance and said, There's no need to beat him. After all, he is Crown Prince cousin's subordinate. I don't want to make things too difficult for him. I just want him to break his arm and kowtow to me 3 times. Then, I won't pursue this matter. The monarch slowly nodded as if he felt this was feasible. However, Xiaolian said, If you want to punish Feng Xian, then punish me first. He is my attendant. Firstly, he didn't do anything wrong. Secondly, even if he did, he listened to my orders. I will accept it on his behalf. Hearing him say this, the monarch's face flashed with anger. Most fathers and sons under the heavens would experience this kind of change. When the son was young, he would treat his father as the greatest hero in the world. He would be his role model and worship him. When the son grew up to a certain age, he would begin to gradually doubt everything about his father. He would even gradually resent his father until both sides refused to acknowledge each other. Xiaolian's main purpose for going to Mount Taizong to cultivate was undoubtedly because practicing martial arts was his goal. However, in reality, he wasn't obsessed with where he sought it or with what identity he sought it. The so-called Tao, when seen through the words, was a person walking on the road. As long as a person wholeheartedly pursued the Tao, he could cultivate anywhere. He didn't have to go through all the formalities and rigidly adhere to going up the mountain. There was another reason why Xiaolian insisted on going up the mountain. It was because he felt he couldn't get along well with his father. As the crown prince of Xianlu, the moment Xiaolian was born, the monarch of Xianlu had neatly planned out his life's path. When he was young, it was fine. He was a small child and didn't have many worries. Xiaolian only needed his parents to accompany him to pile up gold and play. However, as he grew older, Xiaolian began to realize that his father wasn't just a father, he was also a monarch. Many of their thoughts and practices were unable to be adjusted to each other. For example, the so-called majesty of the imperial family was one of the things Xiaolian disliked the most. Since he couldn't adjust to it, then it was better to stay far away. Every time he returned to the palace, he would chat happily with his mother and never confide in his father. Both sides rarely took the initiative to talk to each other. Every time, it was the empress who mediated. The father and son pair had been in a deadlock for several months. Now that Xiaolian repeatedly insisted and refused to back down, the monarch said, "Fine, then you can accept it in his place. Let's see if you can do it or not." Xiaolian replied, "Of course." The empress saw the father and son pair at each other's throats again and anxiously asked, "Why bother?" At this time, Xianxia, who had been silent all this time, suddenly raised his left hand and chopped down on his right arm. Gotcha! Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. They saw that his right arm was the same as Qi Rong's, limply hanging down. Xiaolian was both shocked and angry. Xianxia's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Without another word, he knelt down in front of Qi Rong and kowed out 3 times. Qi Rong didn't even try to stop him. Qi Rong was quite proud of himself and laughed out loud. "Fine, this prince will reluctantly forgive you. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier?" Although his arm was also broken, when he left, he felt refreshed, as if he had just won a battle. Xianxia was still kneeling on the ground. Mu Qing watched this scene from the side, his expression faintly turning gray. It was unknown what he was thinking. Xiaolian suddenly turned towards his father and angrily said, "You." Xianxia's left hand grabbed him and said, "Your Highness." The empress also grabbed his hand. Xiaolian knew that Xianxia had followed him since he was 14 and received preferential treatment from the empress. He couldn't bear to see the father and son quarrel and make the empress sad, so he did this. If he flared up now, it would be a waste of Xianxia's good intentions. He could only forcefully endure it, but his heart was already burning with anger. Only then did the king's expression soften slightly. With a calm expression, he left. The empress had always liked Xianxia. She sighed and said, "Ai, good child, I've wronged you." Xianxia said, "Empress, please don't say that. I'm just doing my duty." Hearing this, Mu Qing's gaze flickered and he seemed to silently sneer. Xiaolian closed his eyes and said, "Mother, if you really can't control Qi Rong, then just lock him up." The empress sighed and nodded. Then, she shook her head and left. Xiaolian invited an imperial doctor and had him treat Xianxia's right hand. He said, "Xianxia, I'm sorry." Once the other people left, Xianxia immediately changed his expression and sneered, "What's wrong with that? I dared to hit him, so why would I be afraid of his revenge?" After a pause, he advised, "Your Highness, you're naturally right to teach Qi Rong a lesson. However, it's better not to be angry with His Majesty. His Majesty is the king and also a person of the older generation. His way of thinking is different from us. You father and son quarrel and the Empress is unhappy. She also has her own difficulties. How could Xiaolian not know that his mother had her difficulties? Qi Rong's mother was the Empress' younger sister and they had a deep sisterly relationship. When she was young, she was immature and had first awakened her love. She wholeheartedly pursued freedom and listened to sweet words. She ruined her arranged marriage and eloped with an imperial guard in the residence. Who knew that she would marry the wrong person? She was cooped up in a house that looked like a dog kennel. After half a year, that imperial guard revealed his true nature and indulged in debauchery. After Qi Rong was born, he even beat and kicked his wife. In the end, both mother and son could not endure it anymore. When Qi Rong reached 5 years old, she dejectedly brought her child home. Because she had long become a noble scandal, she shut herself in the house and was unhappy for the rest of her life. She only doted on her only son. During one of the riots, Qi Rong's mother was unfortunately hit by a stray arrow in order to save the empress. Before she died, she entrusted Qi Rong to Xiaolian's mother. The empress naturally did her best. However, other people's sons always made things difficult for others. It was hard to control them. If she controlled them too much, it would seem like she was treating them harshly. Considering their friendship, she couldn't bear to do so. But it was also hard to ignore them. If she controlled them too little, they would become like this. If she didn't restrain them, they would only become worse in the future. The empress often didn't understand. She clearly used the same methods to take care of Xiaolian and Qi Rong, but why did the children she raised have such different temperaments? At this time, Xiaolian suddenly remembered that there was still a child lying on the bed in the room. He lifted the curtain and looked. He didn't know when the child had sat up again, but he seemed to be peeking out from the crack. Xiaolian lifted the curtain and the child obediently lay down again. Xiaolian said, "Did the quarrel outside scare you?" "Don't mind it, it's none of your business." An imperial doctor said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this child's injury has already been treated. He only needs to rest." Xiaolian nodded and said, "Thank you for your trouble." He then bent down and asked the child, "Where is your home? Do you want me to send you back?" The child shook his head and said, "I don't have a home." Xianxia looked at his suspended arm and said, "You don't have a home? Could it be that he really is a little beggar?" Looking at the child's thin and small appearance and dirty clothes, it wasn't impossible. If he didn't have a home to return to, he couldn't just leave him in the imperial palace or on the streets. Xiaolian pondered for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, then bring him back to Mount Taitsung with me." Xiaolian turned his head. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mu Qing said, "The homeless street children in the imperial city are all in the same group. I know all the people who come to my house to beg for food, but I've never seen this child before." The child looked at Mu Qing without saying a word. Xian asked suspiciously, "Who do they always ask for food from?" "You know what? Will you give it to me?" Mu Qing glared at him and said, "You're so annoying, what can I do if I don't give it to you?" Xian still found it inconceivable. He stopped talking. "Oh." Xiaolian watched them talk. He felt like laughing. Mu Qing continued, "Moreover, there are several patches on his clothes. Judging from the stitches, Darren must have patched them up recently. There was at least one older person in his family. Perhaps his family was not very well off. But he is definitely not a beggar." Xiaolian naturally didn't pay attention to the stitches on the patches, and he didn't know if it was done by an adult. However, Mu Qing used to be a servant of the Huangji monastery. He also did a lot of odd jobs at home. He took a closer look. Sure enough, he asked, "Are there any adults in your family?" The child shook his head. Mu Qing said, "There must be. If he doesn't go back, his family must be looking for him in a hurry." The child said, "No, no. No one." It was as if he was afraid of being sent back. After saying that, he opened his arms. It seemed like it wanted to hug Xiaolian. His body was still covered in mud and blood. Xian couldn't bear to watch any longer and said, "What are you doing, kid?" It was fine if he was anxious just now. Were they still not sensible enough? This is the Crown Prince. Crown Prince, do you understand? That child immediately withdrew his hand, but he still looked at Xiaolian and said, my family quarreled and I was chased out. I've been walking for a long time and there's nowhere to go. The three of them looked at each other. After a long while, Feng Xian asked, what should we do? One of the imperial physicians suggested, if your highness finds it difficult, you can leave him here and have a few palace maids take care of him. After pondering for a moment, Xiaolian shook his head. In the end, he was still afraid that Qi Rong would not give up and would sneak out to look for trouble, so he said, I think it's better for me to look after him until he recovers. It seemed that his family would not be able to take good care of him. When Feng Xian goes back to deal with the stalls that Qi Rong knocked over, send a few people to find out where the child's parents are. It's good to inform them so that they don't have to worry. Feng Xian nodded. All right. With one arm still in a sling, he reached out to grab the child with the other. Xiaolian smiled and said, you're an injured person. You should just forget about it. Feng Xian, however, was unconcerned and said, even if one is broken, there's no harm in the other. Even if both my hands are broken, I can still grab his collar with my teeth and bring him up the mountain. Mu Qing secretly rolled his eyes and said, forget it, let me do it. However, he had only taken one step when the young child jumped down from the bed and said, I can walk by myself. Mu Qing's second step became extremely awkward, and he didn't know whether he should continue or not. Seeing this little friend with 5 broken ribs and 1 leg, yet still so lively, Xiaolian really didn't know whether to laugh or feel heartache. He said, don't run around. After saying that, he bent down and picked him up. The three of them brought the child out of the palace gates. Because Qi Rong had just caused a ruckus on the main street, disturbing pedestrians and knocking over quite a few stalls, Xiaolian felt a deep sense of guilt. He didn't have the face to see the citizens of the imperial city. Their group of people were all crestfallen, not daring to show their faces in public. Along the way, the young child nestled in the crook of Xiaolian's arm obediently. When he told him not to make a sound, he didn't make a single sound. Feng Xian glared at him and said, this brat kicked me yesterday, yet today he's acting like this. He really does look down on people. Mu Qing then said, His Highness the Crown Prince is naturally much more likable than the average person. He didn't know why, but even if he said something nice, his words and sentences would always make people feel uncomfortable. Feng Xian didn't want to pay attention to him anymore. After walking for a while, Feng Xian said, that won't do. I still feel that Your Highness, you can't just carry a child of unknown origin for people to see. Xiaolian said, what's the big deal? Feng Xian said, you're the Crown Prince. As he said this, he caught a glimpse of a dilapidated handcart resting at the entrance of the alley in front of him. He said, put the child over there and drag him. Mu Qing immediately said, I'll say this first, I won't drag this thing up the mountain. Feng Xian said, no one expects you to drag him. After he said this, he reached out and pulled the young child out of Xiaolian's arms. Once in his hands, the young child began to struggle again. Xiaolian said, forget it, forget it. There might be people who want this cart. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had already put the child on the cart. At this moment, a person not far away suddenly said, Are you, the Crown Prince? Someone immediately shouted, Yes, yes, yes. That's the Crown Prince. Yesterday, his mask fell off, and I saw his face with my own eyes. It's him. Catch him. The three people's hearts all thumped. Although Xiaolian didn't think that he did anything wrong during the heaven worship ceremony yesterday, he also knew that the others didn't have the same thoughts as him. The interruption of the Yushan Wu ceremony was an extremely ominous sign. It was a taboo for the royal family and nobles. After the commoners had experienced yesterday's excitement, they would go around asking what this accident represented. They probably wouldn't be very lenient. In addition, Qi Rong had caused trouble on the streets today, provoking complaints everywhere. If they were surrounded right now, it wouldn't be good. Before he could think carefully, Mu Qing fiercely pulled him and said, Your Highness, run. Feng Xian also dragged the handcart and urged him, Your Highness, I've lost an arm. I can't stop these rioters. Let's go. However, outside the alley, the commoners on the main street had already rushed over with excited expressions, blocking all the paths. The four of them had nowhere to retreat. Seeing the countless pairs of eyes staring at them, Xiaolian braced himself and thought, at worst, I'll just get beaten up. I won't fight back. Unexpectedly, although the crowd had rushed over, they didn't surround and beat him up as he had expected. Instead, 17 or 18 pairs of hands stretched out and tossed him up. In unison, they cheered, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian had been tossed up and down several times, but he still maintained a very calm appearance. Everyone was talking at once, Your Highness the Crown Prince, your jump on Shenwu Street yesterday was really wonderful. Someone exclaimed, that jump was also amazing. Really, at that time, I thought it was the Shenwu Heavenly Emperor himself, I had goosebumps. Someone affirmed, Your Highness is right to save the child. Other people's lives are lives, but our poor family's child is not a life? If it was me, I would have done the same. Someone was indignant, yes. Today, I heard someone say that Your Highness is messing things up, I can't stand it anymore. If the person who fell was a relative of the emperor, I'm afraid those people wouldn't say that. Your Highness, please don't pay attention to these people. Your Highness is the one who really thinks for us. From the initial guilty conscience, to the confusion along the way, and finally, he was infected by these enthusiastic faces. The crowd clustered around Xiaolian, and when he reached the main street, more and more people gathered. Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and the child were separated by the outer layer and could not squeeze in at all, so they could only swim behind the long line. This sea of people was actually not smaller than the scale of yesterday's worship to the heaven. Every time Xiaolian wanted to leave, he would be forced back and once again crowded to the highest point, not letting him down. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel amused and relieved. The opinions of the people and the state advisors are completely opposite. It seems that I am right. When they returned to Mount Taizong, the sunset was burning hot as usual. Passing through the tall mountain gate, the long bluestone mountain path was filled with Taoists carrying buckets of water and firewood, running up and down the path. One by one, they greeted Xiaolian and his group, and many of them looked at the strange carriage of four people in amazement. Feng Xian pulled the carriage with one hand, like a diligent young black bull. Xiaolian and Mu Qing were still laughing at first, but later they couldn't resist. The wheels of the carriage turned slowly in the maple forest. When climbing the mountain, Xiaolian pushed the carriage behind. Because he was in a good mood, he casually asked the child, Little friend, what is your name? What's Hong? The child stared at him and whispered, I don't have a name. Xiaolian was startled and asked, Your mother didn't give you a name? The child shook his head and said, My mother passed away. Xiaolian felt pity in his heart and asked, Then what did your mother call you in the past? The child hesitated for a moment and said, Hong Hong. Xiaolian smiled and said, Your nickname is quite cute. Then I'll call you that. Hong Hong seemed to be shy when talking to him and lowered her head. At this time, dusk had already fallen. On the various mountain peaks in the distance, clusters of lights from various temples lit up. Among them, the brightest was the highest peak of Mount Taizong, Shenwu Peak. The Shenwu Peak Shenwu Palace Hall was as bright as day. Specks of light gathered at the peak. Xiaolian let out a sigh as he looked on. He sighed not because he was sad, but because this scene was too beautiful and spectacular. Every speck of light was a bright lamp enshrined in the Shenwu Palace Hall. Every lamp was a believer's most sincere wish. The more eternal lamps in the Shenwu Palace Hall, the stronger the spiritual power of the priest. If one wanted to enshrine a lamp in the Huangji Temple Shenwu Palace Hall, it was hard to obtain even with 1,000 gold. Money, power, ability, affection, and fate. Only one of the 5 could enter the temple and enshrine a lamp. However, there were many people in the world who didn't have any of the 5. The 4 of them stopped and looked at the Shenwu Palace Hall that was as bright as the sun with different expressions. At this time, they suddenly heard a familiar voice shout, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian turned around and saw a white-faced youth rushing towards him. It was the Taoist guarding the gate of Four Titans Palace. He sternly asked, Senior Brother Zhu, why are you in such a hurry? Senior Brother Zhu saw Mu Qing behind him and his expression became slightly awkward. He pretended not to see him and said, "The state preceptor has asked for you. He has been looking for you for a long time and is now waiting for you at the Shenwu Palace Hall." Xiaolian was stunned when he heard this. He knew that it was most likely because of the accident during yesterday's worship. He said, "All right, thank you, senior brother." He ordered Feng Xian and Mu Qing to bring Hong Hong'er back to Xianlu Palace first while Xiaolian went to Shenwu Peak alone. Outside the main hall, the smoke coming from the incense tripod made the entire Shenwu Palace seem like an illusion. On both sides of the incense tripod, rows of eternal lamps floated in the air, neatly stacked together to form a wall of lamps. Every eternal lamp had the name and wish of the person who enshrined the lamp engraved on it in a dignified official script. After entering the hall, both sides of the main hall also had rows of eternal lamps suspended in the air. The eternal lamps enshrined inside the Shenwu Palace were even more precious than the ones enshrined outside. In front of the huge Shenwu Palace, the main state preceptor was currently offering incense in front of the statue of the Shenwu Heavenly Emperor. The 3 deputy state preceptors were behind him, worshipping the statue together. After Xiaolian entered, he slightly bowed and said, "State preceptor." After the state preceptors finished paying their respects, they turned their heads and motioned for him to come forward. Thus, Xiaolian also walked over, took the incense, and devoutly offered it. After a long while, the state preceptor finally said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we have discussed this matter. There are only 2 solutions to the matter regarding the worship to the heaven." Xiaolian said, "State preceptor, please speak." Xiaolian suddenly raised his head. "No, you can't." He repeated resolutely, "Absolutely not." The imperial advisor nodded. He said, "I also expected you to answer like this. Therefore, we are focusing on the second method." Xiaolian solemnly said, "Please speak." The state preceptor continued, "The second method is for your highness to repent in front of all the citizens of Xianlu and ask for forgiveness from the heavens." Another month of seclusion. Xiaolian calmly said, "No." The imperial advisor was stunned. He said, "It's not that I really want you to face the wall and reflect on your mistakes or anything like that. Just a little, ahem." He suddenly remembered that he was still in front of the statue of Shenwu Great Emperor, so he quickly changed his words. "As long as there's enough sincerity, it's fine." Xiaolian still said, "I can't." Imperial advisor asked, "Reason?" Xiaolian said, "State preceptor. When I went down the mountain today, do you know what I saw? The people of the imperial city." He did not blame GT on you for his accident. Instead, he was full of praise. This meant that the people of our country felt that it was the right choice to save that child. And if we do as you say, what would they think if a right thing was punished as a mistake? Wasn't this telling everyone, saving a life is not only better than building a 7-storied pagoda? Instead, he had to admit his guilt. Then from now on, what should they think? What should they do? The imperial preceptor said, "Whether this matter is right or wrong is actually not important. Now you have to choose one of the 2 paths. There is no such thing as the best of both worlds. Either that kid takes it, or you do." Xiaolian replied, "Whether it's right or not is very important. If he had to choose, I choose the third option." The imperial tutor rubbed his eyebrows and said, "Well, Your Highness, forgive me for being blunt, but why do you care what they think? If they thought this way today, they would think differently tomorrow. You don't have to be so fixated on such small details. Believe me, people who do what they should do after this matter is over will not be moved by you, nor will they take you as a role model. It's more important for us to serve the higher-ups carefully." After a moment of silence, Xiaolian said, "State preceptor, actually, ever since I entered Huangji Guan as my master, the more I cultivate, the longer I think about it. I've always had an idea, but I never dared to say it out loud." Imperial advisor asked, "What are your thoughts?" Xiaolian asked, "Is it really right for us to worship God like this?" Imperial tutor was speechless for a moment before he said, "If they don't worship God, are we going to starve to death?" "Don't tell me, Your Highness, do you think that the thousands of believers who have believed in the priest for thousands of years have believed in the wrong person?" Xiaolian shook his head. After thinking for a moment, he said, "Believing in nature isn't wrong. However, this disciple feels that I shouldn't kneel." He raised his head and pointed to the dazzling statue of the divine martial emperor, saying, "When a man ascends, he becomes a god." To humans, God was a predecessor, a teacher, a beacon of light, but not a master. For this, he should be thankful and admire it, but definitely not worship it. Just like the Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour, I believe that the correct attitude should also be gratitude and joy, not fear, fawning, trembling with fear, and even placing oneself in the position of a servant. The imperial preceptor stood there without saying a word, but the 3 deputy imperial preceptors couldn't sit still and turned their heads. Xiaolian continued, "There's nothing we can do if an accident occurs. I'm willing to offer 1,000 lamps to illuminate the long night. Even if moths fly into the flame, I have nothing to fear. But I'm not willing to lower my head because I did the right thing. Face the wall and reflect? What did I do wrong? What did other people do wrong? This is like Qi Rong doing evil, but punishing the evil Feng Xian. What kind of logic is this? If the heavens have eyes, they definitely won't punish me for this." The imperial preceptor looked elsewhere and said, "Then, Your Highness, let me ask you, what if they really punish me? At that time, will you apologize or not?" Xiaolian said, "If that's really the case, then the heavens are wrong and I'm right. I have the power to resist the heavens to the end." Hearing this, the imperial preceptor's expression slightly changed. With a smile, he said, "Your Highness, saying these words of yours is quite courageous." The 3 deputy imperial preceptors all looked at him, wanting to say something but hesitating. At this moment, a loud alarm suddenly rang out outside the hall, as if many bells were ringing at the same time. This time, the 4 imperial preceptors couldn't sit still anymore. They all rushed out at the same time and ran towards the back of the hall. Xiaolian also followed closely behind, following them through the few buildings behind the divine martial hall. Finally, they arrived in front of a pitch-black octagonal hall. He saw that the black hall's door was wide open, and countless wisps of gray smoke flew out from the door. The imperial preceptor screamed miserably and said, "Where's Zhuan? Where did he die to? What's going on?" Several Daoist guards rushed over, and the one leading them was that senior martial brother Zhu. He said, "Imperial preceptor. I'm here. I don't know what happened either. This door was locked properly, but just now, it suddenly opened." The imperial preceptor pulled his hair and said, "Hurry and get a new soul-sealing jar." Xiaolian directly rushed over. This black hall was surrounded by sandalwood lattices of different sizes that were arranged in a picturesque disorder. On the lattices, there were all kinds of clay jars, porcelain bottles, and jade boxes. Originally, every container had been placed properly with a red stopper, and the bottle's mouth was sealed with a vermilion yellow talisman. However, at this moment, quite a few of them had been smashed, and they were still continuously falling from the shelves. Those that hadn't fallen were still swaying unsteadily. Every single one of these soul-sealing jars had sealed a demon or ghost that had wreaked havoc in the past. This kind of black hall could be found behind every divine temple on Mount Taitsong. The revolving door used the holy energy to suppress them. It was unknown what had happened, but all of a sudden, they all ran out. Xiaolian said, "It's too late." After he finished speaking, he kicked the door shut. Originally, the iron lock outside the door had been broken by the race that had broken through the door. He pulled out his sword and wrote a few words in the air with the tip of the sword. Then, he casually stabbed it into the ground. He had brought more than 200 swords up the mountain. Almost every day, he would change a new one and wear it on his body. Every one of these swords was an unparalleled famous sword. The sword stabbed into the ground at an angle. Sure enough, the door could no longer be opened. Only the angry sounds of a group of wraiths could be heard inside the black hall. After withdrawing from the black hall, they raised their heads and looked up. On each of the mountain peaks, the black halls behind different divine temples were all covered in black clouds. Those wraiths all rushed towards the sky and gathered in a certain direction. Zhuan asked, "Where is that place? Why are they all flying there?" The state preceptor scolded, "Are you out of your mind? That's Xianlu Palace." As if they were riding on the wind, the group arrived at Xianlu Peak in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on Mount Taitsong, behind the countless divine temples on the countless mountain peaks, black smoke drifted out and surged towards that direction. Above Xianlu Palace, it formed a huge whirlpool of clouds. The state preceptor said, "What's going on with your Xianlu Palace? All the demons and ghosts sealed inside the black hall have been attracted over. What did you put inside?" Xiaolian was also stunned and said, "Nothing at all." Only what? Xiaolian suddenly remembered, that kid. At this moment, senior brother Zhu said, "Bad news, state preceptor. The crown prince's side is on fire." Sure enough, a corner of Xianlu Palace was already on fire. The flames soared to the sky, and the black clouds above were faintly red. However, at the foot of Mount Taizong, far away in the imperial city, the people who had not yet fallen asleep saw this scene. They did not know that something bad was going to happen. They were still excitedly pulling people over to watch. Wow! The gods on the celestial mountain are casting their spells. It's so beautiful. In the blink of an eye, the group arrived at Xianlu Palace. Xiaolian did not leave too many servants here. Dozens of Taoists who rushed over from other places were trying their best to get water from the well to extinguish the fire. Xiaolian did not see the two servants, so he directly rushed in. All the wraiths in the black halls of Mount Taizong had gathered here. The inside of Xianlu Palace was almost completely dark. One could not even see their fingers if they stretched out their hands. Xiaolian could vaguely see two figures in the center of the hall. He shouted, "Feng Xian! Mu Qing!" The two of them were guarding a protective array to prevent the evil spirits from invading. Sure enough, Feng Xian's voice rang out. "Your Highness, don't come in. There's something strange about this child. Those things are all coming for him." Only then did Xiaolian notice that behind those two figures, there was a small black shadow. It seemed to be holding its head as it knelt on the ground. It said, "It's not me." After observing for a moment, Xiaolian said, "Stop holding on. Let go." Mu Qing said, "We can't let go. If we let go, these things will go crazy. Wait until I find the most." Xiaolian shouted, "Don't be afraid. Let go. Now." Mu Qing clenched his teeth. He and Feng Xian simultaneously let go. Sure enough, those wraiths lost their restraints and began to scream. They were on the verge of going crazy. However, in the next moment, Xiaolian stretched out his hand. Quick as lightning, he pinched a wisp of black smoke. Without even looking at it, he directly pinched a wisp of black smoke with his bare hands and firmly grasped it in his palm. After he caught this wraiths, all the wraiths that were crazily running around Xianlu Palace slowed down. Outside of Xianlu Palace, everyone secretly nodded their heads. When many wraiths were still in a chaotic state and were running around in the same place, they would instinctively follow the strongest one. As long as they caught that one, the others would lose their leader and would lose their direction for a while. At this moment, Xiaolian was able to tell which one was the strongest with a single glance. He grabbed it, not giving it any chance to escape. With a slight exertion of force, the vengeful spirit in his palm was reduced to ashes in a puff of smoke. Immediately after, the four state teachers raised their sleeves and shouted, "All of you, come back." The group of resentful spirits that had lost their leader wandered around the immortal music palace like headless flies for a while. Finally, they had no choice but to accept their fate and reluctantly return to the heaven and earth within the sleeves of the state advisors. Dozens of Taoists were extinguishing the remaining flames in all directions. As the thick black smoke inside the palace gradually dissipated, Xiaolian finally saw the appearances of the three people. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were half kneeling on the ground, still in a state of shock. Behind them, that child was still holding his head, not saying a word. The state teachers walked in. When they saw the child, they asked, "Where did this child come from? Did Feng Xian just say that all the race were coming for him? What's going on?" Xiaolian replied, "This is the child who fell from the city walls during the Upper Yuan Sacrifice Heaven tour." All the state teachers were startled. The state teacher asked, "Why did you bring him up here?" Xiaolian shook his head, not bothering to explain. He asked Feng Xian, "What did he do to attract all the wraiths in the Black Palace?" Feng Xian still had an arm in a sling. He stood up and said, "I don't know what he did either." However, the moment he went up the mountain, not long after he entered Xianlu Palace, this pile of black things suddenly flew over from the other mountains. All of them jumped into the palace and surrounded him. The more they gathered, the more they gathered. He couldn't get out. Xiaolian looked around at the scorched black Xianlu palace. The pillars were pillars, the walls were walls, and he asked, then what's going on with this fire? Mu Qing's face was completely covered in black ash. He said, we couldn't get out, so we could only draw up an array and guard it. This group of race ignited the candles and burned the curtains. They wanted to force us to move out of the array. Xianxia said, fortunately, Your Highness, you arrived quickly and grabbed their vital points. Otherwise, if the fire continued for a while longer, even the people and the array would have been burned away. Hearing this, Mu Qing closed his eyes and slightly lowered his head. On the other side, the few state advisors had already surrounded the young child and carefully examined him. Xiaolian said, State advisor, is there anything wrong with this child? If there was anything wrong, for example, if he was possessed by demons or ghosts, Xiaolian should be able to see it with a single glance. After cultivating in Huangji Temple for several years, he had specially trained his eyesight. There were very few things that could hide from him. However, he couldn't see anything wrong with this child. The state advisor shook his head. He probably couldn't see anything wrong either. He asked the young child, what are your 8 characters of birth? Honghonger seemed to be very guarded against everyone. She was full of hostility. She only looked at him without saying a word. Xiaolian warmly said, tell me. The state advisor wants to see your fate. It's for your own good. As soon as he spoke, Honghonger reported her 8 characters of birth in a low voice. The state advisor frowned. He pinched his fingers and began to calculate. The few people looked at him for a while and discussed in low voices. Their expressions became more and more solemn. As they watched, Xiaolian also became more and more solemn. Although the state advisor looked like a slick young man in his early 30s, Xiaolian was very clear on how capable his master was to be able to oversee Huangji Temple. The chief state advisor of Xianlu, Mei Yanqing, was famous throughout the world for the word divination. Xiaolian had learned swordsmanship and techniques from the other state advisors. However, he had never learned fortune-telling from the main state advisor. This was because the state advisor said that this was the art of Jianghu. As the precious son of the crown prince, he didn't need to learn this. In addition, he himself wasn't interested, so he didn't dabble in it. However, as long as the state advisor made a move, there would definitely be no mistakes. After a while, the cold sweat on the state advisor's forehead increased. He muttered, no wonder the heaven sacrifice was destroyed by him. The Yin spirits of the Black Temple were excited when they smelled him. Xianlu Palace was also burned. This is really... Xiaolian said, really what? The state advisor wiped his cold sweat and suddenly retreated 8 feet away. He said, Your Highness, you really picked up an incredible thing to go up the mountain. This child is extremely poisonous. He has the fate of being the bane of the universe, the kind that evil things like the most. Whoever touches him will have bad luck, whoever touches him will lose their life. Before he finished speaking, a loud shout could be heard. Honghonger leapt up and charged towards the state advisor. Although his voice was young and tender, this shout was filled with anger. It was as if his heart was filled with endless pain and despair, causing the hearts of everyone present to tremble. This young child was clearly covered in injuries, yet he was still fighting and tearing. He was practically like a red-eyed mad dog, truly ferocious to the extreme. Several deputy state advisors blocked Honghonger. The state advisor retreated again and again. As he retreated, he said, quickly let him go down the mountain, quickly let him go down the mountain. Don't touch him. I'm serious, this life is too poisonous. Don't even touch him. Several deputy state advisors hurriedly dodged with him. Mu Qing and Xianxia didn't know whether they should move or not. Seeing the others avoid him as if he was a snake or a scorpion, the child was startled. Immediately, he fought even more fiercely. As he bit, he shouted himself hoarse, I'm not. Suddenly, a pair of hands wrapped around his waist and wrapped around his body. A voice spoke above his head, you're not. I know you're not. Alright, don't cry. I know you're not. That young child tightly pursed his lips and firmly grabbed onto the pair of snow-white sleeves around his waist. He stubbornly endured for a long time, but in the end, he still couldn't hold it back. Suddenly, a stream of tears rolled down from his round black eyes as he bawled loudly. Hong Hong suddenly turned around. He threw his face into Xiaolian's embrace. He screamed wildly. This cry had no words and was meaningless. It wasn't even a cry, but it made people's hair stand on end. If one didn't look at who it was, it could be regarded as the cry of an adult on the verge of collapse. Or a small beast whose throat had been slit by a knife was struggling on its deathbed. It was as if death was the only way for him to escape. Anyone could make this kind of sound, but it shouldn't be made by a 10-year-old child. Thus, everyone was stunned by what he had just done. After a long time, the state preceptor said, "I'm serious. It's better to let go." Only then did Feng Xian come back to his senses. "Your Highness. Quickly let go. Be careful." However, in the end, he couldn't bear to continue speaking. Xiaolian said, "I'm fine." That senior brother Zhu was extremely concerned about the crown prince's safety. He then saw Hong Hong wipe his bloody tears and snot on Xiaolian's white Taoist robe. He went forward to pull the child. He said, "Little friend, you can't." Who knew? The more he pulled, the more. However, the child cried out loudly and refused to let go, using both his hands and feet. He used both his hands and feet to hold him tighter and tighter. 3 or 4 Taoists came up, but they couldn't pull him down. Instead, he was like a little monkey, his entire body hanging onto Xiaolian's body. Xiaolian found it funny and pitiful. He held Hong Hong with one hand and comforted him along his thin and weak back. He raised his other hand and said, "Forget it. Don't worry, just let him be like this." After a pause, he felt the child in. His arm stopped twitching and gradually calmed down. Xiaolian then asked the people beside him in a low voice, "The fire at Xianlu Palace, no one else was hurt, right?" Mu Qing said, "No. We were the only ones left in the house." Since Xianlu Palace had already been burned into a pile of charred black ruins, Xiaolian naturally couldn't stay any longer. After confirming that only the house had been burned and no one was hurt, the group of Taoists who had rushed over began to clean up the scene. When they found the golden residue and blackened gems, their hearts ached endlessly. However, Xiaolian didn't care. Other than the exquisite items he used for daily use, he didn't leave any valuable items in Xianlu Palace. The most valuable were the 200 or so famed swords he had collected. However, true gold fears no fire. These famed swords were all forged in raging flames, so they were safe and sound. After personally digging them out, Xiaolian temporarily stored them in the Four Symbols Palace of the Imperial Advisors. As for Hong Hong, he hugged Xiaolian tightly and cried for a while. When he was tired from crying, he fell asleep. Xiaolian originally wanted to bring him down Mount Taizong and find a place to settle him down. However, the imperial tutor wanted him to go to the Four Titans Palace first. Hence, Xiaolian brought him there first. After placing the child on the bed in the room, Xiaolian casually tucked in the corner of the blanket and let down the curtain. Bringing Feng Xian and Mu Qing with him, he exited the room and asked, "Imperial Preceptor, is this child's destiny really that scary?" The Imperial Preceptor pursed his lips and said, "Why don't you calculate for yourself what happened after he appeared?" The three of them were silent. As soon as the toddler came out, he fell off the city wall in front of everyone's eyes, forcing the Upper Yuan sacrificial ceremony to stop after 3 laps. After that, Qi Rong used him to vent his anger on him, causing his horse to drag the ground, disturbing the people on the streets, causing Feng Xian to lose an arm. Xiaolian had a conflict with the emperor, and the empress to shed tears. Now, he caused all the vengeful spirits suppressed by the Black Temple on Mount Taizong to break out of their seals and even burned down the Divine Music Palace. As expected, misfortune followed him like a shadow. Xiaolian asked, "Is there any way to solve this?" The Imperial Preceptor said, "Solve? What are you referring to? Changing fate?" Xiaolian nodded. The Imperial Preceptor said, "Your Highness, you never learned mathematics from me, so you really don't know anything about this." If you did, you wouldn't have asked this question. Xiaolian was startled. He sat up straight and said, I'd like to hear the details. The imperial preceptor picked up the teapot on the table and poured a cup of tea. He said, Your Highness, do you remember when you turned 6, His Majesty and the Empress summoned me into the palace to divine for you? Do you remember a question I asked? Looking at the steaming cup of tea, Xiaolian thought for a moment and said, Are you talking about a cup of tea for 2 people? That year, in order to divine Crown Prince Xiaolian's fate, the imperial preceptor asked him many questions. There were questions that could be answered and questions that could not be answered. Every time Xiaolian answered, the imperial preceptor would praise him in a different way, making the king and empress smile from ear to ear. Many of the questions and answers also became popular stories. However, there was one question that after Xiaolian answered, the imperial preceptor didn't make any comments. The outside world wasn't familiar with it either. Even Xianxia didn't know much about it, let alone Mu Qing. This question was a cup of water for 2 people. The imperial preceptor said, 2 people walking in the desert, dying of thirst, only left with a cup of water. Those who drink live, those who don't drink die. If you are a god, who does this cup of water belong to? Don't speak first. I'll ask others, see how they answer. The latter sentence was directed at the 2 people standing not far away. Mu Qing thought for a moment and cautiously replied, Can imperial preceptor tell me who these 2 people are, what their characters are, and what their merits and demerits are? We must know everything before we can make a decision. Xianxia said, I don't know. Don't ask me, let them decide for themselves. Xiaolian snickered. The imperial preceptor said, What are you laughing at? Do you still remember how you answered? Xiaolian restrained his smile and sternly said, Give me another cup. Hearing this, Xianxia and Mu Qing turned their faces away and lowered their heads, as if they couldn't bear to listen. Xiaolian turned his head and said with a deadpan expression, What are you laughing at? I'm serious. If I were a god, I would definitely give you another cup. The imperial preceptor's hand gently waved over that cup of tea. The tea slowly flowed on its own, as if it had a life of its own. He then continued, In this world, whether it's good or bad, there's always a fixed amount. Just like this cup of water, there's always only so much. If you drink enough, others won't be able to drink anymore. If one person has more, the other person will have less. Since ancient times, all disputes, in the end, are because there are many people, and there's only one cup of water. It makes sense to give it to anyone. Want to change fate for fate? Although it's very difficult, it's not impossible. However, if you change this child's fate, then other people's fates will also be changed, which will increase the amount of sin. When you said you wanted to give him another cup of water, it's the same as today when you said you want to choose the 3rd path. Your intention is to open up new sources of income, but let me tell you, it's basically impossible. Silently listening, Xiaolian didn't agree, but he didn't refute and said, Many thanks for the imperial preceptor's teachings. The imperial preceptor drank the tea, smacked his lips, and said, That's not necessary. In any case, even if I taught you, you wouldn't listen. Having been seen through, Xiaolian lightly coughed and said, Imperial preceptor, today in front of the divine martial palace, this disciple had a moment of inspiration and spoke rudely. I hope the imperial preceptor can be magnanimous and forgive me. The imperial preceptor folded his hands in his sleeves and faintly smiled, saying, You're my proud disciple, and also His Highness the Crown Prince, how could I not be magnanimous? Your Highness, I can say that you're the most blessed person I've ever seen. Not understanding the imperial preceptor's meaning, Xiaolian listened attentively. The imperial preceptor then said, You have talent, ambition, and are willing to work hard. You're of noble birth, and your nature is benevolent. No one is more worthy of the 4 words heaven's chosen than you. However, I still don't feel at ease with you. I'm afraid you won't be able to pass that hurdle. Xiaolian said, What do you mean by not feeling at ease? The imperial preceptor said, Although you've already reached such a height, there are some things that you're still far from understanding, and others can't teach you either. For example, today in front of the divine martial palace, what you said about not worshipping gods and whatnot. Although very few people have thought of this principle, you're still young, and you've already thought of it. That's not bad. However, don't think that since ancient times, you're the only one who thought of ascending to the heavens and descending to the earth. Xiaolian slightly opened his eyes. The imperial preceptor said, what you said today, there were people who thought of it dozens or even hundreds of years ago. However, it couldn't become a big deal, and its voice was very small, so not many people heard it. Why is that? Have you ever thought about it? After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, because although those people thought of it, they didn't do it. Moreover, they weren't resolute enough. The imperial preceptor said, then what about you? What makes you think you're resolute enough? Xiaolian said, Imperial Preceptor, do you think I can ascend? The Imperial Preceptor glanced at him and said, if you can't fly, then no one else can. It's just a matter of time. Xiaolian faintly smiled and said, then, I'll ask you to watch. He pointed to the sky and said, if there's a day when I ascend, I will definitely let everything I said today become a big deal. Feng Xian and Mu Qing stood guard behind him and heard everything he said. Both of them unconsciously slightly raised their heads. The corner of Feng Xian's mouth slightly rose, and the light in Mu Qing's eyes was exactly the same as Xiaolian's. The imperial preceptor nodded and said, all right, then I'll watch. However, I don't think it's a good thing for you to ascend too early. Let me ask you, what is the Tao? Xiaolian bowed his head and said, you said that the road a person walks is the Tao. The imperial preceptor said, that's right. However, you haven't walked enough roads. Therefore, I feel that it's time for you to descend the mountain and take a walk. Xiaolian's eyes brightened. The imperial preceptor said, you're already 17 this year. I'll allow you to descend Mount Taizong and travel the world to gain experience. Xiaolian said, that's just right. In the imperial city, whenever he thought of the monarch, Qi Rong and the others, he would feel a bit depressed. In addition, such a gorgeous Xianlu palace had been burned to the ground. It was unavoidable that he would be entangled with his parents. It would be better to go a bit further and concentrate on walking his own path. At this time, the imperial preceptor said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, for many years, there has been a saying that has been passed down by word of mouth. It has always been taken as a matter of course, but in reality, this saying is wrong. It's just that no one has ever discovered it. Xiaolian asked, which saying? The imperial preceptor said, when people go up, they become gods. When people go down, they become ghosts. Xiaolian thought about it and said, is there something wrong with this saying? The imperial preceptor said, of course there's something wrong with it. You have to remember, when people go up, they are still people. When they go down, they are still people. Xiaolian was still mulling over these words when the imperial preceptor patted his shoulder and turned his head to look at him. He said, in short, this child, you don't have to worry too much about him. Everyone has their own fate. Many times, even if you want to help, you won't be able to help. If there's anything, we'll talk about it later. First, go out and properly gain experience. I hope that when you come back, you'll have matured somewhat. However, no one had expected that on that very night, that child would escape from Huangji Monastery and disappear. What was even more unexpected was that after this trip, the only 17-year-old Xianlu country's crown prince, Xiaolian, defeated a nameless ghost on Yinyan Bridge. Just like that, he ascended in the midst of lightning and thunder. Open accompanied by a long exhale, full of energy, a bright red brocade fell to the ground. A crowd of 1,000 people immediately erupted into cheers that soared to the sky. This was a golden crown prince statue. With one hand holding a sword and the other holding a flower, it meant sitting with the power to destroy the world, yet not losing the heart to cherish flowers. The statue's face was soft and beautiful, with long eyebrows and elegant eyes, beautiful lips, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, a smile that wasn't a smile. To say that it was passionate but not frivolous, to say that it was emotionless but not cold, it was a benevolent and handsome face. This was the land of Xianlu, a whole 8,000th crown prince palace. In the 3 years since he ascended, 8,000 temples had been built. Such an unprecedented and enthusiastic pursuit, it was absolutely unprecedented, there would be no one like it in the future, but this 8,000th palace was also not the most luxurious crown prince statue. On Mount Taizong, the mountain peak where His Highness the Crown Prince lived when he was young. Now it had been named Crown Prince Peak. It was there that the first Xianlu Palace was built. After the first Crown Prince statue was cast, it was also there. It was personally unveiled by His Majesty the King. That Crown Prince statue was 5 zhong tall, and the craftsmanship was even more vivid. Its entire body was made of pure gold. It was a genuine golden body. Inside Xianlu Palace, there was an endless stream of worshippers, breaking the doors ill. The long and short incense tripod in front of the palace was filled to the brim. The merit box was also taller and sturdier than the merit boxes in ordinary temples. If it wasn't made a bit bigger, it would often be filled with offerings in less than a day, and later people wouldn't be able to put it in. As soon as they entered the temple, there was also a clear pond that was also filled with coins. Under the clear and crystalline light, the old turtles in the pond were beaten by the coins of worshippers on the stone bridge until they shrank into their turtle shells, not daring to poke their heads out. No matter how the Taoists tried to dissuade the tourists, it was useless. The tall and wide red walls of the temple were filled with plum blossoms, and the branches were tied with countless bright red prayer ribbons. In a sea of flowers, the red ribbons fluttered in the wind, creating a flourishing scene. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Xiaolian sat upright and still under his statue of God, overlooking everyone. No one could see him, but he could sit and watch the worshippers below him discuss, why isn't there a praying mat in the Crown Prince's palace? That's right. The abbot also said that we can't kneel. The monastery has already opened. Why can't we kneel? One of them said, this must be your first time coming to Xianlu Palace. Xianlu Palace was like this. It was said that after His Royal Highness the Crown Prince ascended, he appeared in a dream to many temple attendants and monastery heads, saying that those who believed in him did not need to kneel. Therefore, there is no place to kneel in the Crown Prince's palace. Even though no one else could see him, Xiaolian still nodded. Unexpectedly, the others laughed and said, what kind of logic is this? Weren't immortals meant to be knelt? It's just a false rumor. Xiaolian choked. Someone else echoed, that's right, kneeling is a must. Only by kneeling can you show your sincerity. It doesn't matter even if we don't have a praying mat. Let's just kneel on the ground. Thus, one person knelt first, and immediately, a large number of people around him followed suit and knelt on the ground. Hundreds and thousands of people crowded inside and outside the hall, kowtowing to the statue one after another, muttering incantations and secretly making wishes and praying for blessings. Xiaolian silently dodged, thinking, forget it, I'll take it slow. In the next moment, countless noisy voices came crashing at him from all directions like a huge wave. High school. High school. This year, I must go to high school. Wish for success. Have a safe journey. All the girls I like have taken a liking to my senior, please make him a bit uglier, I beg you. Damn, I don't believe I can't give birth to a big fat boy. There were all kinds of requests. Xiaolian listened to them, feeling a headache coming on. He quickly made a hand seal, isolating all the noise. Just as his ears quieted down, he heard a loud shout. A black-clothed man covered his ears with both hands and ran out from the back of the hall, roaring, what the hell is this? The devotees were completely unaware of this person's appearance, continuing to kowtow. Xiaolian sighed, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Feng Xian, you've worked hard. Xianlu Palace's incense was so prosperous, Xiaolian could hear more than 1,000 prayers every day. In the beginning, he still rushed forward with a sense of novelty, doing everything personally, regardless of whether it was big or small. Later on, there really were too many people praying for blessings, so he gave a portion to Feng Xian and Mu Qing. The two of them went through which were within the scope of his duties, and which could be ignored. Then, they filtered out the ones that needed attention and gave them to him. Mu Qing reported everything to him after he was done, never complaining. Feng Xian, however, could not understand why people loved to blindly pray, even coming to the Xianlu Palace to pray for things like sexual harmony. Xiaolian was a martial god, how could he manage this kind of thing? In the long run, the other heavenly officials also had their opinions, secretly saying that they were occupying the latrine without taking a shit. Even if they couldn't manage, they still wanted to win over the believers. Feng Xian couldn't put down his hands covering his ears, even though covering his ears was useless. He said, "Your Highness, why do you have so many female believers?" Xiaolian hid his hands in his sleeves, sitting in the lingering fragrant cloud, and said with a smile, "Isn't it good to have many female believers? Beautiful women are like clouds, pleasing to the eye." Feng Xian was horrified. "It's not good at all. It seems like the female believers have no other desires besides looking good, marrying well, and giving birth to sons. Not a single one of them is serious. Just looking at them gives me a headache." Xiaolian smiled, and just as he was about to reply, the crowd suddenly became restless. The two of them looked towards the outside of the hall, only to hear someone say in a suppressed voice, "The little Mirror King is here, quickly leave. The little Mirror King is here." As soon as they heard the three words Little Mirror King, it was as if everyone had heard the words Great Demon King. They all turned pale with fright and scattered like birds and beasts. In the blink of an eye, it was as if a tornado had passed through. The worshippers who were originally worshipping the god's statue all fled. In the blink of an eye, a luxuriously dressed young man in a cloak held a glazed lantern in his hands as he crossed the threshold and swaggered in. Without looking at those eyes, this youth's appearance was 30 to 40% similar to Xiaolian's. But looking at those eyes, one would feel that he was too flamboyant and bright. If it wasn't Ji Rong, who else could it be? Today, Ji Rong was already 17 or 18 years old. His face had matured, and he had calmed down. He could be considered to have the elegance of a noble man. He entered the door, but he didn't allow his subordinates to enter. With both hands holding the lantern, he stepped into the hall, lifted his cloak, and knelt on the clean ground. He raised the lantern above his head and solemnly kowed out a few times. On the altar above, the two people looked at each other. Feng Xian smacked his lips, and Xiaolian understood the impatience in his eyes. 3 years ago, when Xiaolian left the imperial city to wander around, Ji Rong was still confined. After he returned, he didn't have the time to see this cousin of his. That night, in his dreams, he flew away with a rumble. Within these 3 years, Xiaolian had asked his parents, the state preceptor, and the others many times in his dreams. He had also asked Ji Rong once, warning him that from now on, he had to be kind to others, restrain his temper, and not act recklessly. Thus, Ji Rong actively participated in the construction of temples, donated merits, and worshipped the lantern. Although he worked hard and was devout, he would still cause some trouble from time to time, making Feng Xian so tired that he had to clean up the mess. Therefore, Xiaolian could understand why Feng Xian was so impatient. On the other side, after Ji Rong finished his worship, he complained, "Cousin Crown Prince, this is the 500th lantern I've worshipped for you. As your younger brother, I'm so loyal to you. When are you going to come see me? It's fine if you give me another dream. Uncle and Auntie also miss you very much, but you don't even pay attention to us. You're really aloof and cold." He simply didn't notice that Feng Xian was standing next to him, reminding Xiaolian, "You absolutely must not pay attention to him. The emperor told you before, unless it's a major event, the heavenly officials absolutely cannot privately appear in front of mortals. You must especially avoid it when it comes to relatives." Xiaolian replied, "Don't worry, I naturally understand." Holding the lantern, Ji Rong stood up, took a pen, and lowered his head to write on the lantern. Xiaolian and Feng Xian both had a shadow in their hearts when it came to him, so they couldn't help but move closer to see what he was writing. Seeing that it was a very normal, "The country is prosperous, the people are at peace, the weather is good and the weather is good," and so on, instead of praying for someone's entire family to be beheaded at the entrance of the market and so on, the two of them both let out a sigh of relief. Looking again at Ji Rong, who was writing in an orderly manner, Xiaolian couldn't help but think of another matter. When Ji Rong had just returned home with his mother, there was once a time when a group of nobles came together to pray for blessings on Mount Taizong. Ji Rong's mother had eloped with a lowly commoner and fled back home. She didn't dare to come out and meet people, but she also wanted to pray for her son and let him gain experience. She wanted him to not hole up with her all day long and become a frog at the bottom of a well. Thus, she asked the empress to bring Ji Rong along. Although they had tried their best to keep a low profile, the scandals of nobles had always spread faster than an arrow with wings. Who in the imperial city didn't know what was going on with this mother and son pair? Therefore, the children of nobles on the road consciously excluded Qi Rong and didn't talk or play with him. When Xiaolian saw the swing, he ran up to play. All the children of his age played with him, taking turns to help the crown prince push the swing. They all took pride in doing so. When Xiaolian swung to the highest point, he inadvertently looked down and saw Qi Rong hiding behind his mother's shadow. Qi Rong poked his head out and looked up at him enviously. When they arrived at the Hall of Divine Marshal, the adults first went to the imperial advisors to ask for, interpret, and talk with them. They left a group of children in the Hall of Divine Marshal for the little lanterns to play with. It was Qi Rong's first time seeing the Empress. He didn't know that the Empress had already offered a lantern for his mother and son. Seeing that the lanterns were exquisite and beautiful, he also wanted to offer a lantern and pray for blessings. He was young and didn't know much, so he went around asking people how to write a blessing for his mother. The children of Qi Rong's clan usually hated him at home. Under the influence of the elders, they felt that he and his mother had embarrassed their family, so they deliberately tricked him. Xiaolian concentrated and finished writing his lantern. He put down the brush and heard someone laughing behind him. The laughter was very strange. Looking back, he saw that Qi Rong's hands were stained with ink and he was holding a lantern like it was a treasure. He was full of smiles and was about to offer it. And on that lantern was written in a crooked way, "May you and your mother return to heaven soon. Qi Rong." Xiaolian threw the lantern on the spot and flew into a rage. At that time, he wasn't very old, but he scared all the young nobles into kneeling on the ground, not daring to speak. After venting his anger, Xiaolian personally wrote a new lantern for Qi Rong. No one dared to play tricks anymore. Later, when they went down the mountain, he went to play on the swing again. This time, Qi Rong ran out from behind the Empress and took the initiative to push the swing for him. He was shorter than Xiaolian, but he pushed with all his might. He still looked up at him from below, but his gaze changed from envy to worship. Later, he became Xiaolian's tail, swaying behind his cousin Crown Prince all day. He had to admit that Qi Rong used to be a relatively normal person. He didn't know what was going on, but the more he grew, the more crooked he became. However, in these 3 years, Xiaolian had too many people and things to pay attention to. He had no time to pay attention to old friends, so he didn't know if he had grown or not. Thinking of this, Qi Rong finished offering the lantern and was ready to leave the hall. Unexpectedly, as he retreated, he bumped into someone behind him. Qi Rong staggered and suddenly turned around. He didn't even look and started scolding, "What the hell? Are you blind or do you not know how to get out of the way?" When he opened his mouth, Xiaolian and Feng Xian both facepalmed and thought, "He hasn't changed. He's still the same." Perhaps it was because he had lived with his father until he was 5 years old, so he couldn't help but be infected with the temperament of the marketplace and his father's violent temper. Even if the Empress patiently taught Qi Rong, once he got agitated, using the words of the state preceptor, he would reveal his true colors. The one who blocked Qi Rong was a young man in ragged clothes. He was about 24 or 25 years old, and he carried a simple bag on his back. His straw sandals were so worn out that they seemed to have no edges. However, although this young man's face was haggard, his lips were dry, and his cheekbones were slightly sunken, his facial features were very upright. He was thin, but not weak. His eyes were bright as he asked, "What is this place?" Qi Rong replied, "This is Xianlu Palace, the Crown Prince's palace." That person muttered, "Crown Prince's palace? Crown Prince? Is this really the imperial palace?" He looked at the statue of a deity inside the palace. His face was reflected by the glistening gold, and he asked, "Is this gold?" He saw that this temple was too luxurious, and thought that the temple was the imperial palace. An attendant came forward to chase him away, and said, "Of course it's gold. The Crown Prince's palace is the Crown Prince's temple, not the Crown Prince's palace in the imperial palace. You don't even know where this place is. Where did this savage come from?" That person said, "Then where is the imperial palace?" Qi Rong squinted his eyes, "Why are you asking this?" The other person said seriously, "I want to go to the imperial palace to see the monarch. I have something to say to him." Qi Rong and a few other attendants laughed, and their faces were full of contempt, and said, "Where did this country bumpkin come from? What do you want to go to the imperial palace for? And to see the monarch? Do you think I'll let you see him just because you say so? When you reach the imperial palace, I'm afraid you won't even be able to enter the main gate." That person was not moved by the mockery, and said, "I'll try. Maybe I can." Qirong laughed, and said, "Then go and try." As he said this, he raised his hand, and purposely pointed in the opposite direction. That person said, "Many thanks." He carried his bag, and turned to walk out of the temple. When he walked to the stone bridge, he suddenly stopped and looked down. Through the clear water of the pond, he could see layers upon layers of coins at the bottom of the pond. This youth seemed to think for a moment, and in the next moment, he flipped over the railing of the bridge, and jumped into the pond. He was very agile, and after jumping into the pond, he bent down to scoop up the coins from the bottom of the pond, and stuffed them into his chest and bag. Because they had never seen someone who dared to steal even the money of a god, Xiaolian and Xianxia were stunned. Qirong was also stunned, and immediately flew into a rage. He rushed over and slammed the railing, and shouted, "F***ck. What are you doing? Quickly pull him up. I really F***ked." A few attendants also hurriedly jumped into the water to pull that person, but who knew that this youth's skills were very good, and no one could do anything to him. Qirong flew into a rage from above, and the group of Taoists in the temple were helpless. That youth scooped up a body full of coins, and with his bag on his back, he prepared to climb ashore. Who knew that he would step on some moss, and with a splash, he fell into the water, and fell face up. Only then did the attendants take the opportunity to capture him, and drag him ashore. Qirong raised his leg and gave him a kick, and scolded, "You dare to steal this money." When Qirong raised his leg, Xianxia was standing at the side, and when he saw the opportunity, he used his hand to block. Although Qirong's kick was fierce, in reality, it didn't land on the other party's body very hard. Although Qirong couldn't see him playing tricks on the side, he still felt that something was wrong. It was as if a ghost was pressing on his leg, and it still felt like this even after being kicked 7 or 8 times. It was very gloomy. That youth might have choked on the water, and coughed a few times, and said, "This money is just sitting in the pond, why can't I take it to save someone?" Qirong kicked to his heart's content, and finally became annoyed, and said, "Save who? Who are you? Where did you come from?" He asked this because he wanted to frame this youth with a crime and throw him in jail. That youth was honest, and answered, "I'm Lang Ying, and I live in Yong'an. There's a drought there, and there's no water, so the crops can't grow. Everyone has nothing to eat, and there's no money. There's water here, there's food, and there's money. They use gold to make statues, and throw the money into the water. Why can't they share some with us?" Yong'an was a large city within the borders of Xianlu country. Xiaolian stood up, and with a grave expression, he said, "Xianxia, there's been a drought in Yong'an recently? Why haven't I heard about it?" Xiaolian said, "Call him over immediately." Xianxia closed the index and middle fingers of his right hand. "Press against the temples." He went to communicate with Mu Qing. On the other side, Qirong Rua said, "So you came from that small corner of Yong'an. Truly unruly people come from barren hills and unruly rivers. You think you can rob a deity's money just because you're poor? Then I won't rob you," Lang Ying said. "I am now worshipping the deity you worship. I am kneeling and kowtowing to him, begging him to give me money to save the lives of my people. Will he save us?" Qirong choked. He muttered to himself that if he said yes, this person wouldn't just take advantage of the situation and run away with the money, right? Thereupon he said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince is an immortal. Even immortals are extremely busy. Who has the time to pay attention to unruly people like you?" Hearing this, Lang Ying nodded slowly and said, "I don't think so either. It's not like we haven't prayed before. Wasn't it useless? Those who deserve to die will still die." Xiaolian's heart trembled. A Taoist shouted, "How dare you say such disrespectful words in the deity hall? Aren't you afraid of being punished by the deities?" But Lang Ying said, "It doesn't matter. So be it. We're already not afraid that he won't save us, so why should we be afraid that he'll punish us?" Qirong waved his hand. A group of servants, who had been waiting for a long time, rushed forward and surrounded the young man, punching and kicking him. Xianxia made use of every opportunity he had, reducing the strength of their punches and kicks. Therefore, although Lang Ying looked like he was being pressed down and beaten, he had a blank look on his face and did not dodge. Occasionally, he would raise his hand to protect the luggage on his back. Qi Rong, on the other hand, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and as he ate, he shook his leg and said, beat him ruthlessly for this prince. He was truly behaving like an evil person. Hearing the way he addressed himself, Lang Ying suddenly raised her head and said, "You are the king?" "What king? Do you live in the palace? Can you see the king?" Qi Rong blurted out, "I'm your grandfather." "Are you still hoping to see His Majesty?" "His Majesty is very busy every day, who has time to care about you?" Lang Ying twisted her neck and stubbornly asked, "Why don't you have time for me?" "The immortals don't have time to care about me. His Majesty doesn't have time to care about me either." "Then who has time to care about me? Who am I supposed to go to? Does the monarch know that many people have died in Yong'an? Did the people of the imperial city know? If you knew, why would you rather throw the money into the water than give it to us?" Qi Rong sneered and said, "We can spend our money however we want. Even if we throw it away, it won't be anyone's business. Why should we share it with you? You're in the right even if you're poor." Although there was some truth to this, it was really not appropriate to say it at this time. Just as Xiaolian was thinking of a way to seal Qi Rong's mouth, a black-clothed youth hurriedly came out from the back of the hall and said, "Your Highness, why have you summoned me?" Xiaolian beckoned, "Mu Qing, come quickly. Have you heard any news about the Yangon drought and the prayers you've received these days?" Mu Qing was also startled and said, "I haven't heard of it." Xianxia blurted out, "How could there not be? The refugees over there have all fled here." His tone was too certain, causing Mu Qing's face to stiffen. He stiffly said, "I'm telling the truth, there really isn't." "Are you saying that I purposely didn't report it? Then did you receive it or not?" "If there really were people from Yangon who prayed for a drought, the Crown Prince Palace would have me on duty during the odd month and you on duty during the double month. It's not like all the drought-related prayers were gathered during the odd month and you didn't know about it at all." Xianxia stared blankly for a moment. After thinking about it, he felt that this was indeed the case. He said, "I didn't say you did it on purpose. You're thinking too much." Hearing that they were about to start arguing again, Xiaolian made a pause gesture and said, "All right, that's not what Xianxia meant. Both of you stop immediately." The two immediately stopped arguing. Coincidentally, Qi Rong was finally tired of watching his subordinates beat Lang Ying. He took a small bag and put the melon seed shells inside before saying, "Drag this thief to the prison and lock him up." All the attendants said, "Understood." Several of them picked up Lang Ying. Xiaolian said, "Let's first solve the problem at hand. Save this person, then I'll properly ask him about Yangon." Mu Qing's expression softened and he cautiously said, "How does your highness want to solve this?" "You can't casually manifest your spirit." After ascending, Xiaolian couldn't understand this rule at all. The heavenly officials said that they wanted to help the common people, yet they had to put on airs and place themselves above all living beings. They couldn't casually manifest their spirit, causing him to often feel his hands and feet bound, which made him extremely vexed. Fortunately, Xiaolian also had many countermeasures. He didn't hesitate and didn't turn his head as he pushed. The people in front of him felt the shadow on the ground faintly sway and turned around in confusion. In the next moment, Qi Rong screamed, "Cousin Crown Prince!" With this push, Xiaolian had actually pushed down his own statue of God. That gentle and handsome golden statue wielding a sword and holding a flower couldn't help but slowly tilt to one side. Qi Rong's face looked as if he had seen his own mother being hung and kicked. He completely couldn't care about Lang Ying anymore as he madly ran over and tightly hugged the statue's thigh. Tenaciously holding it up, he cried out in a heart-wrenching voice, "What are you bunch of trash waiting for? Quickly help me hold him up. Don't let Cousin Crown Prince fall. He can't fall." He tore his heart out, yet Xiaolian had a calm and composed expression as he brushed past him and walked out of the Crown Prince's palace. Xian and Mu Qing's faces were practically splitting apart. After a long while, Xianxia finally spoke up, Your Highness. That's your statue of God. For this kind of matter, the omen wasn't good. More or less, it would be a bit of a taboo. This kind of heavenly official who pushed his own statue of God was truly unheard of. What a weirdo of the three realms. Xiaolian said, It's just a big lump of gold. No, this way, their attention won't be diverted. You guys go and hold down that golden statue. Don't let them free themselves. I'll go meet this person. Although Xian and Mu Qin were speechless, they could only obey. Standing next to the statue of God, they each stretched out a finger and pressed down on the statue. They only needed to use this bit of strength, and it would be enough. Even if several people used up all their strength, they still wouldn't be able to lift the statue up. They could only forcefully hold it in a deadlock. Gnashing their teeth, they said, Worthy of being called real gold. Lang Ying, who had fallen outside, saw that the group of people no longer paid attention to him and instead stared at the resplendent golden statue of God for a while. Then, he stood up from the ground, patted the dust off his body, and ran out with his luggage on his back. Xiaolian followed behind him and waited for him to run for a while before entering a lush and verdant forest. After looking around, he finally sat down under a tree and rested. Xiaolian hid behind the tree and casually formed a hand seal, transforming into the figure of a small Taoist clothed in white. After transforming, he looked up and down to make sure there were no flaws. With a flick of his horsetail whisk, he was just thinking about how to appear in a less obtrusive manner when he saw Lang Ying crouched down beside a puddle next to the tree. Then, he buried his head and used both hands to dig a hole in the ground. This young man's palms were wide and large. When he used his palms to shovel down, the hole was wide and deep. When he dug the hole, dirt flew up, making him look like a lean black wolf dog. Just as Xiaolian was wondering why he was suddenly digging a hole, he saw the young man wipe the dirt on his pants. Then, he used his hands to scoop up a handful of water from the puddle and brought it to his mouth. Seeing this, Xiaolian couldn't hide anymore. He hastily walked out and blocked the young man's hand. Then, he took out a water bottle from his sleeve and handed it to the young man. Lang Ying had already taken a mouthful of water from the puddle and swallowed it with puffed cheeks. Looking at this young Taoist who had suddenly appeared, Lang Ying didn't find it strange nor did he refuse. He took the water bottle and drank it all in one gulp. Only after he finished drinking did he say, Many thanks. Since he had already abruptly appeared, Xiaolian didn't pay attention to any natural opening remarks. He swung his horsetail whisk as much as possible, making it seem as if he was immortal and trustworthy as he said, Friend, where did you come from and where are you going? Lang Ying replied, We came from Yangon City's Lang'er Bay. Originally, we were going to the Imperial Palace. But now, I've changed my mind. I'm not going. Xiaolian was startled. We? Lang Ying nodded his head and said, We. Me and my son. Xiaolian became more and more confused, but a faint chill emerged in his heart. He watched as Lang Ying untied the backpack on his back and opened it. He said, My son. What was wrapped in the backpack on his back was actually the corpse of a child. That child's stature was extremely small, and he looked to be no more than 2 or 3 years old. His complexion was yellow, and his cheeks were sunken. A few sparse yellow hairs stuck to his forehead, and there were even a few rashes. His small face was squeezed into a strange expression. It looked as if he wanted to cry, but he couldn't. His eyes were already closed, but his mouth was open. However, he could no longer make a sound. Xiaolian's pupils suddenly shrank. His mind was greatly shaken, and he couldn't speak. No wonder he had always felt that there was something wrong with this young man's demeanor. He couldn't say what was strange about him, but he felt that he wasn't like an ordinary person. When he spoke and did things, it was as if he didn't consider the consequences at all. He was reckless, and he didn't care about the consequences. Now, it seemed that this person didn't even need to consider the consequences. After Lang Ying finished showing him his son, he once again wrapped the child up and carefully tucked in the corners. Looking at his focused expression and movements, Xiaolian felt a burst of pain in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a small child's corpse. He stammered, You. How did your son die? Lang Ying finished carrying the backpack and said in a daze, How did he die? I don't know how he died either. He was thirsty, hungry, and sick. I think a little of all of them. He scratched his head and said, when I carried him out of Yong'an, he would still cough a few times and call me daddy, daddy, daddy from the back. After that, he slowly stopped coughing. After that, he stopped coughing, and I thought he had fallen asleep. When I found something to eat and wanted to wake him up, he wouldn't get up. This child had actually died on the way to escape. Langing shook his head and said, I don't know how to take care of children. If my wife knew that my son was dead, she would scold me to death. After a moment of silence, he said again, I really think my wife can scold me. His expression was calm from beginning to end, like a section of a withered tree or a blackened pond. There wasn't the slightest bit of vitality or ripples. Xiaolian's throat tightened. After a while, he said in a small voice, You, bury him. Langing nodded and said, Yes. I want to pick a better place. This place is not bad. There are trees to block the sun, and there's water. I'll go back after burying him. Thank you for the water. He coughed a few times and bent down again, continuing to use his hands to dig the pit. However, Xiaolian muttered, No. Don't thank me, don't. At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qing also rushed over. When the two of them saw one digging the pit and the other in a daze, they were both baffled. Xiaolian wasn't in the mood to say much, so he muddle-headedly repeated a few words. After a long time, he finally remembered that just giving him water wasn't enough. This person still had to return to Yong'an. Thus, he reached into his sleeves and fumbled around for a long time. Finally, he pulled out an item and handed it to Xiaolian. You can take this. Langing stopped his movements and carefully looked at the item in his hands. It was a deep red bead that wasn't even the size of a fingernail. Its color was lustrous, smooth, and breathtakingly beautiful. Even if he didn't know what it was, he only needed to glance at it to know that this little thing was definitely priceless. This was the only remaining one of the red coral pearl earrings that Xiaolian had worn 3 years ago during the Upper Yuan sacrifice. Mu Qing had a deep impression of this bead. When he saw it, his expression changed slightly. Langing didn't refuse. As if he didn't have any of the etiquette and apprehensions that a normal person should have, he reached out and received it. Many thanks. He carefully put the bead into his belt and took off the luggage on his back. Gently placing it in the pit, he said, Father will come back to see you soon. After he finished speaking, he used his hands to solemnly push the soil away, covering the cloth bag. Xiaolian covered his forehead and closed his eyes. After a while, that youth walked in with large strides. Feng Xian asked in astonishment, Your Highness, what did he bury? He said, Father? Did he bury a person? Mu Qing, on the other hand, was concerned about other matters. Your Highness, I just went to investigate a bit and clarified the matter. Yong'an wasn't rich in the first place, so there weren't many temples built there. Furthermore, the temple there seems to have a local rule that those who aren't worshippers can't enter the temple to pay their respects. Thus, those who go to the Crown Prince's palace are all wealthy people. As for the poor who suffered from the disaster, they simply won't go. Xiaolian didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his voice and said, You guys, go to Yong'an and take a look at the situation. I'll go see the state preceptor and ask him clearly what's going on. His expression was unprecedentedly unsightly. The two maids didn't dare to be careless. They responded in unison and immediately set off. Meanwhile, Xiaolian turned around and rushed in the direction of Mount Taizong. Mount Taizong. Crown Prince's Peak. At this hour, the tourists on the mountain were not allowed to stay any longer. All of them had been asked to leave the mountain and leave the Huangji Temple. In the Xianlu Palace, the chanting of sutras could be heard. More than 1,000 Taoists were performing their evening classes, while the 4 imperial advisors were presiding over the Taoist affairs at the foot of the 50-foot-tall golden statue. Inside the Crown Prince's palace. On both sides, there were prayer lamps arranged from the ground to the ceiling. Xiaolian descended from the sky. He landed lightly on the divine altar. He happened to be sitting in front of his statue. With a wave of his hand, a cool breeze rose from the ground. Countless lanterns began to spin slowly. The lights were blurry. All the Taoists raised their heads and were amazed. Faint whispers could be heard. The imperial tutor was slumped on the chair with his eyes closed. He suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Let's call it a day. Let's all go back." The Taoist stood up. He retreated. Although the other 3 deputy state advisors couldn't see Xiaolian's real body, they could still guess that something had descended. They retreated together and closed the doors of the temple. As soon as the gate closed, Xiaolian impatiently opened his mouth. He said, "State preceptor. Do you know about the drought in Yong'an?" There didn't seem to be any movements from father's side. Did something happen in court? Or is he not clear about the specific situation? A divine priest was not allowed to appear in front of mortals. There was only one exception. That was in front of the imperial preceptor, the sect master, and other high-level cultivators. Such a highly skilled cultivator. As the spokesperson of the heavenly officials in the mortal world, Xiaolian could directly talk to the imperial tutor. The rule of no kneeling in the crown prince's palace was passed down by Xiaolian through the mouth of the state preceptor. He originally thought that there was some special situation that caused the monarch to be too busy to deal with the disaster of Yong'an. He had no choice, or the monarch did not know that the situation was so serious that people were dying. Unexpectedly, the imperial advisor said, "His Majesty the monarch is still fine. Nothing major happened, and he is also very clear about the situation of Yong'an." Xiaolian was startled and asked, "Then why is it that every time imperial father comes to Huangji Monastery, I never hear him pray for Yong'an? Why didn't you even mention it?" Although he didn't get along with his father, he knew that the king wasn't a muddle-headed ruler. Although he was proud of his status as the son of heaven, he was not indifferent to the disaster victims. The imperial advisor said, "This has nothing to do with His Majesty. I was the one who suggested for him and the empress not to mention Yong'an when they pray." Xiaolian asked, "Why?" Imperial advisor replied, "Because it's useless." Xiaolian was stunned. "What do you mean by useless?" He paused for a moment, then his mind turned and he said, "You're saying that because I'm a martial god, I can't manage the drought, so it's useless to mention it to me? However, have you forgotten that not only am I a martial god, I am also the Xianlu crown prince? My people are now in deep trouble, how can I sit back and do nothing?" After thinking for a moment, he said, "The most important thing now is to save the victims of Yong'an. I'll have to trouble you to speak to my father on my behalf. Tell him not to build any more temples or shrines. There are already too many crown prince palaces in the country. I don't need them. As for those golden statues, they could all be melted down and used for disaster relief. There's a drought in Yong'an in the west, so we'll dig a river and divert the water from the east to irrigate the crops and nourish the land." As he spoke, imperial advisor shook his head and muttered, "It's too early." "Too early?" Xiaolian was puzzled. "What do you mean it's too early?" Imperial advisor said, "Why did I say you shouldn't ascend so early? Do you understand now? It's because your people haven't died yet." Xiaolian's eyes widened as he angrily said, "Imperial advisor. You. What are you saying? What do you mean? What do you mean my people haven't died yet?" Imperial advisor said, "You're already a god, but you can't forget your identity as a mortal. Even when the lotus root is broken, you can't separate yourself from the mortal world. However, you're in it, yet you're powerless. In the end, you'll only end up in a mess." Xiaolian sat on the altar while imperial advisor stood below. It was clear that Xiaolian was looking down at him, but when imperial advisor said this, it was as if he was the one high above. Xiaolian said, "How can I be powerless? As long as I do it, there will be rewards. Even if I can only save one person, it's still better than not caring. If you're not willing to pass on my message to Imperial Father, then I'll go find him myself." Xiaolian suddenly stood up. Imperial advisor grabbed his sleeves and shouted, "Come back. Do you know why heavenly officials can't casually appear in front of mortals? It's a rule that's been set for thousands of years. Naturally, there's a reason for it. Don't do stupid things." Xiaolian suddenly turned his head and said, "Then what can I do? I can't do this, I can't do that. Imperial advisor, right now, many people on my land are about to die. Isn't it because gods can save the common people that they're called gods? If I can't appear at this time, then when can I appear? Then what's the meaning of my ascension? Imperial advisor grabbed him and sighed, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Do you know what I see? Xiaolian calmed himself down. After a moment, he sat down again and said, Please speak. Imperial advisor stared at him and said, I see your future. It's a field of darkness. Xiaolian looked straight ahead and said, You might be mistaken. I only like to wear white. Imperial advisor said, I'm afraid that you won't be able to save your people. Instead, you'll be pulled down from the altar by your people. Xiaolian said, My people aren't like that. They can clearly distinguish between right and wrong. If I can't save them, then there's no meaning in me staying on the altar. After a long time, Imperial advisor sighed and said, Although what your Imperial father did can't be said to be right, it can't be said to be wrong either. You said you want to allocate funds for disaster relief. In fact, it's not like your Imperial father didn't allocate funds before. You can see how the results are. You said you want to dig a river to draw water. Take a look at that river yourself and see if it works. Xiaolian nodded and said, I understand. Many thanks, Imperial advisor. After leaving Mount Taizong, he headed west and arrived at Xianlu country's Yong'an city. In the past 20 years, Xiaolian had never felt that the sun was so unbearably hot and deadly. The first time he set foot on this land, he felt the heat was unbearable. Everything in the air seemed to be distorted. The scorching sun hung high in the sky, and the earth cracked into pieces of broken earth. It was old and terrifying. There was a deep ditch at the side of the road. It seemed to have originally been a river, but because of the drought, the bottom could be seen. The black riverbed emitted a strange stench. After walking for a long time, he actually didn't see a single piece of land. Maybe there was, but it was definitely impossible to tell that it was originally a piece of land. Xiaolian looked around as he walked. The hot and dry wind blew his long hair into a mess, but he didn't have the mood to tidy it up. At this moment, he suddenly heard someone call out from behind him, Your Highness. Xiaolian turned around and saw two black silhouettes rushing over. It was Xianxia and Mu Qing. Xiaolian straightforwardly asked, Do you have any information? Xianxia shook the clothes in front of his chest and said, Yes. For the past 2 years, the entire western region has been short of water. This year, it has exploded. Yong'an City is the most severely affected. The river has dried up, and there's no rain, so they can't plant crops. The rich people are better off. As long as they have money, they can also get water and food from afar. However, most of the rich people have long moved their families to the east. The rest are either poor or can't run. Xiaolian furrowed his brows and said, The state preceptor said that it's not like my imperial father didn't do anything. He also ordered disaster relief, so why is it still so serious? Mu Qing coldly said, Take out 100%. Peel off a layer. In the end, not a single bit is left. Naturally, it's still this serious. In my opinion, rather than sending it down to feed the moths, it's better not to take it out. Holding his breath for a moment, Xiaolian suppressed his anger and said, I want those moths to spit out everything they ate. However, Mu Qing reminded him, Your Highness, you've forgotten again. This isn't something you should care about. Heavenly officials can't meddle in the affairs of the mortal world. Rome wasn't built in a single day. His Majesty the King is specialized in managing the affairs of the mortal world. This is his responsibility. If even he can't manage it, then how are you going to manage it while bearing the prayers of countless believers? If you want to manage this and manage that, in the end, you'll only bring trouble to yourself. Moreover, this is only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. Xianxia used his hand to block the sun and said, If we want to treat the root cause, we still need water. How about Your Highness let the state preceptor tell His Majesty the King to transfer the water from the east to the west? Xiaolian shook his head and said, I just mentioned this idea to the state preceptor. Xianxia asked, What did the state preceptor say? Xiaolian choked for a moment and said, He probably said it's impossible. However, I now realize that this is indeed not feasible. If we want to transfer water, we must first dig a river. However, digging a river requires the labor of the people. I don't know how many years it will take. Moreover, it's a waste of manpower and money. We can't afford to waste it. Xianxia nodded and said, that's true. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiaolian said, however, if the mortals can't solve it, maybe we can try the Heaven Realms method. I heard that a few years ago, a new rainmaster ascended. This person is very eccentric. I'll see if I can pay him a visit and ask if he can use rain to divert water from the east to the west. Ever since Xiaolian ascended, aside from going to see Jun Wu, he hadn't taken the initiative to visit any other heavenly officials. He also hadn't deliberately tried to get closer to any of them. In the spiritual communication array, everyone was treated equally. If he wanted to visit a heavenly official, that would be a very strange thing. However, Mu Qing said, that won't do. Xiaolian turned his head and asked, how? Mu Qing said, Your Highness, just now I carefully investigated everything. In fact, in these 2 years, it wasn't just Yongnan or the West that lacked water. Rather, it was the entire Xianlu country that lacked water. It's just that the east of Xianlu is by the sea, the lake, and the river, so it's not too obvious. Thus, it currently isn't a disaster. However, the overall amount of water and rainfall has decreased by a large margin compared to the past. Xiaolian's eyes widened. Mu Qing continued, if we really dig a river, or use the method of rain to divert the water from the east to the west, then Yongnan can most likely alleviate the situation. However, it won't be able to save them completely. It can only be said that they're hanging on to their last breath and prolonging their lives. At the same time, the east of Xianlu will most likely experience a drought. Xiaolian's heart tightened as he said, Xianli's flourishing area and the vast majority of its population are gathered in the east. It's more than 3 times that of the west. Especially the imperial city. Once a drought occurs here, Xianxian also immediately reacted. The consequences will definitely be more severe than Yongnan. The number of people who will die will be even more. Mu Qing nodded his head. With a grave expression, he said, the unrest that will arise from this will also be even greater. Taking a deep breath, Xiaolian said, so, this is the reason why the state preceptor said that what my imperial father did wasn't determined to be right, but it wasn't determined to be wrong either. He merely made a choice, that's all. Mu Qing said, therefore, Your Highness, it's a good thing that no one is going to your palace hall to pray for Yongnan. You can just leave it to His Majesty to make the choice. Xiaolian didn't answer and turned his head around. Along the way, every single person he saw had dark skin and bones. The men and children were all bare-chested, and the rows of ribs in front of their chests were extremely clear. The women all had dead skin on their faces, and their eyes were lifeless. Everyone didn't want to move, and they also didn't have the strength to move. Everything emitted the stench of death, making people want to scream and escape from this dying land. They wanted to immediately return to the flourishing capital city where singing and dancing was like gold. After a long time, he said, You guys stay here and help me. Bring as much water as you can. I'll think about it. Xianxian said, all right. You take your time to think about it. When you're done, just tell me what to do. Hearing this, Xiaolian's footsteps paused slightly. In the end, he didn't look back. He waved his hand and continued on his way. Returning to Xianlu Imperial City, Xiaolian first went to the palace. He didn't know why he wanted to go. It wasn't to see his parents. It wasn't just because he couldn't show his spirit in front of mortals. More importantly, the older he was, the longer he was away from home, the more he didn't know how to talk to his parents. On this point, was probably the same for all children in the world. Thus, he hid his figure. He wandered around the imperial palace, which he was extremely familiar with. He didn't see the king anywhere else. Finally, he came to the Phoenix Perching Palace. Only then did he see his father and mother. The two of them dismissed the palace servants and were talking. The empress sat by the couch. In her hand, she was fiddling with a golden mask. It was the one Xiaolian wore during the heaven traveling ceremony 3 years ago. The face and facial features of this golden mask were carefully carved according to Xiaolian's face. Thus, when Xiaolian wore it, it was very close to his face. However, when he saw it in someone else's hands, it was a bit frightening. The king said, "Don't play with that. Quickly put it down and massage my head." Although the king and empress made the rules in front of others, Xiaolian had seen it most clearly since he was young. His parents were just a normal couple who chattered away when they were alive. As expected, the empress put down the mask and sat down to help the king rub his temples. Suddenly, she brushed his hair and said, "Your hair has turned white again." Xiaolian looked closely. Sure enough, his father's temples were slightly white. For no reason, he looked a bit older. He thought to himself, didn't father just go to Huangji temple to pray a while ago? At that time, his hair was still black. How did it suddenly turn white? The empress took a bronze mirror and wanted to show it to the king. However, the king said, "I won't look. If I dye it before going to Mount Taizong next time, it will be black." Xiaolian finally reacted. His hair didn't just turn white recently. It had long turned white. It was just that every time he went to see me, it was dyed black. As for me, I listen to the prayers of my believers all day and am tired of running around. I rarely take the initiative to come back to see them, so I didn't notice. Thinking about this, he felt extremely ashamed. At this moment, he was very glad that his parents could not see him. As the empress massaged the king's head, she scolded, "I tell you to rest early every day, but you don't listen to me. You even say that I miss you all day. Look at how ugly you've become. When the Pope sees you, he'll want to ignore you even more." The king snorted, "Ever since your son has grown up, his wings have hardened and he no longer cares about me." Although he said that, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at the bronze mirror beside the bed and mumbled, "It's not that ugly, isn't it the same face?" Xiaolian was startled. He really didn't expect his father to have such a side to him behind his back. He actually said bad things about him in a sour tone. He couldn't help but laugh. The empress held back her laughter and said, "Good, good, good. Your body is bigger than the sky. You should rest early today." The king shook his head. "We can't rest." This time, quite a few Yong'an people came to the imperial city. "It's fine if you want to come, but you just have to go around making a ruckus and making everyone anxious." How troublesome. So it turned out that his father's hair turned white because of the Yong'an drought. Xiaolian felt an indescribable pain in his heart. The empress nodded. "I heard from Ronger that he also met a Yong'an person today. It was said that he wanted to rob money in the temple. It was so scary." The king focused and said, "Yes, it's scary. It's fine if it's only a few dozen or a few hundred, but if all of them come, and these people are all wandering in the imperial city, the consequences will be unimaginable." The empress hesitated for a moment and said, "That might not be the case. If they follow the rules, then so be it." The king said, "As the ruler of a country, how can I risk something like might not be the case? Moreover, they definitely can't come over. Raising a few more people isn't as simple as placing a few more chopsticks. It's very complicated. You don't understand, so let's not talk about it." The empress said, "All right, let's not talk about it. I don't understand what you're talking about. If only my son was still here, at least he could share your worries." The king snorted again. "Him? What can he do here? It's already good enough that he doesn't add to my worries." When Xiaolian was mentioned, he seemed to be energized and said, "I won't talk about your son anymore. He's already a teenager, but he's raised like a princess. It's useless for him to know, it'll only add to his worries. He should just fly in the sky, it's best if he doesn't know anything and do his own things. He's not the crown prince anymore, the world has nothing to do with him. If he wants to fly, let him fly all he wants." Xiaolian silently listened to his father scolding him. The empress smiled and pushed the king, "Now you know that he's a princess. Isn't a princess raised by you since young? Are you still trying to blame me?" She sighed and said, "This child is good at everything, but he doesn't miss home. He was like this when he was learning in Huangji Monastery, he would not return for months. Now that he has ascended, he's even more powerful. I can't even see him once in 3 years. I don't know when I can see him again." She started to complain, but the king helped Xiaolian. What do you know? Imperial preceptor said that the rules of heaven realm are like this. How can you treat him as a mortal? Aren't you dragging him down by calling your son back? The empress hurriedly said, I'm just saying. I won't make such a request in front of him. She then muttered to herself, it's not bad to look at the god statues, they're all over the place. After looking for a long time, Xiaolian's chest ached. His throat felt like it was stuffed with something, it was extremely uncomfortable. He felt like he couldn't stay any longer. But he couldn't appear. It wasn't that he was afraid of breaking the heavenly rules, but if he appeared, he wouldn't know what to say. As for the matter of Yong'an, he couldn't give a good solution at the moment. If he suddenly appeared, it would only make his parents flustered. He quickly left the palace and went outside. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. He calmed himself down and pulled himself together. Instead of sighing, he formed a hand seal and transformed into a plain-clothed Taoist. He ran one round around the imperial city, measuring and recording. After running all over the place for a whole day, he finally got a definite answer. The water levels of all the rivers and lakes in Xianlu Imperial City were lower than before. When he was at Huangji Temple, he had slipped down the mountain several times to play and went boating on the largest river that ran through Xianlu country, Lu River. At that time, the water level was only slightly lower than the embankment, but now it was several feet lower. Moreover, the residents of the city all said that it had been like this for a long time and not recently. Xiaolian didn't pay attention before, but now that he did, he felt that all the signs were shocking. He originally hoped that Mu Qing's information was wrong, so he personally came to verify it. But now, he had to admit that Mu Qing didn't disappoint him. After confirming this fact, Xiaolian stood at the riverbank in a daze, deep in thought. From time to time, pedestrians would pass by him, smiling and nodding, or curiously looking at him. Most of them were happily minding their own business. After standing there for an unknown amount of time, the clouds gathered in the sky and it started to drizzle. The pedestrians on the road all covered their heads and said, "How unlucky. It's raining, let's hurry back." Yeah, so annoying. Raindrops dripped down, hitting Xiaolian's face and body. Only then did he react, muttering to himself, "It's raining?" When the people of the imperial city saw rain, they couldn't do anything to avoid it. Only God knew how many people on the other side of Xianlu country were thirsting for this kind of heavy rain. Several people ran past with umbrellas. Seeing Xiaolian still drenched in the rain, they pulled him and urged, "This little Taoist priest, why aren't you running? The rain is getting heavier and heavier." Confused, Xiaolian also began to run. Together, they ran to the bottom of a long house. Those people closed their umbrellas and laughed at each other. "Fortunately, we brought an umbrella when we went out to see the clouds. Otherwise, we would have become drenched. It hasn't rained for a long time. I'm afraid this rain has been held back for too long. It's getting heavier. Aya, look, it's getting heavier again. It's about to become a rainstorm." Raindrops fell to the ground and splashed in all directions. These people's accents were all extremely intimate. This made Xiaolian feel even more deeply that this was the place where he was born and grew up. These were the people he was familiar with. As they chatted, the rain gradually became lighter. Several people said, "Let's take advantage of the fact that it's getting lighter. Let's hurry and leave." After saying that, they all opened their umbrellas and left the house. Xiaolian, however, remained standing in the same place. Several people turned their heads to look at him. After discussing a few words, one of them walked over and handed him an old umbrella. Politely, he said, "This little Taoist priest can't go back, right? I see that the rain is still a bit heavy. Why don't you take this umbrella and use it?" Only then did Xiaolian return to his senses. "Many thanks. What about you?" In the rain in front of him, several people said, "We still have umbrellas, we can squeeze together. Let's go, let's go." Hearing his companion's urging, that person stuffed the umbrella into Xiaolian's hands and ran away. Several people trod the water far away. Xiaolian held onto the umbrella and stood there for a while. Suddenly, he saw an inconspicuous little temple not far in front of him. He opened the umbrella and walked forward in the rain. As he neared the temple, he saw two couplets on the left and right sides of the little temple door. They were written with the words, "The body is in the void and the heart is in the land of peach blossoms." He finally confirmed that this was a crown prince's palace. In 3 years, 8,000 temples were built. Naturally, not all of them could be as extravagant and magnificent as the one on Mount Taizong. Many of them were built by the commoners just to make up the numbers. There was no merit box, no temple. There was only a clay statue with a few plates and some snacks and fruits. If someone wanted to come and clean it occasionally, it could be a hall of its own. Hidden in this inconspicuous corner was such an inconspicuous crown prince's palace. Before he even entered, Xiaolian saw the almost charmingly naive statue of the crown prince. Garish clothes, a big and white face, a big silly smile. It was like a big baby. If he wasn't so preoccupied, he would definitely have laughed out loud. In these 3 years, Xiaolian had seen at least 3,000 crown prince statues. However, he had never seen a crown prince statue that looked exactly like him. The one that looked the most like him was only about 70%. The rest were either too ugly or too beautiful. Most of the other heavenly officials' statues were too ugly. His was the exact opposite. Some were so beautiful that they were deformed, so beautiful that he himself felt embarrassed. He originally didn't look at the clay statue carefully. He only glanced at it. Who knew that in this glance, he would catch a glimpse of Snow White? Thus, he glanced back. In the left hand of this crude clay statue of the crown prince, there was a bouquet of snow white flowers. The petals were pure white and had a bit of sparkling dew on them. They were extremely delicate and a faint fragrance floated in the air. It was extremely cute. The Xianlu crown prince statue's standard posture was one hand holding a sword, the other holding a flower. However, the flowers in the left hand were obviously exquisite gold flowers, gemstone flowers, and jade flowers. This was the first time Xiaolian saw a statue of the crown prince holding a real flower in its hand. He couldn't help but move closer. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the left hand of this clay statue of the crown prince was originally holding a clay flower. However, he didn't know if the craftsmanship of the statue master was bad and the flower branch fell off, or if it was plucked by someone as a prank. Today, there was only a small hole left in the left hand. That bunch of small white flowers happened to be inserted into this small hole. If someone had purposely plucked it to fill the hole in the left hand of this clay statue, then that person was truly thoughtful. Just as he thought of this, Xiaolian heard the sound of hurried footsteps. He didn't turn his head. First, he hit his body and lightly swept onto the altar with the umbrella. Only then did he turn around and look down. Outside the temple, in the heavy rain, a young man rushed in. This young man was only 12 or 13 years old. His entire body was soaked and he wore dirty old clothes. His face was covered in dirty bandages. His right hand was tightly wrapped around his left fist, as if he was protecting something. After rushing into the temple, he slowly opened his hands. Xiaolian thought of something. He let out a soft "eh?" The face that was wrapped in layers of bandages inevitably reminded him of the child he met 3 years ago. But he could not be sure. Pessimistically, after that child escaped from Mount Taizong alone, could he really live for another 3 years? At this moment, the young man walked over and stood on his tiptoes. He removed the flowers from the clay statue's hand, and replaced them with the bouquet in his hand. Xiaolian sat on the divine platform. He could clearly see that the newly replaced bouquet of flowers. The petals were more delicate, plump, and watery. The fragrance was also more fragrant. It must have been picked just now. Could it be? He came to this inconspicuous temple every day, to replace the left hand of this clay statue with a newly picked bouquet of flowers? Moreover, after offering the flowers, the young man stood under the clay statue of the crown prince and put his palms together. He prayed silently. He did not kneel down indiscriminately like the others. He really listened to Xiaolian's words. It had been 3 years. There were so many believers who had worshipped Xiaolian. There were high officials and nobles, there were famous people, and there were shocking geniuses. However, what made Xiaolian really feel attentive was actually a child who was only 12 or 13 years old. Moreover, it was a child who was dressed shabbily. Those luxurious golden halls would not let him in, so he could only come to this grassroots temple to worship. He really did not know what it felt like. At this moment, the sound of water splashing could be heard from the entrance of the temple. A group of children held umbrellas and ran past. Originally, Xiaolian thought that they were just passing by. Who knew that after this group of youths ran past, they ran back as if they had discovered something extraordinary. They clapped their hands and said, "Wow, wow, wow, the ugly monster has been chased out again." This group of youths was about the same age as the young believer in the temple, but they were all taller than him. It seemed that they had been raised well by their parents. Probably because the festival was approaching, they were all wearing new clothes and shoes. They stepped on the water at the entrance of the temple and played around. Their smiles were innocent and lively, without a trace of malice. It was as if they did not think that ugly monster was a bad word, nor did they think that their words were hurtful. They just thought that it was fun to shout like this. The young man clenched his fists, but his fists were too small and had no deterrent power. Outside the door, he shouted again, "Ugly monster, you're going to sleep in the temple again today. Be careful that your mother will beat you to death when you get home." Xiaolian frowned. One of the eyes under the bandages was bloodshot. He raised his fist and roared, "I don't have a home. I have no mother. She's not my mother. Get lost. Get lost. Shout again and I'll beat you to death." The group of children were fearless. They stuck out their tongues and said, "If you dare hit us, we'll tell your father and let him teach you a lesson." Some of them winked and said, "That's right, you don't have a mother because your mother doesn't want you anymore. You don't have a family either, and your family all dislikes you. So you can only stay in this broken temple." At this point, the young man suddenly shouted and pounced forward. Although he was small in stature, his aura was strong. With a shout, the children were frightened and wanted to run away. However, the young man who was wrestling with him shouted, "What are you afraid of? We are many." So they all came back again, and hurriedly pulled and beat him. Xiaolian couldn't bear to watch any longer. With a wave of his hand, a strange force suddenly appeared in the air and separated the two groups of children. Immediately after, an extremely strong splash of water flew up from the ground, causing the group of young men to tumble. After all, they were children. After being mysteriously tumbled and drunk a mouthful of dirty water, their new clothes were also completely soaked. They became dirtier and uglier than the object of their ridicule. Immediately, their laughter turned into loud wails. They crawled up from the ground, grabbed their umbrellas, and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xiaolian shook his head. He was a dignified martial god who beheaded evil and demons and ensured the safety of traveling. This was the first time he had intervened in this kind of dispute between children. Even though he had driven away the bad party, he didn't feel the slightest sense of accomplishment. He turned his head to look at the young man and was slightly startled. In the chaos, the bandage on the young man's head had been torn off. The half of his face that was exposed was bruised and swollen. It was obvious that he hadn't been beaten just now. Xiaolian didn't have time to take a closer look. Without saying a word, the young man wrapped the bandage around his head, hugged his knees, and sat at the feet of the clay statue. Xiaolian's original intention in coming to this Crown Prince temple was to gather Feng Xian and Mu Qinghe to pass down orders to discuss important matters. Who would have thought that he would run into this little kid? He couldn't help but care about him. After issuing the summons, he squatted on the side and stared at the young man. After squatting for a while, the young man's stomach began to rumble. There were a few fruit snacks on the plate. Although they looked shriveled and not very tasty, it was better than nothing. Xiaolian chose one and lightly threw it on the young man's body. When the fruit hit the young man, he immediately covered his head with his hands and curled up into a ball, assuming a defensive posture. It was as if the thing that had hit him was a stone, and that more stones would hit him soon. After a long time, he looked around and found that it was only a fruit. There was no one else present. After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the fruit, wiped it on his clothes, and put it back on the plate. He would rather go hungry than eat the offerings on the plate. Then, he walked to the door and looked at the heavy rain outside the temple. It seemed that he wanted to go out and find something to eat. However, the rain was too heavy. He didn't want to get soaked anymore, so he came back and curled up at the feet of the clay statue. At this time, Feng Xian and Mu Qing rushed over. The two of them came out from the back of the temple. Feng Xian said gloomily, "Your Highness, where did you find such a small crown prince temple? Why are you passing down orders here?" When he looked down, he suddenly saw a group of people curled up on the ground. He almost stepped on them. He blurted out, "Damn, why is there a child here?" Mu Qing also lowered his head and looked carefully. He immediately asked, "Your Highness, is this the child who ran away from Mount Taizong 3 years ago?" Xiaolian shook his head. "I can't be sure. I don't know what his name is, and I don't know what his face looks like." The three of them surrounded the unconscious child and said a few words. The young man tossed and turned on the ground and wiped his face. Unexpectedly, blood came out of his mouth, nose, and mouth. Seeing this, Xiaolian felt that he couldn't let him continue lying down. He said, "Let this child leave first. The sky is getting dark. This temple isn't a good place to spend the night." Feng Xian asked, "Does he have nowhere to go?" "If that's the case, I'm afraid he can only spend the night here." Xiaolian said, "He has a family, but his family might not be too good. However, this temple isn't good either. Let's leave first before we can find food for him. This child still has injuries on his body." However, Mu Qing said, "Your Highness, forgive me for speaking bluntly, but I don't have the time to care about this kind of small matter. Since you summoned us here, did you make a decision?" Among the heavenly officials in the heavenly court, there had never been a single one who would accept all the prayers of their believers. One must know that there were millions of believers in the world. If every single one of them cared about their prayers, wouldn't that be too annoying? Thus, sometimes they would turn a blind eye and pretend not to hear some trivial or subtle prayers. This could save them a lot of trouble. However, Xiaolian was probably too young and full of energy. He still hadn't reached the age where he recognized this kind of flexibility. He thought for a moment, then took the umbrella given to him by a passerby and walked out of the small temple. Xiaolian slowly opened the umbrella. Raindrops pattered against the surface of the umbrella. When the youngster on the ground heard this sound, he thought someone was approaching and slightly moved. However, he probably thought that it wasn't his business if someone came, so he lay back down. Xiaolian placed the opened umbrella at the door. When the youngster heard that the sound hadn't disappeared, he finally felt it was strange. He got up and walked out to take a look. Then, he saw a red umbrella slanted on the ground in the rain. It looked like a lonely, blooming red flower. He was immediately stunned. Seeing the youngster rush over and pick up the umbrella, Mu Qing said, "Your Highness, this step should be enough. If it's too obvious and he finds out, it will cause more problems." Who knew that before Xiaolian could answer, the youngster would rush back and loudly shout from behind them, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." The three of them jumped in fright and turned around to look. They only saw the youngster holding the umbrella. His eyes were scarlet red, and he was extremely excited. He raised his head and shouted towards the clay statue, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is that you?" Feng Xian didn't know that Xiaolian had already helped him drive away a group of children and even threw away the fruit. He said in surprise, "This child is quite clever. He actually found out." Mu Qing seemed to have guessed the future and glanced at Xiaolian. The youngster said, "If you are here, please answer a question of mine." When he sat on the high and aloof altar, Xiaolian would hear countless "please show yourself" every day. Hearing any voice too many times would make him numb. However, every time he heard this voice, he still couldn't help but pay attention and stop in his tracks. Mu Qing reminded him from the side, "Your Highness, there's no need to pay attention to it." Xiaolian didn't say anything. The youngster tightly hugged the umbrella with both hands. Gritting his teeth, he said, "I'm in great pain. Every day, I wish I could die. Every day, I want to kill everyone in this world, and then kill myself. I'm living in great pain." A 12 or 13-year-old child shouting out these words. This scene was truly laughable and pitiful. However, within that small body, there was something exploding that supported his anger and roar. Feng Xian frowned and said, "What's wrong with him? Killing everyone in this world, is this something a child would say?" Mu Qing indifferently said, he's just too young. When he grows up a bit, he'll know that what he's experiencing now doesn't count for anything. After a pause, he looked at Xiaolian and said, there are too many people in this world who are in pain. Just look at the drought in Yong'an, which Yong'an person did not suffer more than him. Your Highness doesn't have to worry about it. Just do what you have to do. Xiaolian softly said, perhaps. One person's pain, to another person, is probably some insignificant little annoyance. The young man raised his head to look at him. One of his eyes was extremely red, but he did not shed any tears. He held the umbrella with one hand and reached out with the other to grab the clothes of the clay statue. He questioned, why am I still alive in this world? What's the point of living? After a long silence, no one answered. The young man seemed to have expected this result and slowly lowered his head. Unexpectedly, a voice suddenly broke the silence and sounded above him, if you don't know how to continue living, then continue living for me. Besides Xiaolian, Feng Xian and Mu Qing didn't expect that he would actually answer, and it was even this kind of answer. Both of them widened their eyes and said, Your Highness? The young man suddenly raised his head, but he did not see anyone. He only heard a soft and ethereal voice coming from the clay statue. The question you asked, I also don't know how to answer it. However, if you don't know what's the point of living, then, why don't you take me as the point for now? Feng Xian and Mu Qing's faces cracked. Both of them reached out to cover Xiaolian's mouth and shouted, Don't say any more, Your Highness. You broke the rules. Broke the rules. That youth was completely dumbfounded. Feng Xian and Mu Qing wished they could make a flurry of hands and feet to stop him. With great difficulty, they managed to drag Xiaolian down. Xiaolian waved the two of them away and said, I know. I won't say any more. I know it's against the rules. You can just pretend you didn't hear it. As long as you don't say anything, no one will know. Just this once. You're not allowed to say anything. Do you hear me? Mu Qing had an expression as if he had been forced to eat socks. He shook his head and muttered, How could there be someone like you, who confidently and competently said something like live on for me? Really? At first, Xiaolian didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Now that he said it, he actually felt something was wrong. His face turned red. Feng Xian immediately said with a straight face, All right, Your Highness has already said that you won't say anything. Why are you still bringing it up? The corner of his mouth twitched. Xiaolian couldn't continue watching. What am I doing? What am I doing? My words are clearly very useful. Look. That youth sat in a daze for a good while. When he didn't hear Xiaolian's voice again, he rubbed his face a few times. He took down the offering plate from the table and held it in his arms. He began to eat the shriveled fruits and pastries inside. He chewed and chewed with all his might, eating with the pitiful and fierce vigor of a small animal. Xiaolian bent down to look at him. He revealed a smile and said to the other two, Look, it's useful. He didn't eat before, but now he's eating. Mu Qing said, all right, it's useful. You're a god. Feng Xian also said, yes, it's useful. You're a god. Xiaolian sternly said, yes, I'm a god. I called you guys over. Because I've made a decision. At this point, the atmosphere that had just relaxed for less than a moment became heavy again. Feng Xian asked, what do we do? Mu Qing asked, do we still care? Xiaolian said, care. It's very simple. If there isn't enough water in Xianlu, then we'll go to a country outside of Xianlu. Mu Qing hesitated, go to another country? Wouldn't that be too far? I'm afraid we'll have to borrow some of the water divine officials' treasures. Furthermore, the divine officials stationed in other countries might not be willing. Xiaolian naturally thought of this and said, I'll try first. It was better than doing nothing. You guys continue to stay in Yong'an and focus on providing disaster relief to the more serious areas. I'm going back to the Heavenly Court. Is there a problem? Feng Xian, no problem. I'll hold the rear. Mu Qing thought for a moment and asked, Your Highness, what about the prayers of the Crown Prince's followers? Xiaolian said, this is also what I wanted to say. Just pick the important ones first and deal with them for me. You can suppress the ones that aren't so important. Although Muqing didn't look too optimistic, he still said, "You are the crown prince, I will listen to you. However, I suggest not suppressing it for too long." Xiaolian patted the shoulders of the two. Feng Yaxian and Muqing saluted and retreated. Only Xiaolian and the child were left in the small temple. Xiaolian walked out of the temple and glanced back. He didn't stay any longer and headed straight for the immortal capital. He had originally planned to visit a few water law divine officials, but strangely, the first few weren't in the immortal capital mansion. Only the Rainmaster didn't live in the immortal capital. Xiaolian hurriedly walked on the streets of the immortal capital. When he walked past a female civil official dressed in black carrying a few files, she smiled and said, "Your Highness, you finally returned." Xiaolian hurriedly said, "Nangong, you came at the right time. Do you know where the Rainmaster's mansion is?" This woman dressed in black was called Nangong Jia. She was a low-level civil official in the heavenly court. After Xiaolian ascended, a lot of miscellaneous things were handed over and handled by her. Because this person was well-informed and did things properly, Xiaolian had a good impression of her. Nangong Jia said, "The Rainmaster hasn't finished building his mansion yet. He is temporarily living in the Rainmaster country in the south." She pointed to the location of the Rainmaster's residence and said, "Why are you looking for that master?" Xiaolian said, "It's an urgent matter." "Thank you." Just as he was about to leave, he turned around and lightly coughed. Embarrassed, he said, "Nangong Ah, you're familiar with the heavenly court's heavenly officials. Can you tell me if the Rainmaster has anything that he especially likes?" Usually, after a new heavenly official ascended, the smarter ones would visit the temples of all the heavenly officials in the same heavenly court and give them gifts. This was giving them face. This was practically an unwritten rule. However, because Xiaolian ascended suddenly, there was no one to guide him and teach him when he first ascended. Later on, the state preceptor reminded him. Firstly, he had already missed the best opportunity, so it would be awkward to send gifts again. Secondly, this kind of thing would inevitably make people think of corrupt officials entering the mortal world through the back door. As the crown prince, Xiaolian didn't have a good impression of this. In the end, he decided to let nature take its course. There would always be a chance to use a sincere and proper method to get closer to the immortal officials. At first, his posture was beautiful, but now he took the initiative to ask a heavenly official what he liked. It was as if he was preparing to bribe them. It was hard to avoid being embarrassed. However, if he didn't do this, there was no other way. At the very least, the few people who lived in Immortal Capital had spoken at the Spirit Communication Array. If there were any conditions or favors, they could be discussed. On the other hand, the Rainmaster didn't have any dealings with him. This was the first time he paid a visit, so Xiaolian didn't want people to mistakenly think that he wanted to borrow a transcendent artifact for free. Nangong Jia immediately understood and said, "I'm ashamed. I'm afraid I won't be able to help your highness. The Rainmaster is a low-key person. Let alone me, I'm afraid no one in the entire heaven realm knows about his personal preferences. I'm sorry." Xiaolian's face turned a little red as he said, "It's nothing. Don't take it to heart." "Many thanks." Nangong Jia then said, "However, if you have something important to look for, there's no harm in directly paying a visit. According to the Rainmaster's temperament, he might not see you." Xiaolian thanked her again. Following her directions, he went all the way south and arrived at the place where the Rainmaster temporarily lived. It was a small village with green mountains and clear waters. The scenery was beautiful, but he was completely in no mood to appreciate it. Passing through the ridge of fields, he finally saw a stone tablet with the word rain engraved on it. Logically speaking, after passing this stone tablet, it would be the temporary residence of the Rainmaster. Those who were active here should be the Rainmaster's subordinates. However, as Xiaolian walked, he saw lush green fields all around him. There were cows mooing in the fields, rolling water wheels, and diligent farmers transplanting seedlings. There was also a crooked thatched hut by the side of the field. It didn't have any sage-like image, which made Xiaolian suspect that he had come to the wrong place. Wasn't this a dilapidated and isolated farmer's village? Just as he was doubting it, the black cow that was plowing the field suddenly mooed a few times. It stood up like a human, stretched out its two front hooves, and took down the plow for itself. Its sturdy body became narrower and narrower, and its long bull nose became shorter and shorter. In the blink of an eye, it turned from a glossy black cow into a bare-armed farmer. The farmer was tall and strong. His muscles were distinct, and his face was rigid. His nose was wearing a shiny iron nose ring like the cow's, and he was holding a blade of grass in his mouth. The rest of the farmers saw this shocking change with their own eyes, but continued to work as if it was normal. Only then did Xiaolian confirm that the people here weren't mortals. He walked forward, cupped his fists, and said, "Fellow Taoist, may I ask if the Rainmaster is temporarily staying here?" The farmer that the black cow had transformed into pointed to the shore, and said, "There. The Rainmaster is staying there." Xiaolian looked at it a few times, and finally confirmed that the direction he was pointing at was only that thatched hut that seemed as if it would collapse with the wind, and would definitely leak when it rained. Even his most shabby grassroots crown prince temple, compared to this hut, was much more dignified and well off. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel strange. People said that before the Rainmaster ascended, he was the same as him, a descendant of the Rainmaster country's imperial family. It was because of this that he didn't directly bring his rare gems as a gift. Presumably, the Rainmaster felt the same as him, and didn't care for these things. Why would he be in such dire straits after ascending? Perhaps, it was also a method of cultivation. Xiaolian's etiquette was not lacking in the slightest. After thanking the farmer, he walked closer to the small house and said in a clear voice, "Darren Rainmaster, Xian Le Crown Prince Xiaolian took the liberty to pay a visit and did not inform you in advance. Please forgive me." There was no sound from inside the house. The farmer dragged his plow over and said, "Oh? Are you the crown prince who ascended at the age of 17? Xiaolian said, "I'm ashamed." "There's nothing to be ashamed of," the farmer said, "it's the truth. However, the Lord Rainmaster doesn't like to see people, and he's been injured recently. I'm afraid he can't come out to see you." When Xiaolian heard this, he felt slightly disappointed. However, he still harbored the thought of giving it a try. "Could I ask you to pass the message on my behalf? I have something to ask of you. If Lord Rainmaster hears it and finds it inconvenient, I won't force you." The farmer chuckled and said, "There's no need for me to pass the message, we all know what you're here for. There's no water in Xianlu country, isn't that a bad feeling?" Hearing this, Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment before asking, "You know what happened in Xianlu country?" "Of course I know," the farmer said. "Not only do people like us, who are holed up in a remote corner of a mountain ravine, know about it. Your Xianlu country is facing a great calamity, who doesn't know about it? You don't know about your matters, but other people keep an eye on you all day, so they know more than you do. Maybe they're even happy in their hearts, haha. You're here to ask the Lord Rain to lend you a talisman to help with disaster relief, right?" Only now did Xiaolian realize that those heavenly officials of the heavenly court weren't all coincidentally absent. Rather, they were all very clear about his intentions for coming here and had either deliberately shut themselves in and not come out, or they had long since avoided him, not wanting to get involved in this muddy water. He sighed and thought to himself, could it be that I really should have paid a visit to every big temple in the first place, so that it would be easier to handle matters in the future? As he thought about it, he felt a bit depressed. In a low voice, he said, "Exactly. If it's inconvenient for the Lord Rainmaster, I definitely won't pester you." That farmer said, "Why don't you pester me? Do you want face? This is an important matter for your nation's survival, shouldn't you be pestering me? You can't bear it just because I want you to lower yourself a bit? Young people can't be this impatient. To put it bluntly, the great Rainmaster helping you is a favor, but not helping you is his duty. Lending it to you is because he's in a good mood, but if he doesn't lend it to you, you can't complain later." Xiaolian knew that what the farmer said was reasonable, but he was already badly battered. In addition, the farmer's tone wasn't very friendly, causing his anger to rise slightly. Raising his head, he sternly said, "I understand everything you've said, and I definitely won't complain behind your back. Why do you have to think this way about me in advance? I said I won't pester you because I don't want to make things difficult for the great Rainmaster. However, if the great Rainmaster doesn't make things difficult for me and only needs me to pester him, then how hard would it be for me to kneel and kowtow to you 100 times? That farmer laughed out loud and said, angry? You have the temper of a child. Catch. The moment he threw it, Xiaolian raised his hand and caught a cyan bamboo hat. It was the same one that the farmer had been carrying on his back. Xiaolian asked, this is? That farmer said, the thing you wanted to borrow. Before you came, the great rain master told me to give it to you. Be careful, if you mess it up, we won't forgive you. Xiaolian widened his eyes and asked, why? That farmer said, didn't I already say why? Lending it to you means I'm in a good mood. Other heavenly officials didn't lend it to you, but the great rain master insisted on lending it to you. The great rain master can do whatever he wants. Xiaolian repeatedly said, many thanks. Many thanks. However, that farmer said, don't be happy too early, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Although the great rain master ascended longer than you, he doesn't have as many followers as you. His mana is also far from yours. In addition, he's injured. Other than lending this thing to you, you can only rely on yourself for the rest. Distant water can't quench present thirst. This great rain master's hat can only move rain, but it can't create water. Your Xianlu country doesn't have enough water, so you can only borrow it from other countries. Other countries might not be willing, but only Rain Master country has surplus all year round. However, the mountains are long and the rivers are far. Every time you use it, it will consume a large amount of your mana. No matter how much mana you have, there will be a time when it's exhausted. Xiaolian couldn't be more clear on how difficult it was to lend his own talisman to an unrelated person. He deeply bowed towards the thatched cottage and said, for the great rain master to be willing to lend a helping hand, this one is already extremely grateful. Words cannot express my gratitude for your great kindness. In the future, if there's anything I can help with, I ask the great rain master to do as you please. Farewell. After he borrowed the talisman, he immediately found a lake and river in the south. Using the great rain master's hat, he carried a large amount of lake water and crossed 1,000 miles to return to Xianlu. He found the village with the most severe drought, Lang'er Bay, and flipped the bamboo hat over. Immediately, a light rain started to fall from the sky. Xiaolian jumped down from the clouds and both his feet touched the ground. Those half-dead villagers didn't dare to believe it. Some rushed out of the house to get drenched in the rain and cheered. Some hurriedly pushed out the big and small basins used to wash their faces and feet from home to receive the rain. Seeing this, Xiaolian let out a sigh of relief and finally revealed a smile. At this moment, he suddenly heard a voice shout from afar, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Mu Qing said, Your Highness. Why have you been gone for so many days? Xiaolian was startled. Have I been gone for a long time? Coming and going, up to the heavens and down to the earth, he scooped up the lake water, ascended the clouds and turned it into rain. Day and night were inseparable. He had already wasted a lot of time. But he was completely unaware of it. Mu Qing said, It's been a few days. The prayers of the believers in the Crown Prince Palace have piled up into a mountain. At this time, Xiaolian felt that the rain had weakened, so he stretched out his hand. He said, Didn't I tell you before? Should I let you deal with it first? Mu Qing said, We have naturally taken care of everything that we can, but there are still many wishes. We don't have the qualifications to skip ranks and do it for you. That's why I told Your Highness not to suppress it for too long. Come back quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, the rain stopped. The duration of this rain was even shorter than Xiaolian had imagined. He couldn't help but feel solemn. The dark clouds in the sky slowly dispersed, and a green bamboo hat slowly fell down. Xiaolian stretched out both hands to receive it. But look at the situation. I can't leave here either. Mu Qing frowned, Your Highness. You borrowed the Rainmaster's magic treasure? Where did you get this water from? Xiaolian replied, The southern Rainmaster country. Mu Qing said, So far? How much magic power does it take to move it once? Moreover, the area of the rain each time was small, and it did not last. How are you going to deal with the prayers of the Crown Prince's followers? Xiaolian didn't need him to say it. He was the war god, and the followers of the Crown Prince Palace were the foundation of his palace and the source of his magic power. This was tantamount to abandoning one's roots to pursue another. If he wasn't careful, he might not be able to take care of both sides. But other than this, what else could he do? Xiaolian replied, I know. But if this goes on, the Crown Prince's palace will be affected sooner or later if chaos breaks out in Yong'an. Mu Qing said, it's about to explode. Xiaolian was startled. What? After hearing Mu Qing's report, he quickly returned to Xianlu Imperial City. When he arrived at Divine Marshal Street, he happened to run into a group of royal soldiers. They were armed to the teeth and holding sharp weapons. They were escorting a group of ragged men with shackles on their heads and hands. Both sides of the street were lined with commoners, all of them looking enraged. Feng Xian held the black bow in his hand, ready for battle, as if he was guarding against the rioting of the citizens on both sides. Xiaolian shouted, Feng Xian. Who were they betting on? What crime did he commit? Where are you going? When Feng Xian heard his voice, he strode over and said, Your Highness. These are all Yong'an people. The row of men was tall and thin, their skin was slightly dark, there were several dozen of them. The soldiers escorting them were followed by a few old men, as well as some frightened women and children. Xiaolian asked, Everything behind this is also the same? Mu Qing said, All of them. It turned out that in the past few months, due to the drought in Yong'an, the people who originally settled in Yong'an had fled to the east. It wasn't obvious when they were in groups of a few dozen, but now there were more than 500 people here. With more than 500 people gathered together, it was a very impressive sight to behold. This group of people from Yong'an were unfamiliar with the place and had nothing to their name. When they opened their mouths, they revealed their foreign accent. Now that they had come to a strange and bustling city, they naturally wanted to hug each other for warmth. Thus, they searched everywhere in Xianlu Imperial City and finally found an uninhabited piece of green land. Overjoyed at the unexpected good news, they set up a hut here as a place to rest. Unfortunately, although this piece of green land was indeed uninhabited, it was a piece of white moonlight in the hearts of the people of the Imperial City. The people of Xianlu were used to enjoying and appreciating, and the people of the Imperial City were especially so. Many of the common people would go to that piece of green land to take a walk, dance, practice swordsmanship, recite poems, paint, and have gatherings. As for Yong'an, it was situated in the west of Xianlu. The land was barren and poor, and the temperament and customs of the common people were as different as heaven and earth compared to the east of Xianlu. Compared to them, the common people of the Imperial City were more aware that they were the orthodox people of Xianlu. Today, the once elegant place was occupied by a large group of refugees. All day long, they brewed medicine, cried for funerals, washed their clothes, and lit fires. The stench was so bad that it was filled with the smell of sweat and leftover food. Many of the common people nearby could not bear it and complained. A few of the older Yong'an elders who were leading the group understood and wanted to move elsewhere. However, the Imperial City had a large population and no matter where they moved, it would be filled with people. There was no other place that could accommodate so many people. Moreover, among the 500 people, there were injured, sick, elderly, women, and children. It was not suitable for them to move frequently, so they could only be careful and thick-skinned, staying here and not leaving. Although the common people of the Imperial City were dissatisfied, they were after all citizens of the same country. Since they were in trouble, they could only endure it for the time being. Hearing this, the row of soldiers escorted the men of Yong'an to the entrance of the market and ordered, Kneel. Every single one of those Yong'an men had faces full of unwillingness. However, with a knife at their necks, even if they didn't want to kneel, they still had to. When the common people of the Imperial City who were watching saw them kneel in an uneven fashion, some sighed, and some vented their anger. Xiaolian said, According to what you said, both sides are enduring. Then what's going on today? Before Feng Xian and Mu Qing could answer, a woman in the crowd cried out, You bunch of barbaric thieves! You stole chickens and dogs, and you even beat my husband to that state. He can't even get up. If anything happens to him, I'll fight you to the death. Beside her, several people hurriedly comforted her. There were even some people who criticized, You've left your homes and arrived in someone else's territory, yet you don't know how to behave yourselves. That's right, when you're in someone else's house, you're not the slightest bit polite. You're stealing. A young man wearing a pillory couldn't keep his cool and explained, I've already said it long ago, we weren't the ones who stole it. We weren't the ones who made the first move either. Furthermore, we also have people injured on our side. An old man shouted, don't say any more. That young man angrily shut his mouth. Xianxia said, someone in the imperial city lost a dog. In the past, there was a child from Yong'an who was extremely hungry and stole a duck to cook and eat. So, he suspected that this time, the dog was also caught by Yong'an people to be cooked and eaten. So, he ran over to their side to ask. Xiaolian only felt that this was unreasonable. Just because of a dog, they caused such a big commotion and arrested so many people? Xianxia said, yes, just because of a dog, they caused such a big commotion. Both sides endured for a long time, and a small matter became a big matter. Both sides swore that the other side started the fight first, and that it was their fault. So, they started a messy fight, and for some reason, the fight became bigger and bigger. The leader of the soldiers said, gathering people to cause trouble, they will be severely punished. Wear shackles as an example to the public, and do not do it again. After he finished speaking, he retreated. In the next moment, many people began to throw vegetable leaves and rotten eggs at this group of Yong'an men. Several older people bowed in all directions and said, we're sorry, everyone, we're sorry. Please be lenient, be lenient. Although Xiaolian felt that they were making a mountain out of a molehill and extremely ridiculous, he could more or less understand. He said, so, did they steal it? Did they find the dog? Xianxia shook his head and said, who knows? After eating the bones and dumping them, who would be able to find it? But looking at their expressions, I don't think they stole it. However, they were soldiers of the imperial city, and the judgment was naturally biased towards the people of the imperial city. Regardless of whether it was stolen or not, if a fight broke out, the people of Yong'an would definitely be in the wrong. Especially since the men of the imperial city loved to have fun and were not as good at fighting as the men of Yong'an. It seemed that they had been beaten up badly by outsiders this time, and they had lost a lot of face. Xiaolian shook his head and swept his eyes across. Suddenly, he discovered that among the row of Yong'an men, there was a youth with his head lowered in the middle. He looked very familiar, it was the youth who buried his child in the small forest, Lang Ying. Xiaolian was immediately startled. At this moment, someone nearby complained, why do I feel that there are more and more people of Yong'an in the imperial city these few months? They even dared to beat people up today. Don't tell me all of them are coming over? A man who looked like a merchant waved his hands randomly and said, His Majesty the King will not allow it. My house was stolen by Yong'an people a few days ago. If they all come over, what would happen? Hearing this, Lang Ying, who had been letting the leaves rain down on his head, suddenly raised his head and said, Did you see that? That merchant didn't expect this person to actually talk to him, so he casually replied, What? Lang Ying said, Yong'an people stole things from your house. Did you see it with your own eyes? That merchant said, I didn't see it with my own eyes, but everything was fine before. It was only after you guys came that it was suddenly stolen. Don't tell me you guys have nothing to do with it? Lang Ying nodded and said, So that's how it is. I understand now. Before we came, you guys were the ones who stole things. After we came, the ones who stole things were all us. Before he finished speaking, a rotten persimmon flew over and smashed into the side of his mouth. It was as if he had vomited a large flower of blood. That merchant burst out laughing. Lang Ying's gaze was indifferent, so he shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Xiaolian melted the sharp stones that were thrown at them, so that this group of Yong'an youths wouldn't have their heads broken and bleeding. This public display continued until the evening. The surrounding commoners gradually dispersed, and the soldiers felt that it was enough. Only then did they arrogantly open the shackles and warn them not to cause trouble in the future. Otherwise, they wouldn't let them off lightly and so on. Several of the older people kept bowing and nodding, smiling apologetically as they promised that they wouldn't do it again. However, Lang Ying's expression was calm as he walked away, minding his own business. Xiaolian saw that he was walking alone, so he seized the opportunity and flashed out from behind a tree, blocking the youth's path. The moment he flashed out, the youth's gaze turned cold. In an instant, it seemed as if he wanted to reach out and grab Xiaolian's throat. In a split second, after he clearly saw who it was, he retracted his hand that had yet to reach out and said, "It's you." Xiaolian had transformed into the form of that little Taoist priest. He was slightly startled by Lang Ying's hand that hadn't reached out and thought to himself, this person's skills are quite amazing. He then said, "I gave you that bead, so why didn't you take it back to Yong'an?" Lang Ying looked at him and said, "My son is here. I'm also here." Pausing, he took out the coral bead from his belt and said, "Do you want to take this back? I'll give it to you." The hand that he used to hand over the bead still had a bruise from wearing the shackles. After a moment of silence, Xiaolian didn't take it and said, "Let's go back. It's raining in the Bay of Children today." He pointed to the sky and said, "Tomorrow. It will also rain. I promise, it will definitely rain." However, Lang Ying shook his head and said, "Regardless of whether it rains or not, we can't go back." Looking at his departing back, Xiaolian stared blankly for a moment, only feeling endless worries. Before he ascended, it seemed like he didn't have any worries at all. Whatever he wanted to do, he would be able to accomplish it. Who knew that after he ascended, it was as if he was suddenly surrounded by endless worries. He had other people's worries, and he also had his own worries. To do one thing, it was so difficult. He was stretched too thin, and he didn't have the strength to do it. Xiaolian sighed and also turned around to leave. He returned to the Crown Prince's palace to deal with those believers' wishes that had accumulated for many days. However, he wasn't the most worried person. The king was. The Xianlu Emperor's worries had become reality. These 500 or so Yong'an people were just the beginning. Xiaolian borrowed the Rainmaster's hat and frequently traveled between the north and south, relying on his own strength to make the rain fall. Every time it rained, it would consume at least 5 to 6 days of time and a large amount of magical power. If it wasn't for him, perhaps no one else would be able to endure this kind of running back and forth. Of course, Junwu was an exception. However, the Divine Martial Heavenly Emperor's territory was much larger than his. The amount of believers and territory he needed to expend energy on was far greater than the Xianlu Emperor's. How could he ask Junwu to be distracted by this? Moreover, he could only nourish a small part of Yong'an's land at a time. Moreover, it wouldn't last long. Although it could alleviate the problem, it couldn't be cured. Thus, after a month, the people of Yong'an officially began to migrate to the east. Originally, it was a few dozen people in a group. Now, it was hundreds, thousands, and large groups of people, converging into a river. After another month, the Xianlu Emperor issued an order, in view of the continuous disputes and frequent fights, in order to maintain the stability of the imperial city. From today onwards, the people of Yong'an who were scattered in the Xianlu capital must all withdraw from the imperial city. Each person was given a certain amount of travel expenses to settle in other towns. "Open the gate. Let us in." The soldiers retreated into the city, the heavy gate closed. The people who had been expelled by the soldiers surged back like a black tide, slapping against the gate. The soldiers on the city gate tower roared, "Retreat! Retreat! Those who have received their travel expenses can go on the road. Go east, don't stay." However, these Yong'an people left their hometown and fled the wilderness, to the imperial city closest to them. The gates of the imperial city were closed to them. If they wanted to live, they had to go around the imperial city and take a longer way, to the city further east. But all the way here, it was already extremely difficult and dangerous, with countless casualties. How could they still have the strength to continue forward? Even if everyone was given some travel expenses, water and dry rations, how many days could they last on the road? They were all covered in dust, some dragging pots and pans, some carrying dolls, some carrying stretchers, some supporting, some lying down. They could no longer walk, sitting on the ground in front of the city wall. The young men still had the strength to be angry. They hammered the city gate and shouted, "You can't do this. You want us to die. We are all Xianlu people, do you have to be so ruthless?" A man shouted until his voice was hoarse, "It's fine if you chase us out, I won't go in, but let my wife and children stay, okay?" Like an ant trying to shake a tree, the city gate did not move at all. Xiaolian stood on top of the city tower. His white clothes fluttered as he crossed the parapet and looked down. Outside the imperial city, all he could see were slowly squirming human heads. They were black and dense, very much like the ant swarms he saw when he was playing in the imperial garden when he was a child. At that time, out of curiosity, he took a few more glances and stretched out a finger, wanting to secretly poke it. Immediately, a palace servant shouted, "Your Highness, this thing is so dirty, you can't touch it, you can't touch it." She lifted her skirt and rushed over, crushing the ants with a few steps. When the ants were alive, other than being densely packed, there was nothing to see. When they were trampled to death and turned into a pile of mud, there was nothing to see. Inside the imperial city, tens of thousands of homes were brightly lit and music could be heard. A city wall separated two completely different worlds. It was one thing for the Yongnan people who came later to not be able to enter, but those who were originally inside had to be chased out. Although they were cold and hard, Xiaolian roughly knew that this was because in the past few months, there had been more and more friction between the people of the imperial city and the people of Yong, and leaving a group of such men in the city, they were afraid that if they worked together, they would cause trouble. However, there was one point that he felt could still be discussed. He asked absent-mindedly, "Why do women and children have to be evacuated as well? Some of them won't be able to go far." Feng Xian and Mu Qing stood behind him. Mu Qing said, "If we want to retreat, we must retreat together. One should not worry about scarcity, but about unevenness. One should not discriminate, otherwise it would be hard to avoid provoking others." "Why can they stay, but I can't?" Feng Xian said, "You think too much." Mu Qing said indifferently, "There will always be people who think that way. Moreover, if his wife and children hadn't left, those men wouldn't be willing to go too far away. They would come back sooner or later. Leaving people in the city is akin to leaving behind future troubles. These Yongnan people weren't willing to leave, and the soldiers in the city tower couldn't leave either. They all said, let's just waste time like this." Since His Majesty had given the order, did they think that sitting here and wasting time would be of any use? If it took a day or two, could it take a month or 2 years? The soldiers and commoners of the imperial city all thought so. Some of the Yongnan people accepted their fate in despair and decided to gamble and continue eastward. However, there weren't many of them. Most of them were still sitting at the city gates, hoping that the imperial city would open the gates to let them in. At least, they would be given a place to rest before continuing on their journey. More and more Yongnan people came. Although they were very disappointed to see that the city gates were tightly shut, seeing that there were so many people guarding, they also joined the main group with anticipation. Thus, after 3 or 4 days, more and more people gathered at the city gates. Tens of thousands of people practically set up camp here, forming a spectacular spectacle. They relied on the water and dry rations distributed by the emperor to barely hold on, but they were almost at their limit. This limit was reached on the 5th day. In these 5 days, Xiaolian divided his food into 3 portions every day. 1 portion was used for the followers of the Crown Prince Hall, 1 portion was used to arrange for the water and rain, and 1 portion was used to take care of the commoners of Yong and outside the city. Even with Feng Xian and Mu Qing's help, there were times when he felt overwhelmed and powerless. On this day, when he wasn't guarding outside the city, under the scorching sun, a scream suddenly rang out in front of the city gates. The scream came from a husband and wife who were carrying a child. Everyone surrounded them and asked, "What's wrong with this child? Is he hungry or thirsty?" After a moment, they exclaimed, "Everyone, bring some water over, this child's face can't be looked at." The wife cried as she fed water to the red-faced child, but all the water was spat out. His father said, "I don't know what's going on, he's sick, doctor, we need a doctor." He carried his son and rushed to the city gates, banging on the gates, open the gates, and save someone. "Someone is going to die, my son is going to die." The soldiers inside the gates naturally didn't dare to open the gates. Regardless of whether someone was really going to die or not, there were tens of thousands of people outside the gates. Once the gates were opened, they wouldn't be able to close it again, so they could only report to their superiors. The weather was hot, and the soldiers who had been guarding for a few days were a little impatient. They perfunctorily said, "Give him water and food." Thus, they used a rope to hang some water and food down. The man said, thank you all, but we don't need water and food. Can you help us find a doctor? This made things difficult for them. They couldn't let him in to find a doctor, nor could they hang a doctor down for him. God knows what this group of starving people who had been starving for 4 to 5 days would do outside the door. Thus, a few generals said, forget it, don't worry about it, just ignore it, no one will die. If you ask again, just say that we've already reported to His Majesty. The monarch had been extremely vexed over the matter of Yong'an for the past few days, frequently getting angry. Naturally, no one dared to disturb him over such a small matter. A few soldiers answered accordingly, and the man felt at ease. He thanked the monarch profusely and knelt down to kowtow. However, hour after hour passed, and the shadow under the scorching sun moved from one side to the other. The doctor didn't appear for a long time, and the child in his arms was getting hotter and hotter. The couple's hands kept trembling as they carried the child. The man's head was covered in cold sweat as he muttered, is there anyone else coming? Are they still going to open the gates for me? He finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted towards the top of the gate tower, generals, I'm sorry, I want to ask, where's the doctor? The soldier replied, we've already reported to His Majesty, please wait a little longer. A commoner below couldn't hold it in any longer, he said he went 4 hours ago, why isn't he back yet? The soldiers obeyed their superior's instructions and ignored them after answering. The people below the walls were angry, helpless, and heartbroken. They surrounded the child and began to doubt, did they really report to His Majesty? Could they be lying to us? The child's father couldn't wait any longer. He made up his mind and tied the child on his back, giving a few instructions to his wife. The woman took off an amulet from her neck and wore it around her husband's neck. The man ran towards the city wall and tried to climb up. The outside of the city wall was extremely difficult to climb. He grabbed a few times but couldn't climb up. The rest of the men said, let me help you, and went over to help him. Dozens of people piled up like a human pyramid and sent him up to a height of about 10 feet. At this point, the man was barely able to grab the rope used to carry water and food and continued to climb. The tens of thousands of people below looked at him nervously and didn't dare to cheer for him for fear of being discovered. The soldiers on the gate tower had been guarding for a few days and this group of Yong'an refugees didn't cause any big trouble, so they inevitably became a little relaxed. When the man had almost climbed halfway up the wall, they suddenly realized that there was a person on the wall and shouted, what are you doing? Don't climb the wall. Those who climb the wall will be killed without mercy. Do you hear me? Those who climb the wall will be killed without mercy. They threatened. The man also said loudly, I have no ill intentions. I just want to take the child to see a doctor, I won't do anything else. He shouted as he continued to climb. A general was originally eating, but when he heard about this, he became extremely angry. If this person climbed up safely and set a precedent, wouldn't there be countless Yong'an people who followed suit? He had to be stopped. Thus, he took large strides and shouted down from the wall, do you want to die? Go down immediately, if you don't go down, I won't forgive you. The man had already climbed to a very high place and was already halfway up. If he put in a bit more effort, he would be able to climb back up, so he naturally wouldn't stop. That general had always been a man of his word in the military camp. No one dared to disobey his orders. It was also very simple for anyone to disobey him. He came to the side of the wall and pulled out his sword. The rope was cut. The man held the broken rope and fell from midair. Amidst the screams of countless people, he fell heavily onto the hard ground. Outside the city gate, Xiaolian appeared at this time. The man was carrying a child on his back. With a podgy sound, the child was crushed into a ball of exploding meat paste. A flower of blood sprayed several zhang. His neck was also broken. His eyes were wide open and a protective talisman fell from his twisted neck. In the middle were 2 words, Xian Lu, embroidered with golden thread. It was the blessed light protective talisman from the Crown Prince's palace. The moment before he climbed up, this man and his wife held on to the protective talisman and silently prayed for the Crown Prince's protection. Thus, Xiaolian heard their prayers and rushed here. However, he wasn't the main character of those legendary novels. Every time, he would appear just before his sword was about to fall, saving people in the nick of time. The woman didn't have the courage to flip over her husband's corpse to see what had become of her son. She covered her face and screamed. Without even looking, she ran forward and hit the wall. With a dong sound, she fell down and stopped moving. Right in front of Xiaolian, there were 3 more corpses at the bottom of the imperial city walls. Before he could react, the commoners outside the city gates couldn't take it anymore. Someone cursed, "Dead, a family of 3, all dead. Look, this is the good general who works for our king. He didn't save us and instead forced us onto the road to death. You don't let us in and you don't send us out. What do you want us to do? 3 bloody lives are waiting for you. They say that the people of Yong'an are leaving the imperial city. Why don't the rich people leave as well? Do we deserve to die because we don't have money or power? I've seen through it. I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. The taxes that should have been collected every year are still there. Where did the disaster relief go? He would rather use the money to feed the worms to repair his son's temple than to help the victims. He only gives us some water and dry rations. Who do he think we are? A fatuous ruler, a fatuous ruler. The soldiers on the city walls shouted for him to stop. That general had seen all kinds of situations and didn't take it to heart. However, the situation was slowly getting out of control. Thousands of angry hands pushed against the city gates. Some people even used their heads and bodies to slam against the gates. This time, it wasn't an ant trying to shake a tree. The city gates moved. Even the entire city walls were faintly trembling. Xiaolian had never seen such a situation since he was born. All the people he had seen were friendly, happy, prosperous, and loving. These people with distorted faces and crying and shouting made him feel like he had come to a completely unfamiliar world. He couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. Even when he faced the most terrifying demons and evil spirits, he had never felt this way. At this moment, an angry roar came from above the city walls. He suddenly turned around and saw a tall and thin figure grabbing the general who had cut the rope and caused the death of the 3 people below the city walls. With a crisp crack, the general's neck was broken. The soldiers didn't know how this person suddenly appeared. They turned pale with fright and shouted, "Who are you? How did you get up here?" Xiaolian quickly noticed the general's hands. They were already badly mutilated. This person had actually used a pair of bare hands to grab the city walls that didn't have a single crack and climbed up. And that figure turned around. It was indeed Lang Ying. Lang Ying, who was surrounded by the soldiers, didn't panic at all. He flipped over the parapet wall and threw the general's body down the city walls. He also stepped on the body, using it as a cushion, and jumped down. The moment before he jumped down, he looked straight at Xiaolian. But he wasn't looking at Xiaolian. Instead, he looked past him and saw the imperial palace in the center of the imperial city. With the displaced people of Yong'an city wanting to fight against the army of Xianlu imperial city was no different from hitting a stone with an egg, a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, people who had no way out had the courage to hit a stone with an egg and a mantis trying to stop a chariot. After a commotion, tens of thousands of Yong'an people finally left the city gate, retreating a distance. Changing a place to set up camp. They just refused to leave. Walking on the road, they might die, wasting time here would probably mean death. What was the difference? Relying on the food and water that the king had previously distributed. The bark, weeds, vegetable roots, insects, snakes, rats, and ants in the wild. As well as the resentment and unwillingness that had accumulated for many days. These people had an unimaginably tenacious vitality. They stubbornly endured it. A few days later, more than 1,000 people hurriedly gathered together with some hoes, rakes, stones, and branches, came back to fight. Although this battle was a mess, it was a crushing defeat. More than half of the more than 1,000 people were dead or injured. But it was not for nothing. Lang Ying rushed into the city tower alone, carrying a few large bags of rice and a few bundles of weapons back. Although he was heavily injured. On the contrary, it aroused the fighting spirit of a group of desperados. At this time, their nature was closer to that of bandits. Once, twice, 3 times. The soldiers of Xianlu discovered that this group of bandits were rapidly improving. The scattered attackers, who had no experience before, gradually found their way. The people who came were more and more difficult to deal with, and the number of people who went back increased. There was also a new wave of disaster victims who heard the news and joined them, strengthening their team. The Xianlu nation was in an uproar over how to deal with these bandits. After 5 or 6 such absurd battles, Xiaolian could no longer watch from the sidelines. He hadn't gone to the heavenly court to report for many days. This time, when he returned to the immortal capital, he silently went straight to the divine martial palace. When he rushed in, Junwu was sitting at the head. A group of heavenly officials were bowing their heads and listening to orders, as if they were discussing important matters. If it was in the past, Xiaolian would have chosen another day to visit, but now, he couldn't wait any longer. He went straight to the point and said, "Emperor, I want to return to the human world." All the heavenly officials were startled and immediately covered their mouths, not wanting to reveal too much of their emotions. Junwu pondered for a moment before standing up from his throne. In a warm voice, he said, "Xianlu, I roughly know what happened. However, you must first calm down." Xiaolian said, "Dijun, I didn't come here to inquire, but to inform. My people are in dire straits, please forgive me for not being able to remain calm." Junwu said, "Everything in the world has its own destiny. Do you know that if you go down there, you will be breaking the rules?" Xiaolian said, "If it's against the rules, then it's against the rules." Hearing this, the expressions of all the heavenly officials changed. There had never been a divine priest who dared to say these words in such a righteous and powerful manner. Even if Junwu favored this Xianlu crown prince who had ascended at such a young age, he was still too bold. Then, Xiaolian bowed and said, "Please give me a way out and give me some time. Since the war has already started, casualties are unavoidable. However, if I can pacify this war, let the least number of people die, and control the situation to the smallest extent possible, after the war is over, I will definitely voluntarily come back to ask for forgiveness. At that time I will be at your disposal. Whether it is to suppress me under the mountain for 100 years, 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, I will absolutely not regret it." After saying this, he maintained his bowed posture and retreated out of the palace hall. Junwu said, "Xianlu." Xiaolian's footsteps paused. Junwu looked at him and sighed, "You can't save everyone." Xiaolian slowly straightened his body and said, "Whether or not I can save everyone, I will only know the answer after I try. Even if the heavens say that I must die, as long as that sword doesn't pierce through my heart, nailing me to the ground and making me unable to move, I will still be alive. I will still struggle to the end with my last breath." This time, when he returned to the human world, it was different from the previous times. Xiaolian felt that something had been left behind. It was a little relaxed, but also a little heavy. His first step was to impatiently return to the imperial palace. The king and empress were in the imperial study, their expressions heavy and tired as they whispered to each other. Xiaolian arrived outside the door. He was slightly nervous for a moment before he calmed down. Lifting the curtain, he walked in and said, "Imperial father." The king and empress both turned their heads, both stunned. After a short while, the empress was the first to stand up. Overjoyed, she said, "My son." She stretched out her hands and came over to greet him. Xiaolian supported her. But before his smile faded, he suddenly saw the king's face sink. He said, "Why did you come down?" The smile on Xiaolian's face stiffened. Previously in the imperial palace, when he heard his parents talking behind his back, Xiaolian felt that his father still missed him. He didn't seem to have many opinions about him like he did on the surface. Originally, he thought that with his return, the king would at least show some happiness. If that was the case, his attitude would definitely soften. Who knew that the king would have such a reaction? Xiaolian's anger rose as he solemnly said, "Why did I come down? Isn't it all because of you? For Yong'an to have today's chaos, you should ask yourself honestly, don't you also have a certain degree of responsibility?" The king's expression greatly changed as he sternly said, "My responsibility? Is this what you should be saying to me?" He was actually so angry that he didn't even pay attention to how he called himself. The empress said with tears in her eyes, "It's already like this, why are you still arguing?" Xiaolian said, I'm not arguing, I'm being reasonable. Even if you are the king, even if you are my imperial father, if you have a responsibility, why can't I say it? Why don't you do your best to provide disaster relief? Even if the disaster relief funds were swallowed layer by layer, why don't you punish the corrupt officials? If you acted swiftly and decisively, catching and dealing with one by one, who would dare to be greedy? Wouldn't the situation be better than it is now? The veins on the king's forehead bulged. He slammed the table and said, Shut up. Do you think the national treasury is a bottomless pit? Fill whatever gap there is? Catching and dealing with one by one? If it was that easy, then with a single order from the king, you could immediately see results and act swiftly and decisively. Then why haven't corrupt officials been eradicated? What do you know, ignorant child? Talk to me about governing the country. Xiaolian said, Fine, I don't understand. Then even if the imperial city has no place for the victims, it is inevitable that they will withdraw. But why don't you give these victims some travel expenses? Why didn't you pacify them and send troops to escort them to the east? The king glared angrily at the sky and said, Scram. Get lost. Go back to the sky. Just looking at you annoys me. Do not appear again. Xiaolian's heart was filled with hot blood. When he saw his parents for the first time, he heard his father telling him to scram back to the sky. Without saying a word, he bowed to him and retreated. The empress chased after him and pulled him back. My son. Xiaolian warmly said, Imperial mother, don't worry. I'm just going to the capital to take a look at the current situation. The empress shook her head and said, My son, I don't understand these national affairs, but I understand your father. Over the years, I've seen how he's become a monarch. You can think that he didn't do a good job. Sometimes I feel the same way too. I just don't want to say it. But don't say that in front of him. He is your father after all. If you say that he doesn't have a good heart to his face, it will really hurt his feelings. Xiaolian wanted to say something but hesitated. The empress said, Although you are the crown prince, you have never been a king. Governing a country is different from cultivating the Tao. When you first entered the Emperor Polarity Temple, the imperial preceptor said that cultivating the Tao is only about one's heart. Is that what he said? Xiaolian slowly nodded. The empress held his hand and said, But, there are many things in this world. It is useless to put your heart into it. You also need to be capable. Not only you, but your subordinates also need to be capable. Not only do they need to be capable, but they also need to be of the same mind as you. Xiaolian was silent. After a long time, he said, Isn't the national treasury very deflated? I don't need temples. Tell him not to build so many temples for me. Those golden statues, destroy them all. The empress said helplessly, You child. Of course, your father has his own selfish motives in building temples. He wants to give you good things and wants you to be glorious in the sky. But do you know how many of the 8,000 monasteries were truly built by your father? You don't know, right? Xiaolian really didn't know. He thought for a while and said, Half? The empress said, If your father really used the money in the national treasury to build over 4,000 crown prince palaces, before the people of Yong'an could make a ruckus, the imperial city would first. Since the national treasury is empty, where did all the money come from? Your father only built around 20 temples. Others followed his wind and also built a nest of them. They wanted to curry favor with him, to curry favor with you. Do these things also count on him? Xiaolian said, Aye. The empress said in a low voice, Your father didn't do well enough, but he did his best. However, in this world, just doing one's best isn't enough. Pausing, she then said, Right now, you feel pity for those people of Yong'an, so you blame your father. But they are all his people. Don't tell me we are the ones bullying them? Actually. Halfway through, the king angrily shouted from inside the imperial study, Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Tell him to hurry up and scram back to the sky. The empress turned her head and sighed, My son, you, don't come down. You should go back. After leaving the imperial palace, Xiaolian walked along an alley on the side of Shenwu Street. Coincidentally, Feng Xian and Mu Qing rushed over. When Mu Qing arrived, he said in disbelief, "Your Highness. You invited yourself to descend to the mortal world? You went to Shenwu Palace Hall and told the Emperor?" Xiaolian said, "Yes." Mu Qing asked, "Why didn't you tell me first?" Feng Xian felt strange. "What do you mean? Does your Highness need to tell others what he wants to do?" Mu Qing, on the other hand, somewhat forgot himself and said, "Why not? We are his people. Right now, we are bound together with him. His every move and action is closely related to our situation. What's wrong with me wanting to know what he plans to do?" Feng Xian said, "Whatever His Highness does, don't we have to follow? Whatever he wants to do, whether it's up in the sky or down on the ground, he has his own ideas. What are you afraid of?" "You." Mu Qing said, "I'm not afraid. I'm just..." Xiaolian waved his hand. "Enough. Don't quarrel." Feng Xian and Mu Qing immediately shut up. At this moment, a procession passed through the main street. Thousands of commoners loudly shouted, "If Yong'an is not eliminated, there will be no peaceful days in the country. Chaotic country's malignant tumor, bullying people intolerably." The people of Xianlu had never been so aggressive towards anything before. Furthermore, they were even carrying out such a grand and spectacular procession. Xiaolian couldn't help but feel strange. On the other hand, Feng Xian frowned and said, "Why is there a woman among them?" Sure enough, within the procession, there was a young girl charging at the very front. That young girl's figure was slender and elegant. Her skin was snow white, and her eyes were bright black. Her cheeks were crimson red, but it wasn't from embarrassment. Rather, it was from anger. Mu Qing had already adjusted his mood and coldly said, "Does your Highness not recognize her?" Xiaolian replied, "I don't." However, Feng Xian frowned and said, "She seems a bit familiar?" Mu Qing replied, "That's one of the sources." Xiaolian asked, "What source?" Mu Qing replied, "The source of irreconcilable hostility." Previously, because there were more and more people from Yong'an in the imperial city, some of them didn't stay together and wandered around causing trouble. The imperial court was discussing the matter of banishment, and the news had long since spread out. There was a person from Yong'an who wanted to stay. He didn't want to leave, so he took a risk out of desperation. One night, he snuck into a rich family and kidnapped their daughter. When he said this, Xiaolian still hadn't reacted yet. If he didn't want to leave, why would he kidnap a rich family's daughter? Mu Qing glanced at him and said, he wanted to marry her. However, if he didn't rely on kidnapping, there wouldn't be a daughter from a rich family in the imperial city willing to marry a person from Yong, and he didn't say it clearly, but Xiaolian understood. He had never thought that it could actually be like this, that there would actually be such a person in this world, that such a thing would actually happen. He suddenly felt an urge to vomit. Feng Xian cursed on the spot and said, "Disgusting." At this moment, a group of ants and old women hurriedly rushed over. They bent their waists like monkeys, wanting to pull that young girl down. It seemed like she had taken advantage of the fact that her family wasn't paying attention to her and ran out on her own. That young girl didn't comply and said, "What are you afraid of? What do I have to be ashamed of? It's not like it's my fault." Feng Xian curiously said, "This girl's temper is actually quite fierce." Mu Qing said, "Yes. Unfortunately, her family isn't just any ordinary family. Her father is an important official in the court and her mother's family is a wealthy merchant in the imperial city. She wasn't willing to suffer such a loss, and it was even more impossible for her to marry someone just for the sake of face. She first killed that person from Yong'an. Not long after, all the wealthy merchants and famous people in the city jointly submitted a petition, listing the crimes that the people from Yong'an had committed since they entered the city. They earnestly requested His Majesty to imprison all of these people and punish them severely. Not to mention the stance of the officials. After a pause, he lightly said, "I heard that this girl's father had once wanted to send her into the palace to fight for the position of crown princess. Your Highness should have seen her a few times in the past, but you actually didn't recognize her." Xiaolian finally discovered that everything was much more complicated than he had imagined. The people outside and inside the city had long since become irreconcilable. The subjects and people were all enraged and hated that they couldn't wipe them all out in one fell swoop. If the king's decision was still biased towards the people from Yong'an, wouldn't that be slapping his own people's faces? In the end, he decided to allocate a sum of money from the dried-up national treasury to give them travel expenses. Although it looked quite shabby, it would probably still cause a large number of people to be dissatisfied. What was more terrifying than the dissatisfaction of the enemy was the dissatisfaction of one's own subjects. Although they were originally all the subjects of Xianlu, now, there were probably not many people who thought so. He was high and aloof and didn't know about the affairs of the human world for a long time, but his father was still in the human world. As the ruler of a country, he had to use money, he had to use people, his position, the pressure he had to endure, and the people and matters he had to balance. How could he be the same as him? Just like how the people from Yong'an occupied land in the imperial city, made noise, stole, and so on, to a martial god who lived in a temple, these were probably all small matters. They weren't worth getting angry over, so he could endure it and it would pass. However, to the people of the imperial city, it was a real, unforgettable, unbearable torture, and a crisis that could erupt at any time. Xiaolian couldn't help but think that the king's sideburns were even whiter than before. Xiaolian couldn't help but think that the king's sideburns were even whiter than before. The last time he said he wanted to dye it, he probably didn't have the energy to do so anymore. When he was young, he firmly believed that his father was the greatest ruler in the world. The older he grew, the more he realized that this wasn't the case. Although his father was the king, he couldn't be said to be incomparably wise. Sometimes, he was a little inflexible and often made mistakes. Taking away his incomparably noble identity, he was just a normal person. The more he understood, the more disappointed he became. The king sensed his disappointment, so he couldn't tolerate every disapproving look from him, words that he didn't approve of. What he couldn't tolerate the most was being seen by him as a failure. There wasn't a father in the world that would want his son to see his failure. Fathers all hoped that in front of their sons, they would always be tall and strong. Yet, he appeared at this time and reprimanded his father, "You did so badly. So badly that I could only come down and help you save the situation." Whether it was as the king or as a father, how could he feel good after hearing this? In the end, that young girl was dragged back by her family's servants in a flurry. The rest of the people continued to march, waving flags and shouting war cries. There was only one thing they were shouting: kill. Start the war. Let the people of Yong'an outside the city get it. After a long while, Mu Qing said, "Your Highness, you should apologize to the king and go back. Now that things have reached this stage, you have lost the right time, the right place, and the right people." Just like what Junwu said to Xiaolian in the Divine Martial Hall, everything in the world has its own destiny. This sentence, wasn't it telling him, your Xianlu country's fate has come to an end, so let it be? Even the empress and his mother yearned day and night to see him. But when they really saw him, they tearfully told him to go back and not care about it anymore. How could Xiaolian not know that they didn't want him to face this crisis? They would rather him be a bystander and live his own life. But, how could this be possible? Xiaolian said in a low voice, "It won't happen." Behind him, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both shocked. "Your Highness." He immediately rushed out. They immediately rushed out to protect him. However, all the commoners on Shenwu Street had already seen the white-clothed youth in the middle of the street in front of them. After a moment of chaos, the procession regrouped. Thousands of people surrounded Xiaolian. The first person asked uncertainly, Are you His Highness the Crown Prince?" The second person hesitated, "Didn't they say that His Highness the Crown Prince has ascended and is no longer immortal? Why is he here?" The third person shouted, "It's him. 3 years ago, during the heaven traveling ceremony, I saw it with my own eyes. It's His Highness the Crown Prince." More and more people recognized the martial god they worshipped day and night. Xiaolian slowly said, "It's me. I'm back." Thus, the people went crazy. A deity has descended. This is a living deity descending. A deity has descended. It must be because he can't bear to see us being bullied by thieves. His Highness came down. Immediately, someone asked with hope, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, will you lead us to defeat the Yong'an people?" "Definitely, right? It must be like this." After a pause, Xiaolian calmly said, "I'm back." To protect Xianlu country, to protect my people. Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who were beside him, heard these words. They didn't dare to confirm what it meant. However, the hot-blooded citizens understood the meaning of this sentence wishfully. Xiaolian had his own thoughts, and his heart beat faster and faster. He gritted his teeth. Believe me. He clenched his fists and said, your faith will give me even more power. With this power, I will protect Xianlu and protect the common people with my life. Please believe me. The people were waiting for this moment, for his guarantee. They immediately cheered and worshipped the crown prince in the center, saying, we pledge our lives to follow you. Follow His Highness. Protect Xianlu. When the people of the imperial city heard of the god descending to the mortal world, they all rushed out from the streets and alleys just to witness this miracle that had not been seen in 1,000 years. Even the imperial city guards who had rushed over after hearing the news did not dare to be presumptuous and joined in the ranks of the worshippers. The three of them were stuck in the middle of the main street, unable to move even an inch. Feng Xian and Mu Qing had no choice but to try their best to maintain order. They shouted, don't push, don't push. However, it didn't have much effect. Everyone wanted to squeeze to the place closest to the crown prince and touch the corner of the clothes of this god who had come from the heavens. It was as if they had been blessed. In the end, the monarch in the palace was alerted, and he sent out a few generals and fully armed soldiers to drive away the fanatical crowd. After everyone had dispersed, Xiaolian saw something on the dusty ground. He walked over and bent down to pick it up. It was a flower. After being trampled by so many people, it was almost ground into the color of mud. There were only a few remaining petals that showed a bit of their original whiteness. That faint fragrance didn't stay the same, and after a while, it dissipated. After thinking things through, when Xiaolian returned to the palace this time, his attitude towards the monarch was much softer. As a result, the monarch's expression towards him also eased a lot. The father and son both took a step back, and it could be considered a temporary peace. As for the state preceptor, he seemed to have long expected that Xiaolian would come down, so he didn't say anything. Xiaolian used to think that when the country was of one heart, everyone would listen to the monarch in the face of a major event. This was a matter of course. However, when he truly sat down and participated, he personally experienced how troublesome the position of monarch was. The ministers of a single dynasty would unexpectedly be divided into many small factions. Each faction had their own plans, and when it came to deciding on a major event, they could argue endlessly for 7 days. Every person and faction claimed that they were doing this for the country and the people, but in reality, they might not necessarily think this way. As for the people of Yong'an who were stationed outside the city and officially planned to oppose the monarch, their opinions were slow to reach a consensus. Some people advocated directly sending troops to annihilate them. If there weren't enough reasons, then they could make up a few more charges. Some people didn't. The chaos of Yong'an began with a natural disaster and erupted with a man-made disaster. That family of 3 who fell to their death at the gates of the imperial city was truly a bad prelude. If it weren't for the fact that the general who cut the rope had his neck broken by Lang Ying, he would have been heavily punished when he returned. To put it bluntly, no matter how complicated the inside was, no matter how many reasons there were, on the surface, this matter appeared to be an official forcing the people to rebel. Since the matter had already reached this point and caused an uproar, forcefully pinning charges on them would only arouse more disgust. No matter what reason they made up, it wouldn't be able to hide it from the people. If they sent troops to annihilate them, it would clearly show that they were a tyrannical monarch and couldn't be called a benevolent and righteous teacher. Preventing the people's mouths was more important than preventing a river. Once a cruel reputation was left behind, not only would it not be able to convince the people, it would also cause trouble in the nearby countries under the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Thinking about it from another perspective, what did these people of Yong'an have to be afraid of? They were holed up in the wilderness, without food or weapons. How long could they cause trouble? Thus, in the end, the one who held the upper hand was the latter opinion. If the people of Yong'an dared to invade, they would kill them every time they came. If they didn't, then they would be left to fend for themselves. There was no need for Xianlu to waste a single soldier. As they fought, they would exhaust themselves. As a martial god, Xiaolian naturally had to display his usefulness on the battlefield. Thus, the army vigorously advocated, the side with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the side of justice. The army with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is the army of the gods. In a short period of time, a large number of young men enthusiastically joined the army. In a short few months, the number of people in Xianli's army increased dramatically. With such a large movement, Yongyan's side also seemed to have received the news. Originally, their activities could still be considered frequent. Small groups of people suddenly became silent, as if they were afraid of something. They were secretly accumulating strength, causing the officers and soldiers of Xianlu to become extremely nervous. They spared no effort in describing to Xiaolian how frightening Lang Ying, who always charged at the forefront, was. Hearing this name, Xiaolian would always feel slightly complicated when he thought of his child's corpse that day. 2 months later, the people of Yong'an, who had calmed down for a period of time, finally launched another attack. For this battle, Xiaolian only brought a light sword into battle. He didn't even wear any armor. In less than an hour, the battle was over. Amidst the overwhelming stench of blood, the remaining soldiers of Yong'an threw away their armor and madly retreated. The soldiers of Xianlu didn't even have time to react before they saw bodies lying all around them. Not a single enemy was still standing. As for their Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he slowly sheathed his sword. Not even a corner of his clothes was dirted. After a long time, they finally confirmed their side's overwhelming victory. They jumped up, raised their swords to the sky, and shouted to their heart's content. That night, the officers and soldiers of Xianlu held a celebratory feast on the city walls. It had been a long time since the soldiers had felt so proud and elated. They cheered and jumped for joy, raising their cups to praise His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Xiaolian, however, pushed away all the wine and went to a corner of the city wall to sober up. He clearly hadn't drunk a single cup of wine, yet he could feel his face heating up. His face was flushed red, and his fingertips were still trembling slightly. This was the first time in Xiaolian's life that he had killed someone. The first time, he had killed over 1,000 people. Ants. In his mind, these 2 words repeatedly appeared. In front of his strength, mortals couldn't even withstand a single blow. No one could even withstand a light grip of his. Taking away other people's lives was so easy. It was just like how the palace maids had trampled those ants to death. This caused him to lose all reverence in his heart when he brandished his sword. Xiaolian leaned against the parapet wall and took a few deep breaths. He shook his head to get rid of those noises, and then he stared at the sparks of fire in the distance. Not long after, the sound of 2 footsteps approached. He didn't need to turn his head to know who was coming. Xiaolian said, "Aren't you guys going to drink some wine to celebrate?" Mu Qing snorted and said, "What's there to drink? The situation isn't looking good." Hearing this, Xiaolian turned around and said, "You guys can see it too?" It really wasn't looking good. Although they had won this battle, in reality, the attack this time was stronger than any previous attack by the people of Yong'an. Not only did they have more people, but their formation, weapons, and dispatch had all made a qualitative leap. There were even quite a few people who were equipped with armor. Although they were crude and shabby, they were already at the scale of a regular army. It was hard to imagine that this was actually a group of grassroots bumpkins. Mu Qing folded his arms and frowned. An extremely difficult environment can indeed cause people to grow rapidly. However, no matter how difficult it is, resources won't appear out of thin air. Something isn't right. Feng Xian was even more direct and succinctly said, "They definitely have external help." Xiaolian nodded his head. Mu Qing said, "I don't believe that these officers and soldiers didn't see it. However, they still celebrated all the same. It's all because you are here, and they feel that victory is certain." Xiaolian didn't think much of this and said, "I won my first battle. It's good for them to be happy. I'll just treat it as a morale boost." Feng Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, your complexion doesn't look too good. Are you still reigning on Yong'an's side?" Xiaolian replied. Mu Qing's expression was one of unsurprised disapproval as he said, "Forgive me for speaking bluntly, but right now, reigning is already useless. That is a bottomless pit. Your Highness, even if Yong'an's drought could truly be alleviated, I'm afraid that the group of people outside the city won't retreat. Xiaolian replied, I know. However, the reason I'm raining rain isn't to make this group of people retreat. It's just to prevent those people who are still in Yong'an from dying of thirst. This was my original goal, and it won't change because of anything. Feng Xian still wasn't completely at ease and asked, Can you hold on? Xiaolian patted his shoulder and said, Don't worry. I have 8,000 temples, and I also have enough believers. Of course, there won't be any problems. However, his other hand wrapped around Mu Qing's shoulder and sighed. Fortunately, I had the two of you to help me today. Thank you for accompanying me. On the battlefield today, his two attendants had suffered much more than him. They had killed until their bodies were covered in bloodstains. Feng Xian said, There's no need to say these words again. Mu Qing made a vague sound. Xiaolian used a bit of strength in his hand and pulled the relationship between the three of them closer. He sincerely said, Not only today, I've always had to thank the two of you. I hope that the image of the three of us fighting side by side can be immortalized for generations to come. After a short while, Feng Xian burst into laughter. On the other hand, Mu Qing said in disbelief, I find that you can always say some very righteously and confidently. This really is. He shook his head and said, Forget it. The corner of Xiaolian's mouth rose with great difficulty. He didn't laugh for long before his expression suddenly turned cold. Who? With a clang, Xiaolian unsheathed his long sword. With a light flick, he picked out a black shadow from the corner of the parapet wall. That person had been hiding in this corner for a long time, holding his breath in concentration. Unexpectedly, he hadn't been discovered the entire time. Xiaolian originally only wanted to use the tip of his sword to hang him up and scare him. Who would have thought that after killing so many people on the battlefield today, Xiaolian's arm had been faintly trembling all this time, causing him to lose some of his strength. This one flick wasn't steady and he used too much strength, directly throwing that person out of the wall. Under the moonlight, in midair, the three of them could clearly see that this person was wearing the uniform of their own soldiers. His figure seemed to be that of a 15 or 16-year-old teenager. In the blink of an eye, he fell down and disappeared without a trace. Seeing that one of them was about to fall off the city gate tower, Xiaolian thought in his heart that this wasn't good. This leap of Xiaolian's was indeed somewhat frightening. However, the two attendants naturally knew that this was nothing to him. Therefore, Mu Qing did not move, but Feng Xian still went to pull him. Xiaolian used a bit of strength and lifted the little soldier up. The two of them landed on top of the city gate tower. Xiaolian asked, Whose soldier are you? Why are you hiding here? The soldier's hands and head were wrapped in bandages. There were still some bloodstains on the bandages. It seemed that he had suffered many injuries. This was not surprising. Today's great battle. Many of the soldiers were injured and wrapped up like this. But he had been hiding in the shadows without making a sound, which was very suspicious. Mu Qing said, Don't let it be Yong'an people's spy. Arrest them and interrogate them. Xiaolian also had this suspicion. However, the imperial city was heavily guarded, so it was unlikely that the enemy would be able to sneak in. Unless it was Langing alone, but this soldier was clearly still a half-grown child. At this time, Feng Xian asked curiously, Your Highness, you don't remember this kid? He was always ahead of you during the day, the one at the front of the formation. Xiaolian was startled. Is that so? In the middle of the day, he had no time to pay attention to anything else. He only knew that someone was raising a sword to kill him. He waved his sword and counterattacked. He didn't even pay attention to Feng Xian and Mu Qing, so why would he pay attention to the other soldiers? Feng Xian affirmed, That's right. I remember this kid. His charge was quite fierce, as if he didn't care about his life. Hearing this, Xiaolian carefully sized up the young soldier. The young man inexplicably stood up straight. He raised his head and puffed out his chest. He seemed to be a little stiff, but at the same time, he seemed to be standing in a military posture. Mu Qing said, Even so, he shouldn't be hiding here sneakily. Who knows if he's here to peep or eavesdrop? Although he said that, he had actually let down his guard. Because of the Xianlu army's vigorous promotion of the army of gods, the mandate of heaven, many youths had joined the army in order to follow Xiaolian. Among them, there was no lack of youths of this age. Moreover, many of these youths were Xiaolian's loyal worshippers. Ever since they were young, they had worshipped his divine statue and listened to his highness. The Crown Prince's good name. Wanting to stealthily approach his highness the Crown Prince wasn't a rare occurrence. Xiaolian said, "All right, it was just a false alarm." Towards the young soldier, he warmly said, "I must have scared you just now, I'm sorry." The young man showed no fear. He only stood up straighter and said, "Your Highness." Unexpectedly, before he could finish his words, a strange change occurred. Before the young soldier finished his sentence, he suddenly pounced towards Xiaolian. Xiaolian thought he wanted to launch a sneak attack, so he sidestepped and raised his hand to chop down. With his strength, this saber strike would undoubtedly kill the youth on the spot. Unexpectedly, he suddenly felt a chill crawling up his back. His hand suddenly changed direction halfway, and with a backhand movement, he intercepted an arrow that was shot at him from behind. It turned out that the young man had pounced on him because he had seen the cold light of the flying arrow in the air. Xiaolian was originally standing with his back against the parapet wall. Now that he was attacked from behind, he was not the least bit afraid. Instead, he leaped onto the top of the parapet wall and looked down. In front of the city gate, there was a person standing alone in the distance. Because he was wearing dark clothes, he blended in with the night and was hard to detect. Feng Xian quickly arrived at Xiaolian's side, drew his bow, and shot an arrow. However, that person had already calculated the distance and deliberately stood far away. When the arrow shot out, it attracted Xiaolian's attention. Xiaolian waved his hand, and without saying a word, he turned around and walked away. His retreat was extremely fast, and by that time, Feng Xian's arrow had already reached its limit. It was only a few inches behind Xiaolian's foot. Feng Xian angrily hammered the city wall, causing dust and stones to rustle down. He said, "Who is that? Who else could it be?" Xiaolian said, "Lang Ying." The Xianlu soldiers also discovered the abnormality. They loudly shouted and ran in all directions. However, out of vigilance, they didn't immediately give the order to open the city gates and give chase. Instead, they went to ask for instructions from their superiors. After Lang Ying finished shooting an arrow, he waved his hand and left. It was as if he had specifically come to say hello to Xiaolian. Mu Qing frowned and said, "What did he come here for? To demonstrate his strength?" Feng Xian angrily said, "Today, Yonglin was utterly defeated. He only barely managed to escape from your highness. What's there to demonstrate?" However, Xiaolian felt something else tied to the arrow. He removed it and brought it to the firelight to take a look. It was a piece of cloth that seemed to have been torn from a cyan-colored brocade robe. There were still traces of blood on the cloth. When he unfolded it to take a look, the character Qi was actually crookedly written on it. Xiaolian immediately pinched the cloth and said, "Where's Qi Rong? Isn't Qi Rong in the imperial palace?" Feng Xian said to the soldiers beside him, "Quickly enter the city to confirm." All the soldiers hurriedly left. This was indeed the corner of the robe that Qi Rong loved to wear. Lang Ying was also famous for appearing and disappearing unpredictably. The possibility that Qi Rong had really been kidnapped by him wasn't small. Without further ado, Xiaolian said, "I'll follow and take a look." Seeing that Feng Xian had also come over, he said, "You guys guard the city gates and don't move. Be careful of luring the tiger away from the mountain." Feng Xian slung his bow over his back and said, "You guys aren't bringing anyone?" If Yongyan's side didn't launch a large-scale invasion first, Xiaolian wasn't willing to let Xianlu take the initiative to send out troops. If Qi Rong fell into the enemy's hands, he could bring him back by himself. However, if he were to bring an entire army, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. There definitely wouldn't be just one or two people who would die. Right now, Xiaolian still wanted to control this matter to the smallest extent possible. He said, "I won't. They still can't do anything to me." After he finished speaking, he lightly pressed his hand against the wall and jumped off the city gate tower. Lightly landing on the ground, he hurriedly chased in the direction that Lang Ying had retreated. After running for a while, he heard the sound of footsteps. catching up from behind him. Turning around to look, he saw that it was actually that young soldier. Xiaolian rushed towards him and said, "I don't need help. You can go back." That young man shook his head. Xiaolian then said, "Go back." His footsteps quickened, and in an instant, he left that young man far behind. After running for 5 or 6 miles, he entered a mountaintop. This mountain wasn't steep and was more like a slope. Therefore, it was also called the back slope. According to reports, after Yong'an's people retreated, the majority of the troops and civilians had holed up here. The vegetation on the back slope was dense. At night, strange sounds could be heard from all directions in the pitch-black forest. It was as if there were countless living creatures lying in ambush, eyeing them covetously. Xiaolian went deep into the mountain and held his breath as he searched for a long time. Suddenly, he saw a long human figure hanging from a tree in front of him. Focusing his eyes, he said, "Qi Rong." It was Qi Rong. He was hanging upside down from the tree. It seemed that he had been beaten up by someone and had fainted. Blood flowed from his nose, and one of his eyes was even bruised. Xiaolian unsheathed his sword and cut the rope. Then, he caught the falling Qi Rong and patted his face. Qi Rong slowly woke up. As soon as he saw Xiaolian, he shouted, "Cousin Crown Prince." Xiaolian was just about to untie him when he suddenly felt a chill on his back. Turning around, he saw Lang Ying holding a heavy sword with both hands and hacking towards him. The two of them exchanged a few moves before Xiaolian knocked Lang Ying's sword out of his hand. Xiaolian kicked Lang Ying's calf, tripping Lang Ying. Then, he pressed the tip of his sword against Lang Ying's throat, ending the fight. Xiaolian said, "You know you're not my opponent. Stop fighting." Today, they had fought on the battlefield. Anyone who rushed towards Xiaolian had been killed by Xiaolian. Only Lang Ying had survived after receiving a direct hit from Xiaolian's sword. Now, he had dragged his injured body back. Anyone could see that Lang Ying was the leader of this group of Yong'an's people. Xiaolian telling him to stop fighting naturally meant more than one thing. Xiaolian said, "As long as you don't take the initiative to invade, I guarantee that the soldiers of the imperial city will never attack you. Take water and food and leave." Lang Ying lay on the ground, staring straight at him. That gaze made people's hair stand on end. He said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, do you think what you did was right?" Xiaolian's expression stiffened. On the side, Qi Rong scolded, "Nonsense. Do you know what kind of person Cousin Crown Prince is? He's a god in heaven. If he's not right, then could it be that you, this group of traitorous dog thieves, are right?" Xiaolian shouted, "Qi Rong, shut up." He couldn't answer Lang Ying's question. In his heart, he actually felt that what he did was wrong. However, this was the best method he could think of. If he didn't protect Xianlu and resist the invasion, could he let the Yong'an's rebels attack again and again? Could he even let them kill their way into the imperial city? If 1 or 2 people raised their swords and rushed at him, he could stop when the time was right and knock them out. However, on the battlefield, swords were merciless. He couldn't possibly have the energy to knock them out one by one. He could only stop thinking about it and swing his sword. Lang Ying's question just so happened to evoke that voice in his heart, "Do you think what you did was right?" Qi Rong wasn't as conflicted as him. He said, "What did I say wrong? Cousin, since you've come, then hurry up and kill this group of dog thieves. There are dozens of them against me." Normally, he was arrogant and domineering in the imperial city. Naturally, there were many Yong'an's people who hated him. Taking advantage of this opportunity to retaliate was nothing difficult. Of course, there were also many Xianli's people who hated him. Xiaolian didn't have the time to pay attention to him right now. He said to Lang Ying, "What do you want? If it rains, Yong'an will still reign. If you want gold, I'll give you the gold statue. If you want food, I'll think of a way. However, don't provoke another war. Let's find a solution together. Let's go find a third option, okay?" Xiaolian couldn't help but blurt out these words. Lang Ying might not understand what a third option was, but he answered without hesitation, "I don't want anything. I also don't need anything. The only thing I want is for Xianlu country to no longer exist in this world. I want it to disappear." His tone was flat, but his words made people tremble. After a while, Xiaolian said in a low voice. If you want to bring people to attack, I can't just stand by and watch. You have no chance of winning. Even if the young ants people who follow you die, you still want to do this? Lang Ying said, yes. He answered so calmly, so resolutely. Xiaolian's joints cracked, but he had nothing to say. Lang Ying said word by word, I know you're a god. It doesn't matter. Even if you're a god, don't think you can make me stop. Xiaolian knew that what Lang Ying said was true. Because the thing in his tone was something that Xiaolian couldn't be more familiar with, it was a person's determination to not look back. When he said to Jun Wu, even if the heavens want me to die, the determination in his words was exactly the same as Lang Ying's determination at this moment. Lang Ying's words were tantamount to an announcement that he would continue to call on the countless young ants people to continue to attack without rest. Then, what Xiaolian should do now couldn't be any clearer. Xiaolian had always held his sword with one hand, but now he used both hands. Just as his hands trembled and was about to stab Lang Ying's throat, a strange crunch-crunch sound suddenly came from behind him, followed by a sudden sneer. A person had actually appeared behind him without a sound. Xiaolian was quite shocked. When he turned around to look, his eyes widened. The most likely person to appear at this time was the enemy's officers and soldiers. Perhaps countless swords were already aimed at him. But he didn't expect that the person behind him would be such a strange person. That person was wearing a deathly white mourning robe and had a deathly white mask on his face. Half of the mask's face was crying while the other half was smiling. It was extremely strange. He sat on a hanging vine between two large trees. The crunch-crunch sound came from him swinging the vine back and forth. It looked as if he was swinging on a swing. When he saw Xiaolian turn around, he raised both his hands and slowly clapped paw, paw. At the same time, a sneer came from his mouth. Xiaolian inexplicably felt his blood run cold. He sternly asked, "What are you?" He used the word thing because his intuition told him that this person definitely wasn't a person. At this moment, Xiaolian suddenly felt something wrong with the sword in his hand. Qi Rong also shouted. When he turned his head to look, he saw that the ground in front of him had split open into a long pit. Lang Ying, who was originally lying on the ground, was actually swallowed by this crack. The surface of the earth quickly closed up. Xiaolian subconsciously stabbed his sword into the earth's core. When he felt that the tip of the sword only touched the earth and didn't pierce flesh, he finally reacted. He didn't know if he was regretful or happy that his sword didn't kill Lang Ying. At this time, that person in white once again let out a strange laugh. Xiaolian raised his hand and threw his sword at him. This sword flew like lightning. The long sword pierced through that person's body and nailed him to a tree. That person didn't make a sound and fell to the ground. Xiaolian rushed forward to check, but he only saw a pile of white clothes on the ground. The person wearing the clothes had disappeared into thin air. This person's appearance and disappearance were extremely strange. Xiaolian was shocked and didn't dare to be careless. He lifted Qi Rong with one hand and said, "Go." Qi Rong shouted, "Don't go. Cousin, set the mountain on fire, cousin. There are a lot of Yong'an people on this mountain. Those wicked people who are sitting at the city gate and refusing to leave are all hiding on the mountain. Quickly burn them all down." Xiaolian dragged him with one hand and walked for a while. He felt the yin energy around them getting heavier and heavier. It was as if countless eyes were watching the two of them. He said, "Didn't you see how strange that person was? It's not good to stay here for long." Qi Rong said, "So what if he was strange? You're a god. Are you still afraid of these little demons? If they dare come and get in the way, just kill them." Xiaolian said, "Let's go back first and talk." Seeing that he was being perfunctory and unwilling to burn the mountain, Qi Rong's eyes widened. He said, "Why? This group of people beat me to this state and want to oppose us. You heard it just now. He said he wanted to destroy Xianlu. He wants to destroy our country. Why don't you kill them all? Just like what you did on the battlefield today." Xiaolian's breathing stagnated. He angrily said, "Why do you always think about killing them all? Kill them all. Can civilians and soldiers be the same?" Qi Rong asked back, "What's the difference?" aren't we all people? Isn't it the same who we kill? As if he had been poked at a sore spot, Xiaolian's blood surged up. You. At this moment, he suddenly felt something tighten around his ankle. Looking down, he saw a fat hand stretching out from the dense shrubs to the side and suddenly grabbing his boot. At the same time, several thumping sounds could be heard in front of him. 7 or 8 figures fell from the trees like rain. They were paralyzed on the ground, unable to get up. Although they were in human form, they weren't wearing a single piece of clothing. They were like countless large flesh worms, slowly wriggling towards them. Qi-Rong involuntarily cried out, "Who are you?" Xiaolian chopped off that hand with his sword and said in a deep voice, "They're not people, they're lowly slaves." In the past, Xiaolian had never heard of this kind of thing appearing on any of the mountains near the imperial city. Even if there were any demons or ghosts, they would be quickly wiped out by the Taoists of Huangji Monastery. Then, this group of lowly slaves could only have been deliberately placed here by someone. Xiaolian had never expected that non-human beings would actually get involved in this battle. Thinking back on the various clues just now, he increasingly felt that the other party was in cahoots with Lang Ying. They kidnapped Qi-Rong just to lure him out, but at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it. Every time he swung his sword, he could cut 7 or 8 slaves neatly in half at the waist. However, once the slaves appeared, they always came in groups. Sure enough, the trees and shrubs around him rustled and shook more and more violently. More and more human figures with blurred faces crawled out of the bushes and swarmed towards Xiaolian in an endless stream. Moreover, they only swarmed towards Xiaolian. He killed 10 with a swing of his sword, and immediately another 20 charged towards him. Just as Xiaolian was waving his sword, a lowly slave on the tree aimed at Xiaolian's back and pounced down from midair. Unexpectedly, before it could even get close, it was cut off by a ray of cold light. Qi-Rong didn't bring any weapons, so naturally, he couldn't have cut it off. Xiaolian turned around and saw that the one who waved his sword was actually the young soldier. He had been left behind by Xiaolian in front of the city gates, but he actually still followed him and found them. That young soldier was holding a broken sword, and with a few swings, he beheaded several lowly slaves. It was very useful. As these things crawled, they secreted extremely sticky bodily fluids. Qi-Rong cried out in disgust. He ruthlessly stomped on the head of a slightly weaker lowly slave a few times, but discovered that this thing wasn't that scary. Puzzled, he said, "It's not that powerful?" What he didn't know was that lowly slaves often appeared in cooperation with other vicious evil beings. Xiaolian bit his lip and dipped 2 of his right hand's fingers in blood. Then, he wiped them across the blade of his sword. In the end, he stuffed the sword into Qi-Rong's hands and said, "You two take this sword and leave first. Nothing will dare approach you. On the way, if you hear anything, don't turn your head. Remember, you absolutely must not turn your head." Qi-Rong said, "Cousin." Xiaolian interrupted him, "The powerful ones will come later. In a moment, when they come, I won't be able to take care of you. It's better to go back and report." Qi-Rong didn't say anything else. He took the sword and madly ran. The treasured sword in his hand, Xiaolian, had already activated a spell to illuminate it. Along the way, none of the lowly slaves or other evil beings dared to approach him. Unimpeded, they quickly disappeared. However, that young soldier still hadn't left. Since Qi-Rong had already taken the lead and left, Xiaolian didn't have a second treasured sword to give him. Thus, he could only change the sword into a palm and repeatedly kill them. In addition, that young soldier also spared no effort to cooperate. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all of the lowly slaves were finally cleared out. The ground was covered with mucus and corpses, and the stench of blood lingered. After confirming that not a single lowly slave was left behind, Xiaolian calmed his breathing. Turning around, he said to that young soldier, "Your sword skills aren't bad." That young soldier tightly gripped the sword. Originally, he was still slightly gasping for breath, but all of a sudden, he stood up straight and said, "Yes, yes." Xiaolian said, "I wasn't giving an order, so why did you say yes to me? When I ordered you to go back just now, why didn't you say yes?" End of chapter 77. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.